Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this live stream. And huge apologies to everyone for our delay because we went live at the right time, like every day. But the problem was that the computer started updating, and unfortunately it took a very long time to update. And so here we see Wei Yi, who's facing Gukesh, and I hope that you can also very soon see me as well here. Let's just see, there we have Gukesh on the screen along with Wei Yi. And a very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. We have a big encounter today. And what is the drink that Wei is having? And we also very soon will have Amruta joining in. Hello, Amruta.
Then one of the most exciting match. Guys, what are the very important games? Gukesh versus Wei, which you all remember. And Sagar, how are you?
I'm good, Amruta. Today we had a small hiccup at the start, but I think we are on time. I mean, we are now on. We are not on time. We were a bit late here, but it's a long day ahead, and I think we'll have some amazing games to follow.
समय तो कुछ है नहीं.
Yes, Amruta, how are you doing?
Wonderful. Excited for this
What's
match.
happening in the chat? Can you tell us?
Chat is saying बार चाहिए, बार मत करो chat. We are getting it. Then guys are laughing bit late. Guys, हो जाता है whenever the laptop is getting updated, all of a sudden on its own, it doesn't listen to you. It's adamant. You know how it feels. It's out of your control. Show the moves from starting Sagar भाई. अरे चंदन कुमार सब कुछ दिखाएंगे. Som says I was staring at a dead screen for 30 minutes. Bhai, अरे क्या ही यार. It just shows how much patience you have to keep waiting. Sagar face reveal, please, says Shubham.
Guys, just trying to set that up as well.
हाँ, उसे थोड़ा टाइम दे दो गाइस, समय दे दो बस. समय थोड़ी ना सिर्फ केबीसी में जाएगा. हाँ. और क्या ही चल रहा है. चैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग. Nightbot says respect is mandatory. Any hate speech towards countries, races, or individuals will result in an immediate ban. Keep it positive and inclusive. Acha, I didn't know, but बढ़िया है Nightbot. Thanks for taking care of our chat. Wei concentration. Exactly, Gukesh versus Wei. You can look at that. Wei is drinking some coffee. It seems. Oh, maybe that's choco milk. And Gukesh was walking passed by. He just right now passed by over his board, and he seems to have played something which has made Wei to think. So, is there an opening surprise, or is it just like something you? Oh, अरे तूने व्हाइट पहना है, मैंने ब्लैक पहना है, क्या ही आज हो जाएगा एक गेम. no, you have to never say sorry for something which is not in your control. How? You came here like every day. You started the stream. You sent me the Zoom link. I joined at 6:25. Everything was perfect. Suddenly the laptop starts all of a sudden. Sagar, no sound. And there is also no subscriber count. And the bars are also yes, guys, Sagar was talking, but he couldn't. Sorry to all of you. And I was asking him, why do you have to say sorry? Because something just happened without our control. So he's going to be back there.
Yeah, my voice
and
is back.
he is going to be.
Amruta.
But subscriber count कितने हैं और आज का गोल क्या है? Guys, दिन लंबा है. It's going to be long games, especially Gukesh versus Wei. It's going to be long. So Kaustubh says very professional stream, guys. Absolutely. We have improved on that every day. What is it? This today तो poll होना ही चाहिए, guys. क्या होगा?
Amruta, can you put the poll?
Yes, that's what I'm doing, Sagar. But maybe when you are talking, I'll put the poll. That's also possible.
Sure. You
So
can
that
right
I
now.
can then look at the chat. Chat is so interesting, yaar. मतलब Sarfaraj is joking. CBI late because as an anti-cheating measurement, 30 minutes delay in streaming. Just joking. Arjun says 2.5 million subscribers and still so unprofessional. I think because we are so unprofessional, we have 2.5 lakh subscribers.
No, but I think Amruta, we could have been on time, guys. We were a little bit like the computer restarted, and most of the times these days we are streaming from some other location, like someone else is handling it. So then we don't have these issues. But here I am the one who's handling the OBS and everything. So at the end of it, we were not very well prepared, but I think everything is back on track, so you don't have to worry, and we will make it up today by producing a very very cool stream. And also we will have Harshit bhai joining in at some point. We will have some guests coming in, Amruta. It'll be good fun.
Wow.
Okay, we are all set, Amruta. All is well, and we have the bars, we have the subscriber count. Let's get it rolling. So Gukesh with the white pieces opened the game with 1 e4. Wei Yi was super solid and responded back with e5. Knight came out to f3, knight to c6. We had bishop c4. Guys, what's the name of this opening?
Really, I was going to say, Sagar, that you used to ask this question every single time in pandemic, post-pandemic, and then you stopped doing that. And just when I got this thought, you asked this question. So cool.
Yeah, let's see, Amruta, are they able to answer this question?
I mean, obviously, what do you think of our chat?
Yes.
But
Italian.
we should have later, we should suggest to Keith that some word, like, if it is said like 500 times, like we can switch that thing on. And then when we ask a question where one word answer is there, it can show.
Yeah. Okay,
Kya bolta hai?
so Italian, Amruta? Is it what everyone said? So knight f6. And now Gukesh could have gone with knight g5, which is very, very interesting, Amruta. But he went d3, which is the normal way to play. And now the main move here for black is bishop c5. But instead, he goes bishop e7. Castles. And now comes the move knight to d2. And this has put Wei Yi in deep thought, because Here he had 142 at this point, and Gukesh's last move after 8 minutes of thought, knight bd2, has made Wei Yi to think for good solid 10 minutes.
Oh, wait, let me check this also, but I also have to put the poll. Wei takes, what should I say? Gukesh versus Wei prediction. Wei takes Olympiad revenge. One option. Gukesh takes Tata Steel revenge. And no one takes revenge. Okay. There's the poll for you.
Oh, we have
And
a Amruta super chat by Baishampian BG Ghosh, who says, ignore the negative comments about the stream being late. Sagar Amruta, ChessBase India stream is the best. You folks rock. Best wishes. Thank you, Baishampian, for your support. But of course, I mean, guys, we would love to be on time, and in this event, I've been striving every day to be on time. Start it at 2 p.m. local time, which is 6:30 p.m. Indian time. In fact, there was not a single day when we were late. But just this laptop update, and Amruta, it took 30 minutes to update the laptop. It doesn't generally, it takes 5 minutes. For the first time, yeah,
but it's
today.
like, Sagar, if let's say we don't talk for 10 days and after that, if 11th day we are talking and we have to update each other, there will be so much.
Could be,
Correct.
could
तो
be
फिर
that
तो लैपटॉप
the
भी वैसे ही रहता है ना सागर.
update नहीं हुआ था बहुत दिनों से, so it took a
हाँ,
lot of time.
exactly. Maybe you can crop me because I moved a little bit on this side.
Sure.
But knight bd2, guys, I'm just going to put these moves in ChessBase to see what's going on and why is we thinking so much. So
Yeah, for
let's
now, I think
do
it's
that.
not at all clear what is going to be Gukesh's plan. C3, D4 could be one, rook E1, knight F1, knight G3 is a very typical plan. Meanwhile, Wei Yi has to decide whether he will go pawn to D6, pawn to D5 as well is possible, H6, A6.
Yeah.
This just goes to show that the Italian is a very varied, versatile opening, and there are a lot of possibilities here for both sides. So we are going to look at this game, but we are going to come back to it very shortly. Let's have a look at the
Oh,
guy.
because I was gonna tell
You
you.
please update Amruta.
Okay. No, because he played knight bd2, which does have around 300 games. The main moves, as we know, are rook e1, c3, knight c3 also, bishop b3, a4, all those common moves, yeah? You gotta make arrows like
Yeah,
when I
I
say the
made it.
moves.
Rook E1,
Okay.
C3, knight
So
C3.
knight bd2 now has been played by Nepo quite a lot. So Nepo Carlsen, Nepo Aronian, Nepo versus so Nepo Ivanchuk, and Nepo has beaten. With Carlsen it was a draw, but he has been winning quite a lot in this. And Zigalko has played this like crazy, Sagar. So I think it's a, oh my god, look at the games, the number of games Zigalko has played.
Oh, D5, Amruta. I said that this is possible and it has happened. D5. So you are saying this is a speciality of Sergei Zigalko.
Sergei Zigalko and Nepo has played. In fact, after D5, which was played by Aronian against Nepo and also Wesley against Nepo, Nepo beat both of them with the white pieces. So today Gukesh is following Nepo. Murzin has also played. मजा आएगा. ठीक है, तो ओपनिंग में तो एकदम ही इटालियन में कुछ हटके ढूंढा है गुकेश ने.
But Amruta,
And what
I'm a bit
happens after?
surprised with this move D5 because generally after such a move, Rook E1 creates a lot of pressure on the E5 point. And guys, you can play F6, but then suddenly your knight is pinned on this diagonal, and this can create some pressure. So let's see how Gukesh deals with this entire thing.
Exactly. The early t5 generally makes e5 so weak, like a target on the semi-open e file, which is so readily available for the white rook. So there has to be something that even Wei Yi is thinking. First of all, he's gone for something different because he doesn't want to play the most common way, that because Gukesh is going to be prepared, as we know. And maybe that's the reason he's gone d5.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
he will have it in his prep.
Let's come back to this game. It's a very
Okay, we'll go
interesting
to
one.
another game.
Satyam Dwivedi has sent SEK 100 saying, "Love you, Sagar Amruta. Come to Stockholm, uh, Sweden, and live with us for some days. You are great ambassador of chess in India. And thank you so much for Satyam for saying all of this. And very, very happy. Let's go to the game of Vincent Keymer and Nodirbek, because Nodirbek is just half a point behind Gukesh, guys. So this is an important game. We have e4 by Keymer and Nodirbek goes c6. Can anyone here remember against whom did Nodirbek play c6 in this tournament? The Karo Khan defense. Amruta, a
Oh, you
question
didn't
to
ask
you.
the name of the position of the opening.
No,
Karo
the
Khan.
question this time is Nodirbek played this opening also before against whom? Yes, Shaunak Sarkar is right. Very good, Shaunak Sarkar. It is Jorden van Foreest, Amruta.
Oh, in this tournament. Okay.
Yes.
Nice memory.
You remember his crazy calculation that he did? It was here. So ED, CD, the exchange variation, the bishop comes out, knight f6, h3, knight c6. Now attacking this pawn here on d4. Generally you go c3, c3 defending the pawn, but he goes knight to f3, knight b4 attacking the bishop, and he jumps in the, what is this? He's giving up the
Night before, actually, you know who has played this, Sagar?
Who?
Hans Niemann played it with Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
And that was when? Speed Chess. Norway versus USA. Okay. That was played. Vincent Keymer has also played against Aronian. So what happens?
So Vincent is white anyway. So he's maybe
No,
Nodirbek would.
Vincent played with the black pieces, actually.
Okay.
Knight b4.
So knight e5 he takes, queen takes, and suddenly black has the bishop pair. But if you think about it, this light squared bishop cannot really develop on a good square, because I think these two are the good ones. They are taken up. Bishop on e6 isn't doing much, on d7 also. So in a way, Vincent says that you have the bishop pair, but they are not doing much. Knight to
a moment on queen d3, Sagar. I want to add something because no, in fact, knight e5, which Vincent played.
Yeah.
Only 2 games, yeah, with 95. But look at his time. He had 1 hour 43, 44 minutes when he played that. Because the main move, like, I mean, obviously, this is like already a side thing, but at least 30 games, the top move was played. You save your bishop, you give a bishop b5 check, or you go back to e2. So people don't feel like giving up that light square bishop, which is so wonderful. Right. So Vincent has something in his prep.
Yeah, for sure. Vincent has come very well prepared. He now takes here, Nodirbek takes, queen takes, e6. He brings his knight to c3, a slightly curious move for me, Amruta. Because, you know, generally you want to see like knight d2 to f3. That's the common way to develop the knight.
I think he's forcing after knight c3, a6 at some point, because there is bishop f4, knight b5, those ideas, no?
Or he just wants to play knight to e2 to f4, knight to e2 to g3, or knight d1 to e3. So these are also possible moves.
But kahan jayega? Knight on e3 doesn't have c4, f5 anywhere, or knight g3 also doesn't. At least knight f4, maybe, yeah, with the idea of exchanging the f6 knight.
We'll get to know very soon. So bishop d7, short castle, and now rook c8 played by Nodirbek. And you can see Vincent already thinking. My feeling is Nodirbek has a nice position out of the opening. He should be very happy. He can just play bishop e7 or bishop d6. He can short castle. He can start jutting his pawn down the board. Looking good, Amruta. Wow. Smayan Bansod, thank you so much for your super chat. That's very kind of you. So right
And also,
now,
Rafi Irfan had super chat contributed much before, when the stream was starting. So
acha,
thank you. And it was in Hong Kong dollars.
arey wah. Thank
Rafi
you,
Irfan.
Rafi. Thank you so much. So uh, this is interesting. Nodirbek is just half a point behind Gukesh, and he has a good position out of the opening. Rookie one played here by Keymer. Also a decent move. The game is moving slowly right now, but can get very exciting because an existing imbalance. Black has the bishop pair, white does not have it. Like white has the knights. Amruta, let's go to the big encounter between Praggnanandhaa and Fabiano Caruana. Pragg is taking on world number 2 Fabi, and Pragg's opening choice has been very, very safe. He goes
Wait. Slow. C4.
e6, knight c3, d5, d4, knight f6, cd, ed, bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, ng2, rook e8, h3, knight bd7, queen c2, knight f8.
Second, I'm not able to see. I'll make the moves, but I have to also see, who has played it or not important.
Yes, but we will reach now the most important moment. Long castle. And now you can see Amruta, because this last move by Fabi is telling Pragg, hello Pragg, I am coming for the attack with g4, f4. Maybe f4 might be a bit too much. This is hanging, but g4, h4. He'll try to attack. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa can go with b5, a5, b4, a4 on the queen side. These are very nuanced decisions. They have to be done carefully, because the moment you push b5, your pawn on c6 becomes permanently weak. But this is something that Pragg has to now. And I think Fabi is just saying, like, hey, if I have an outside chance to win this tournament, it's with 3 wins. So I have to take risk. What do you have, Amruta, here?
Only 3 games as of now. That too, white has been around 24, one game 24-86, 2 games with 23-72. No, it's also the same. Yeah. So not much, because I'm just trying to see who deviated kind and where.
Okay, yeah, that would be nice to know. Tejas Mimani says, first super chat ever. Array, thank you, Tejas. Bye. You guys are amazing. Could not wait for the rest day to end so that I could join on the stream again. Kam Sagar, Fiery Amruta, Genius Harshit. Array, thank you, Tejas. That's so nice. And Vinay Mittal sends 10 Australian dollars. Best couple I have seen and best human beings. I wish you both come to Australia. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I have actually come to Australia, Sydney, Canberra, and in April there are some nice tournaments you should check out. My mama lives in Australia.
Oh, Amruta flexing her Australian visit there, because I was not there, guys, at that point. I was not, I was actually her boyfriend, but not her husband, so I couldn't go. I think, Amruta, you were selected in the Indian team at that point, right?
That time, the Indian team used to consist of, the top rankers of National A, which was known as the most prestigious, like toughest national you had to qualify
Yeah.
and all. And then you used to get around 3 to 4 international tournaments sponsored. So that was amazing. But of course, now things have changed, but it was really nice support.
Yeah, Amruta
Okay.
played a lot of events for the country here at different times. So clearly a very,
Let's
very,
go. Let's.
very, very famous personality here. We are very glad that she is here with us commentating and giving her time, because she was working on the book of Chespa Meets Guki. And guys, I'm very, very pleased to announce that we have had more than 150 pre-orders of that book in the last 2 days, since it has been launched on 28th of January, 3 days. So a big shout out to everyone who has placed the order. You will get the books very soon. Amruta has been working along with Ketki, Hafiz, myself, everyone, and it's been a very interesting journey.
And Abhida has made a nice poster. So
Oh, it's made already. Can you share?
No, I cannot. We have to choose.
Sid has sent 20 Australian. आज बहुत लोग ऑस्ट्रेलिया से देख रहे हैं. Dear Sagar Amruta, thanks for your efforts to promote chess. You are great ambassadors of India. Let me know if you have plans to come to Australia. I have a beach holiday property and would be glad to host you. Please come.
इतना अटेम्प्ट करोगे तो उधर एक ट्रेनिंग कैंप करना पड़ेगा ना.
Wow, Amruta, beach property. Very excited, guys. Very excited. Okay, Amruta, let's go.
Why can't you have a beach over there, no, Sagar?
Today is the first time I walked on the beach. Pata hai? Today I
And
have a very
people
good
in the
friend.
chat were saying that you have that's a very nice video which you put out of Wijk Aan Zee.
Yes, it's
Cool.
a good video. And also, guys, today I have a friend of mine who has traveled all the way from Eindhoven here. His name is Harman, and I met him in India when I went on the walk at River Narmada, and he was with me, and he has come here. So I think he might join us just to say hi. But Amruta, for now, the three important games we have Gukesh versus Wei Yi. By the way, Gukesh seems to have made his move rook e1. I was pretty sure he's going to play this and put pressure on e5. And guys, now the question on Wei Yi is whether he will play f6 and defend that pawn, whether he will play bishop g4. These are the questions that have to be answered here. And we will see what is the way in which Wei Yi answers.
Bishop G4 has
Yes.
been played in 24 games.
Oh, all
And
right.
also Bishop F6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. So bishop f6, f6, and bishop g4, correct?
Correct.
So these are the few games. Let's have a look at Arjun Erigaisi versus Jorden van Foreest. And you see, against Arjun, most of the players are getting like these very complex opening positions. A3, bishop c3, bc3. Arjun goes knight c6, f3, b6, e4, knight a5, c5. He takes the pawn. This is all his prep, it seems. Bishop b5, cd. Bishop takes, queen d7, knight e2, c5. Is this all Amruta prep?
I'm just have to catch up because
I went too fast. Yeah, sorry. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3.
yeah, I'm
bishop
here till
d4,
bishop c3, a3, bishop c3, bc3.
knight c6, f3.
Okay.
Shalin Saxena,
Bishop
thank
c3,
you.
bc3, knight c6, a3 के बाद
हाँ.
f3 के बाद. Okay, knight c6
Shalin
को cd5.
Saxena, thank you for your super chat.
You can show the game. I'll reach there. I have another window, so I'll put it. Don't worry.
No, that's fine. I can. Yes, Tanmay, we did listen to this podcast by Amit Verma. In fact, I even wrote back to him and he wrote to me, and it was very kind of him. He has done this podcast where he talks about lessons from Indian chess. So, very nice podcast there. Queen c4. And by the way, guys, today there will be a giveaway of this board. We already recorded a video along with Tata Steel Chess. So it will come out on their Instagram, where we will do a collab and you will be able to take part in it. So looking forward to that. CD, knight d4. And Amruta, this is the position now. Jorden van Foreest is a pawn down. But in return, he has these amazing pieces. Bishop can come here, castles, rook d1, rook c1, putting pressure on the c file, putting pressure on the d file. It will be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I put the moves. But c5, which was played on move number 8, already bishop d3 was the main move over there. Bishop g5 also. So c5 is a little bit. Firuza has played with Wesley though, very like just 6 months ago. Sasikiran has also played this with the white pieces, and white has had a good result in this actually. Okay, that's the update.
And Arjun was not surprised, huh, Amruta? He played all the moves very quickly. So it feels
Acha,
like
bishop
Arjun.
c6, d6 was.
Yeah, all. If
Oh,
c5 pay, it took 10 minutes here. Pawn push. And I think
got
Arjun was
it.
like, if you take, I'll take back with the knight. I will still be pawn up. So his opponent decided to keep the queens and now take. So we have
Yeah,
a nice position here.
new territory, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. So bishop. Oh, he plays bishop a6. Wow, I did
So
not see
white
that
cannot
coming.
short castle. Actually, what about a white king? What is the
Amruta, but right
plan
now the
there?
queen is attacked.
I know, but at the end of it, you have also attacked the king in some way, indirectly.
Yes. And Amruta, we have a very special guest joining us here. He
Yes.
is, his name is Mikil Abel. Hello,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mikil.
Hi
He had
Saga,
come
how are
there.
you?
I am well, Mikil. Great to have you on the show. And also, Mikil is a strong player and also an author of a very famous book, guys. Anyone can tell which book has he written? Oh, Pat Porter says
Wow,
Anand Files.
some people are really quick, huh?
Yeah, trigonometry says Anand Files. They know, I
Correct.
think so many people have read it. And it's so nice to have you here. Mikil, you have been following the round very closely. Today we had some technical issues, so we started a bit late because my computer was restarting. How are the games going? This one looks crazy already. It seems like we might be heading towards a kind of equal game.
Yeah, I'm always scared when your opponent keeps blitzing out moves, and it feels to me like Jordan is still in his prep, and I'm not sure Arjun still is. He probably should, but I don't know. I would be nervous if I were Arjun.
Yeah, 141 for Jorden, Amruta, and only 1 hour 10 minutes for Arjun. Now, choice is between blocking with your queen or the knight.
Very rarely we see such a time difference when Arjun is playing, that too in the opening.
Yeah, actually, Arjun is the one generally who has the time lead. He is
Yeah.
the one well prepared. So today he's been out prepared.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, Jordan has a reputation as a fantastic preparer. He was part of Team Magnus. I think after that, he also reached his peak rating and he won Tata here, best achievement of his career. So I think after that, he got a bit in a slump. He also moved now to Spain about a year ago.
Oh, he lives in Spain now.
And he lives now in Spain, which is much warmer than the north of the Netherlands. I mean, everyone, Sagar is having it quite cold here in Wijk Aan Zee.
For sure.
And where Jordan was living is even a little bit colder, even more up
Which
north.
place is he from?
The city of Groningen, where we've
Oh,
had
Groningen.
also some famous tournaments. So I think Jordan made a very wise decision to move to Spain.
Really?
And yeah, and he has an apartment, I think close to Sevilla or something. And it's nice and warm there. And he's going back next week. And I think he's working hard on his chess to repair a little bit to come back after the slump. So he's known as a great preparer still. And I think that's what we're seeing today. And I'm always a bit a fan of Arjun. I think Arjun is such a great personality, such a lovely person. So I follow his games with great interest. So today I actually feel quite nervous.
Interesting. And also, let's see what happens because if he blocks with the knight, oh, he blocks it. And now I'm expecting Jordan to blitz out the move bishop g5 check, just clearing the d1 square for the rook. And this might be a huge theory that is
Maybe a perpetual, yeah.
Amruta says
Absolutely.
perpetual.
Isn't
How
coming.
exactly, Amruta? Can you tell us how it
No,
would
no.
how would the perpetual come?
I didn't calculate. It is a feeling.
It's okay. It's a feeling, but here feelings won't work. I guess it's all about very concrete things happening.
So the first line I'm looking at is bishop g5, check,
Yes.
then f6, rook d1,
Yes.
and then rook hc8. That's what I'm looking at. But
That's amazing.
maybe the engine says that this is nonsense and that white is winning.
No, you are absolutely accurate. The engine says it's the best continuation.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So now I need to go, huh?
Maybe you have to start preparing for your next tournament now. You found that I think Arjun might also be thinking in this direction, because if you move your queen here, then already queen d6 followed by an attack here is very, very powerful. So rook c8 makes a lot of sense, and then I guess white comes back to g3.
Does everybody understand what happens after queen takes c8?
That's a great question. Let's ask our viewers. Good one. Black to play. What do you do here? A great question by Mikhil here. We also have something called as the chat chess moves, where when people vote, their answer comes up.
Very cool.
Let's see if and wow, guys, you are doing amazingly well. And I think, Mikhil, we have close to 50 people saying queen takes d1.
I'm very happy that we're not awarding them with a prize.
Yeah, then they would have won so many of them. Sagar, Unknown Guy, Joka, Trigonometry, Kamna, Rudra. Well done, guys. Fantastic. And Mikhil, if you have such questions for our chat, please do ask them. Queen takes d1, king takes, and rook c8 with an equal position here. Wow, that was cool. And by the way, we have reached here. This has happened. Will Arjun play your move, rook at c8?
I hope so.
The only
But
move, no?
maybe,
You don't
I
have
mean,
anything.
he's such a strong player. Maybe there are other good options in the position. I don't know.
Amruta, what about rook a c8? Isn't that also possible? Maybe. But rook at c8 just feels right.
It feels right,
Correct.
like because also your king can then potentially move to f8 if you need to.
Right. Okay, so now with Arjun, I think he's almost ready to make his move. You can see there, he just feels it at this point. But you followed so many tournaments. What is your feeling like? What is the reason why Arjun is playing so not so well here?
I think he was extremely unlucky at the start of the tournament, and then he fell ill, and I think that's probably one of the worst things that can happen to you. At the top level, chess to a large extent is also a psychological game, and how you're feeling psychologically, whether you're mentally in great shape. And I think Arjun, after the previous one here 2 years ago, where he didn't win a single game and he was fighting a lot, he came here with high hopes. And then if you're off to such an unlucky start and you start having a big fever, then there's no way you get to see the real Arjun. And what I'm hoping for is that we still get to see him either today or tomorrow.
And he can play a huge role in this tournament, because tomorrow he faces Nodirbek and day after Gukesh.
Yes.
So he's like no chance for him to even gain points or anything. He's lost like 30 elo points already, but he can determine who becomes the champion here.
Yeah, and also I think in the middle of the tournament, his opponents went for Arjun thinking we have a good chance to get a full point. My prediction is that Nodirbek and Gukesh are not thinking like that. They will perceive Arjun, who has recovered, he's no longer ill, as a true 2800 player, and they will think this will be a very tough pairing.
Right. And if Arjun manages to sort of do well today, he'll be in good mood for his next game. And there you see him getting his rook to c8. Rook hc8 is on the board. Yes. Well done, Mikhil. You are guessing all the moves here. And I believe Jorden will go back. Queen g3 now.
By the way, you're talking about then Arjun will be feeling good. if he wins today.
Yes.
I agree, but I have high hopes that he's already feeling good because 2 days ago, just before the rest day, after he made a quick draw, Arjun, it was the first time since he arrived here in Wijk Aan Zee that he came into the press room and I saw him smiling.
Oh,
So a smiling Arjun for me is a good sign.
nice, nice. Yeah. Did you speak to him?
A little bit, but
Yeah.
he's here together with his mom, and they usually leave quickly. They want to have dinner, and the games also end here quite late. So yeah,
Right.
but we
Okay.
did shake hands, and after he was better.
That's so nice to know. And maybe, Mikil, what other, who other players have you been able to meet here, and what's your general feeling?
I think I met pretty much all of them in the A group, and some of the people in the challenges. It was very nice to meet Gukesh again. Such a gentleman and very friendly, and he immediately on the first day came to me. And it's always nice to see him, and I had not seen him for 2 years, so it was very special.
Wow.
Anish is always a very happy character, and very happy to see Anish. And he came over to my laptop a few times after the game because Anish always wants to know what the engine says immediately after the game. I mean, all the study books, and this is important for everyone who's listening and watching, say after the game you should first analyze yourself and write down what you thought and move the pieces, and maybe after a week look at the engine. And with Anish, I think a week translates into 10 seconds or something.
I think Anish, if you tell him this, he will nod his head and he'll be like, please give me the computer. I want to see.
Yes, yes.
Amruta, what do you have to say about this thing? Like players, should they look at the engine immediately after the
This
game?
is actually the old school thing. Like I have also always suggested to my students also, the most important thing I have done it myself, to go back home to note your, not just your moves but your thoughts, why you took certain decisions, so that you can understand your own psychology when you're trying to break it down. And if you keep doing that every single round, then I think you learn a lot about yourself. So for sure, I mean, I think that is going to be very, very helpful. You have to make yourself think.
So Amruta is of the opinion that this is very good for, like, it's an old school way of thinking, but it's very good for people who are still improving. Maybe for the world class players, it may not be that important.
Can we make a poll?
Oh, poll. That's a good
or is
one.
that too difficult?
No, that's a good question.
But
I like to
our
interact
players
with
are also
everyone
very
who's
hobby
watching.
players,
So
many
I'm
of
always
them.
thinking,
Okay, guys, here's the poll for
They
you.
want-
We can use the chat chess moves for it. If you think that immediately after the game you shouldn't see the engine and analyze on your own, please write E4. But if you think that you feel you should see the engine immediately, please write D4. So E4 and D4. E4 is for those who are non-engine guys, and D4 is for those immediately they want to see the engine. Let's see.
इस सबको तो immediately देखना है ना, like it is,
Oh no,
because I'm talking
Amruta.
about.
E4
Nahi?
is winning by a huge way.
yes,
Oh my God! Wow, that's amazing.
That's-
Chat is.
everyone's
I
immediately
feel
looking at the
proud
engine.
of the
Everyone's
chat.
following Anish's example. We know he's a role model, right?
Yeah. No, E4, did I say like immediate engine, or
Yeah.
E4 was long term?
No, E4 is long term.
Yeah.
E4 is long term,
Yes.
and that's what I do.
So people are saying E4.
Yeah, so they're not following. Sorry, they're not following Anish.
Yeah.
yeah.
So they are actually.
No, Anish is
I think it's the wise
extraordinary.
decision,
Firstly,
but, I can understand that it's difficult sometimes.
But I think young Anish must have done it for many years.
Maybe we missed a chance, and we should have put in a third option, one C4. Look at the engine during the game.
No. Okay, Queen G3 played by Jorden. Queen B6, the only move found by Arjun, because if you had gone for a check, it would have backfired very brutally after Bishop D2 attacking the queen and the G7 pawn. So that's the reason why he goes Queen B6. Bishop f4. He's looking now at the g7 pawn. Also some checks here in the air. And let's see. Arjun under pressure. Position shows equal, but I think it's not so simple.
For example, I would not dare to play g5. That looks really bad to me.
Yes, I think he would just sack here, yeah?
Yes.
And then the king is exposed, and that looks dangerous.
Is it still 0-0-0?
Yes, it's still equal, but
No, after g5 also?
yes.
Wow. You wouldn't... well, maybe it's the move.
Maybe g5 is the move, maybe g6 is possible.
Yeah, I would always cautiously play g6. That was the first move that came to my mind.
But look at this move. King f8.
And after
And
rook takes d7, is
You
there a
give
perpetual
up the
check?
knight to give check here with the king, with the queen.
Bishop d2, rook c1.
Yes, bishop d2, rook c1. The line continues. King e2. Because the queen is hanging. Queen b5 check. King e3 because now there's a mate here. Queen b3 check. King e2. And finally it's a perpetual.
Didn't Amruta predict that?
Yes, Amruta was always ahead of her time.
The better half. Huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
she sees the future
Yeah.
very quickly.
Yeah.
And so this is Arjun game, guys. Lot happening here. Let's get Mikhil's thoughts on the big game today. Wei Yi versus Gukesh. And we already have some very sharp stuff happening here. Wei Yi is drinking something all the time. He has this kind of glass with some milk or
Okay.
something.
Or
in
maybe
it.
tea, I don't know.
Yeah, feels like something more dense than a tea.
Okay.
But we saw rook e1, Amruta, and instead of playing bishop g4 here, he went f6.
Yeah, and normally d4 is the classic reply to such a move, but was there anything else as well?
Yeah, there was d4, but d4 has been played here.
I think such an idea was mentioned in this move by book Nitirlis. You know, he had written about e4, e5. The book,
Ah,
very good book.
Nicholas
Absolutely
Nitrilis
nice.
in his book
Yeah.
has mentioned something on these lines. But now it's gotten very sharp. In fact, Gukesh must be feeling very good about this position. What are your thoughts, Mikhil?
I think it's very early days in this game. Normally, Wei Yi is extremely well prepared.
He also takes a lot of time in the opening.
Yeah, so that is surprising that he takes a lot of time already. So he's probably been out prepared. Maybe somewhere, I'm not familiar exactly with this theory in this line, but it feels like Gukesh came up with something behind the board. It doesn't feel like he's also in his prep. The move f6 feels like the move you don't want to make. It's weakening all these light squares. It's so scary. So you make that move only if you really don't have any other move. And I think, Wei Yi is of course a very tough opponent for Gukesh. I remember the game in the Olympiad where I think Gukesh won in the final moments in the increment.
Yes.
An incredible endgame.
That is one of the greatest endgames I have seen.
Yeah, and he played this king move. I think it was king e2 with seconds on the clock, and it's almost like a study. But it also shows, it gives an indication for me how hard it is to beat Wei Yi.
Right.
So no one should ever think that Wei Yi is a walkover. This tournament he's been very solid. Maybe
1 win and 9 draws.
Yeah, and maybe a bit too solid. Sometimes we thought he could be a bit more ambitious. Like in his previous game against Jorden, it felt like he gave up too early to try anything. And you don't gain a lot of fans with that. But Wei Yi, of course, he was known to be a prodigy and a very strong player. And let's see what he's doing today. I mean, also this move, bishop g4.
He pins the knight.
Yeah, it feels to me like this cannot be okay. If I play a blitz game, I play c3 here.
Just c3.
Yeah, and queen b3. I want to do light squares.
Nice.
But
By the way,
I-
people in the chat asking like, how strong are you, Mikhil? Because they are like surprised with your strength.
That's the wrong image. I'm not that strong.
But still.
I used to have 2393, so close to 2400. But that is many years ago. And then when I started writing the Anand files, I gave up more or less competitive play. And then 2 years ago, I wanted to come back and started playing a little bit again. And I think my level was around 2300, 2320. But then a family member got really ill, my dad, and I wanted to take care of him. So that's why I haven't played any more. But hopefully later this year I make my comeback. Because I think the combination of playing yourself and then also visiting these tournaments and analyzing that combination, that's just perfect. If I only analyze and watch but don't play myself, it feels like I'm missing something.
Wow.
It's and there's so much great content nowadays that I love watching the YouTube channels. I love watching your broadcast, Sagar. It's fantastic at home, but then I always have the urge also to play myself.
Right, right. By the way, I want to tell all the viewers that Mikil is analyzing games for the website called The Week in Chess. It is one of those OG websites of chess, which is, I think, functioning since 20 years or more.
Maybe more.
Maybe
more than 25.
Maybe 25 years and more. The person behind it is Mark Crother. So if you haven't checked The Week in Chess, please check it out. So many amazing resources on the website, and you can actually download the PGN files. You can go through the reports, and Mikil himself does the pictures, write-ups and everything there. So it will be a huge resource.
Yeah,
And I mean, it
everything
has
is
been
for
so
free.
useful even
So I
when
think
we
that's
were,
really nice.
Yes, Amruta.
yeah, even in our younger days, like that is the website you go to, you download. Like it was one of the very early ancient chess
Amruta
website,
says
we
when
can
she was
say.
young, she used to use it a lot.
Yeah, you can download the games for free there,
Yeah.
which people do to have their own database if you want to prepare for your
Yeah.
opponents. And in this case, I usually have the players of the A group coming to my laptop after the game, and they insert the lines they saw during the game.
Wow.
And those lines get published on the website, and you can download that for free.
Oh, so that's actually analysis of the best players in the world that is there on that website. That's fantastic.
All
to
top
know.
players used to use it, Sagar, and earlier mega database would not have an automatic update also. So you download Week in Chess
Even
and you
now-
put that in mega.
Even now, I know that there are players who have the Week in Chess update for themselves.
Yeah.
Like they keep
Yeah.
on updating it
No,
every
top
week.
players. Yeah.
With those games. So clearly, guys, do check it out, and it's a completely free website. And if you want to sort of use the resources, there's an ability to, I think, donate there. So please do check that. And Mikil, if you can just continue, I will be back in a minute. You can wear this, Amruta, and listen to her.
Now I'm becoming a real
Yes,
professional.
hi.
Amruta.
Everyone is loving your vibe in the chat, so they're enjoying having you over here. And yeah, Bishop G4 was played by Wei Yi. What do you have to say about it? I mean, you may be able to make the moves, no, over there. So
No,
that's good.
when I see these type of positions, I feel even more than normally like an amateur. I mean, it's such a sharp position, and as an amateur, I would never play f6. I would never play bishop g4. This feels like very high risk, and I would immediately try to take advantage of it by playing something like c3 and queen b3, threatening to win a piece. So probably c3, king h8 feels forced.
If you could show the moves to our chat or arrows over there, that would
Let
be,
me see.
yeah.
c3, and I'm thinking because of this threat, I was
Yeah.
trying to draw a line, but it's not working.
Yeah, you can do the right click and then
Right
you
click.
can drag it. Right
There.
click and yeah.
So that's the threat. So I think black needs to play king h8 here. And I don't know, you could still try
And still queen b3, yeah?
queen b3 and then potentially also try to win something. There's also
But I think Black Knight would jump to f4 or something. Like, is there anything there or something sacrificing or does it work?
yeah, maybe. It's just
Because after queen b3, the computer does like it for black.
yeah.
But anyway, f6 was played, d4. Why do you say that bishop g4 is something which you do not like much?
Because first of all, the piece is not protected, and there's been an old tactical book, I think again 30 years old, by John Nunn, And besides lots of nice tactical puzzles, he came up with a rule. He says, loose pieces,
Loose
drop off.
pieces.
And I think it's
Oh, John Nan. Oh, that's
Yes.
what Sagar keeps using. Didn't know the source. Cool.
Yeah, and the bishop on g4 is a loose piece, so it means that you're taking a risk as black because potentially the piece could drop off. So that's one reason. The other reason is I feel the weakness on the light squares with that king on g8 and the knight on d5. So I first want to try to do something about that. Maybe immediately play king h8 or something, or play bishop e6. But bishop e6 doesn't feel right with that rook on e1. But bishop on g4, that feels like I'm ignoring all my problems with black and I'm just counter-attacking. So I think Saga said this already. This is probably the fight of the day, and it's already very sharp right from the beginning.
Yeah. But I mean, you do sense it that with the black pieces, you're not the most happy person to get into such a position. So what Gukesh has managed to do, because he played this moon knight BD2, a little bit, offbeat over there,
Yeah.
has surprised Wei Yi, and we are over here. By the way, Pat in the chat says, Michael, I'm a big fan of your Leningrad Dutch course. So thank you for that.
That's a course I produced for Chessable, and I was completely new to Chessable when I recorded this course, and they told me that I had to develop an opening repertoire on any opening I liked, and I've played the Leningrad myself for many years, and the reason is because after 1d4 f5, I as black decide how the game will go, so I immediately put my stamp on it, and I don't give white too many options, and I like that.
Wow.
And also, the idea in the Leningrad is usually very simple. You put your bishop on g7, you castle short, and then you try to push e5. A very simple plan, and that's for me easy to remember. As an amateur player, I like those strategic plans. I can never play, say, the Najdorf, where I need to know 500 trainable lines. Impossible for me. But
then even if you talk about, let's say, an amateur player has to play Najdorf, he cannot remember, but his opponent also cannot remember.
Yeah, but then it's the same as going to casino. Yeah. I mean,
so what rating would you recommend this Leningrad Dutch opening?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like an accelerated King's Indian. I play the King's Indian, but my pawn is already on f5. In the King's Indian, I first need to play knight from f6 back to e8, f5, and then knight f6. I lose 2 tempi. So it's an accelerated King's Indian. Now, of course, the Leningrad also has some disadvantages, but it's an opening where I have a true passion for. And then I developed the whole repertoire. This took me, I think, 10 months or something for Chessable. And then they say, now also you need to record a video. And I started recording and recording and recording. And then when I was done, it turned out that I had the longest Chessable video ever. It's 64 hours.
Oh my God, and it is about what?
All about the Leningrad. All about the Leningrad.
Really?
Yes.
I would say that maybe now, like you might be because of playing it so much, because of studying it so much, your rating when it comes to Leningrad Dutch would be 2700.
Thank you for the compliment, but after the opening, there's a middle game and an end game, and I
but opening, we talk about opening. Yeah, you may be able to, play that opening. You should try to play that with the top players and see what position you're getting it.
Well, I can feel already that if I show this to Anish, he's gonna start laughing. And by the way, Anish used to play the Leningrad himself. I was very surprised when I found that in the database, but he did. There's a very famous game where he won with the Leningrad in classical chess against Boris Gelfand.
Wow. Where was it, you said? Which tournament?
I think, but I'm not sure, in China, in Beijing, but it's a long time ago.
Wow.
Anyway,
Amazing.
are there any more game developments?
Yeah, you could shift over there. Maybe there are more. No, maybe you can just see the game. Can we go to Pragg's game? Praggnanandhaa
That's
and
this
Arjun
position,
also.
right?
Oh, yes, it's a war. Maybe just 2-3 moves behind because we were not able to catch up
It's
with the moves.
opposite
last few
castling.
moves.
I think Sagar is doing something.
Which game are you seeing?
Pragg.
Pragg.
Oh, and we do have some super chats. Tathagata says, Way drinking Sagar's Choco Milk. It's on stream. Yes, Choco Milk has become very famous, seriously, over here.
Yeah, but do you guys know out of Chocomil why it became so famous?
I think because, I mean, I don't know exactly, but I know that Vishy liked it a lot, but I don't know more details. You could please share.
I quickly explain the background of Chocomilk, and then Saga wants to take over again. But many years ago, I need to look up when exactly. I think around '96. Vishy Anand was playing here in Tata, and Aruna was sitting in the back reading a book. And back then, we had a fridge in the press room, and after the game, Vishy went there and he took his first Chocomilk ever.
Oh.
And I think there's something in this drink that makes you addicted, because he started smiling, and immediately after that, that was his drink. And I know for a fact that 2 years later or so, he did a training camp in the south of the Netherlands to prepare for one of his World Championship tournaments. And he got a whole case of Chocomel delivered there.
Oh.
So Fishy really started with drinking Chocomel that I remember. Yeah.
So
That's
cool.
amazing.
What a story.
Amazing.
Yeah. Hey, I need to give Sagar the...
Yes. 1 minute. I will, Mikhail, if you can join us in couple of minutes. I want to introduce one guest.
I come back in 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, it was an amazing story by
Yeah.
Mikhail.
He's
Here.
so good at analysis and talking, and oh my god, really
Yeah.
enjoyed.
Fantastic guy, and I'm so happy that he's going to join us back in a few minutes. But I have a friend here who has come all the way, traveling from the town of Eindhoven. We have Harman here. Hello, Harman.
Hey,
And
see you.
Amruta is
cool.
here.
Amruta.
Yeah, maybe
Oh.
we
You
should
can
give
hear
him the-
her.
Hey,
Hi,
Amruta.
Harman. So
Hi.
good to see you here.
Yes, so good to see and hear you. This is special. My head is a bit smaller.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
How are you? Enjoying
I'm
yourself?
wonderful. Yes, absolutely wonderful, and very happy that Sagar is there in Netherlands and
Yeah.
he's meeting you right now. We never thought of this, but it's happening.
And you know what? He gave me a tour through Wijk Aan Zee because I've been here once maybe in my life, but Saga said, I'm going to show you around. And he did a great job. He introduced me to all the cafes and everyone is playing chess. It's really fantastic. I've never seen this before in my life.
I have to tell the viewers that, last year at this same point on 20th of January 2024, Harman and I were together, not just on that day, but even 10 days before that. And I had actually gone for a walk on river Narmada, and Harman had come all the way from Netherlands there, and we had such an amazing time over there. And after that, this is the first time we are meeting now in Netherlands.
Yeah.
So it's really amazing to have you here, Harman. And really, you don't follow so much of chess, but today you were like completely into it. You got to see everything up close. How was your feeling inside the playing hall?
Yeah, it was amazing for me because as a young boy, I started to follow chess a bit because we had Jan Timman. And so in the sports studio where everything is about football, there was always the chess, the Hoogovens chess. So as a boy, I got to know this. I started playing chess also in school, and I did some, how do you say, some exams in chess myself. So I got introduced in chess, so it's always been around. So every year when this tournament is there, I do follow it. And not day by day, but we do know who won it, or whether the Dutch competed well or the Indians competed well. So all the names are, for me at least, they're very vivid. Also, your great hero Ananda, too, of course. So, and now this is the very first time that I'm here.
Nice.
And you showed me around again. So I got my Saga card. my VIP card. So I got to see behind the scenes, and it's so strange because it's been here forever, 87 times. It's so reachable. I booked a ticket online. It was for free.
Right.
So, and I've never been there. And I just shared this experience also with my father and my brothers because we used to watch this together also. And like it's the first time. I'm almost 50 years old and I'm here for the first time. So I'm really, you showed me around where the masters are playing. I'm watching them and I'm like, why didn't I go before? Because I really love it. It's very special. And then I was ordering a drink and some food at the bar, and this guy is there, and he said, "Are you playing as well?" No. Are you playing? Yes, I'm here also. Are you challenging? No, no, no. No. I'm group 5, and there is this huge room, and with all these other players, it's fantastic. I really didn't know how big this happening was. So you
Amazing.
hear my excitement because I don't know. This is like a new world in my own country. I'm really excited.
So actually, Harman, you would definitely say to all the fans out there, maybe who live in Netherlands,
Yeah.
to come here to just experience this.
Absolutely. And especially on a beautiful day like this.
Yes, today it was so nice. It was so wonderful. And Amruta, this is the first time I went to the beach also to walk in all
It's
these
not
10
cold
days.
today?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
the
not
first
cold
time.
today?
No, she asked, it's not cold today. No, it's
No,
sunny.
it's not.
It's dry and it's sunny, so it's really amazing.
Yeah.
Now I feel the buzz of the village. I feel the buzz of chess, and I'm super excited to see you here with your setup, and also see you again.
Yes,
Amruta, it's
absolutely. And it was
amazing.
wonderful to know your perspective, like how you felt,
Yeah,
all your thoughts which you shared.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's amazing. It's really a vibe. Yeah.
Well, Harman, thank you so much for
Thank you for
coming
having
here,
me.
and it'll be fantastic to see you again very soon. Thank you for joining us,
Yes, and when you're back in the Netherlands, you should join.
for sure.
And there's one little detail about the walk that we did, remember? But Sagar cannot do without chess, we thought. So we had one other man on the trip who started to make a little chessboard. So
Eduardo.
every night there was a chess game going on next to River Narmada, so that at least Sagar could have his dose of chess every day. So it was very special.
Yeah, it was amazing. And Harman, you came here, and it was great to sort of spend time with you.
Absolutely.
And thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Thank you for visiting our country.
My pleasure. And Amruta, I will just be back in a minute.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day. And yes, guys, that was also very, very cool and interesting. We are having, I think this is one of the big advantage of Sagar being there at the venue, where you can meet so many people, you can hear their thoughts, different perspectives. And now, back to this game, Long Castle. It's going to be a bloodbath. Pragg has gone a5. Engine says that it's initiative for white. But what are your thoughts, guys? What do you think of this position? Think very, very objectively. Don't just think about, oh, black is Pragg, so, black is better, or you like it for black. Think very objectively. Caruana, who is very, very solid in his opening preparation. And also the bar says that he has initiative. Definitely is going to be well prepared. Has more time than Pragg. Feels also comfortable. If you look at him, his body language, he does feel very comfortable about his position. क्या लग रहा है? Vishal says black looks faster to my eye. Absolutely agree. I smell bloodbath incoming. That's what Levin says. Sakar says black is ready for attack, but not white. When you look at the position, yes, it does feel like Pragg has started a5, b5. The pawns are rolling on the queen's side. If you observe, he doesn't have... The knights are on the king side. Yeah, they cannot immediately just jump into the queen side to start with the attack. But white also has g4, h4, and then he has these threats with, he moves the bishop either back or he takes on f6. Depending on the situation, e4 breaks. You have to be a little bit careful about the knight on e2 is going to jump in. Sagar, welcome back. It was amazing to have
Yeah.
Herman. It was amazing to have Michael. Maza aaya.
Mikhail is going to join us again at some point. But Amruta, look at Pragg. He's going all out against Caruana's king. But Fabi has a very strong move now here as white. If he's
Let's
slow
think.
to go
Let's
g4,
think.
then maybe the attack is faster.
A4 and then b4. Because if you first go b4, then I believe the knight blocks on a4 and stops this attack. So one piece is able to stop the attack here, and rest of them are just gonna focus on the right thing.
Yes, but also Amruta, the thing is, if you go a4, then you're still not going b4 because next move I can take it. So you have to go queen a5 and then b4. But if you go queen
Oh.
a5, there is bishop takes f6. So it's
So is
not
there a
so
better
easy.
move than a4? Like the attack, that's why the pawns cannot just be pushed. Yeah, the a5, b5 visually, as everyone in the chat was saying, that it does look black is attacking faster. But
Here
no,
there is a
यहाँ पे तो एक
very
halt
powerful
है.
move that white has, which is a5, e4.
Yeah, e4.
And
Wow, he gets
after
right away.
just d takes e4, knight takes, there is problems because there is a pin here, the bishop is attacked and the c6 pawn is also hanging. So all
Oh,
of this,
don't tell me you were really looking at c6 pawn.
yes, it is fine because the king is already on b1.
Matlab, you can look at it, but you really don't want to capture it, right?
No, for example, if you go bishop e7, I might as well like take, and then take here. Why not? I attack this rook, I take this and trade queens. I mean, pawn up is pawn up, Amruta.
Okay.
So in a way, Pragg could get into serious trouble after e4. He will then
No.
have to-
One second. I want to tell you, this is not serious trouble, Sagar. This is what computer says that white has initiative. But obviously, when Pragg is going to go for such a move, he's going to think about e4, right? You cannot miss e4 because it's a typical idea.
No, I mean, Pragg could have also gone back and then played this. But because he did here e4, now if b4, there is e5. This is also a very interesting line. Like it could become very crazy. My feeling is, Amruta, this is going to be very tough. And you are today sleepy like me. Nice.
No, I'm not sleepy at all.
Nice,
I'm not
Amruta.
sleepy.
Liking it.
Dude, I'm not sleepy at all. I'm so fresh.
Come on.
What? You
Okay.
sleepy? Are you sleepy?
No, I'm fine. So guys, right now,
आज तुम देख ही लेना सागर, ऐसा एनर्जी है ना, तुम्हारे थोड़े बाल ब्लू होंगे, थोड़े लाल होंगे, थोड़े हरे होंगे.
okay guys, I will be quiet now. I won't fight with Amruta or anything. Amruta, now I need to take you to the game of Domaraju Gukesh, the
Oh,
world
I thought you need
champion.
to take me to Australia because Sid has super chatted. And you know what he says?
Yeah.
He says it's a 2 BHK cabin with all amenities. I'll leave a car for you guys. You will practically have your own Mornington Peninsula. Really wonderful and quiet. We'll send you Gujju food, dhokla, sweet, dal, and etc. क्या मतलब
Okay, Amruta,
ढोकला
please,
भी है, sweet
you know,
dal भी
remember
है. I
in
mean,
March we were thinking of taking some time off and going to Pondicherry or some place, maybe Australia.
visa, Sagar, visa. But thank you so much, Sid, for the super chat and for such a, open invitation. Very, very kind of you.
Karan Uppal says, Sagar, I'll be visiting Wijk Aan Zee on Sunday. Can I meet you there? I send you. Yes, I will meet everyone who's here. The only thing that you have to remember is if you come here, I would be commentating. And so after the game, if you are able to wait, then I can spend time with you guys. I can meet you. I really enjoy meeting people. I enjoy hearing your stories. So in fact, sometimes some people come and say, I want to talk to you, and they feel a bit awkward, but I really enjoy knowing more about you guys. So please do come and meet.
Monster says, can you both fight for us? Monster का नाम तो perfect है, Monster. And we'll do it on the personal channel, definitely one live stream, how we fight.
By the way, Harikrishna playing with the black pieces against Alexei Sarana. It's a very, very sort of, how do you say? Equalish position, very symmetrical position, but black's somehow is a little bit better coordinated with the rook opposite the queen and so on. So I like black's chances here.
Can we quickly have a look at Fabi, because he did not play e4, Sagar.
Oh,
and
did
he
not.
went for f3, which means e4 was not an easy decision. And f3 looks so natural. You're controlling e4. You're also keeping g4 ideas in hand. But the e3 pawn for now, which is weakened, at some point it has to get
Can
to
I go
e4.
h6 now? Oh, I think
Wait,
Fabi has like the idea of taking the
Wait,
knight.
don't tell, Sagar. Don't tell, please.
And now white to play, guys. Okay, I asked a question.
But it is e4 only, no? What else? If I'm wrong, then... इतना खराब मुंह मत बना. Because you should not look, when you ask a good question, I say, Sagar, amazing question. But if you don't ask a good question, do you think I'm just going to say, Sagar, amazing question? I have to be objective and truthful. That's why you trust me. Speechless.
I
No,
trust you,
come.
Amruta. I trust you. And e4 is what we have. Ramesh Rongali has said it. And e4 is the move. And now e5 is threatened. You have to go back. Then comes e5. Then the bishop goes back. Then goes g4, f4, f5. And white's phalanx of pawns is just moving forward. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa comes back, breaks the pin here, which is the best move in the position, Amruta. But now comes the important question. What if e4? And
एक minute. सोचने दो ना, सोचने दो.
Here is the
दिमाग
moment
दिया
where
ही
you
क्यों है?
guys have to come up with the move. Now this one is a tactic. Black to play. What do you do here? What is the move?
Sagar has suggested tactic. By the way, Sagar, when you were not here and Michael Abel, can you tell me how to pronounce his name once?
Mikil. Just remember
Nikhil?
Nikhil.
No, next one.
Just-
Next one.
Abel.
Abel. I like Abel more. So yeah. So
No,
Abel
You
mentioned.
can just remember Nikhil and just make it M. Mikil.
Okay. Nikhil ने बोला कि निखिल ही हो जाएगा वो, ठीक है. But Nikhil mentioned about LPDO and it's from Tactics. Actually, the John Nunn's book.
Remember, I had
didn't know
also
that.
said John Nunn was the one where I read it.
Oh, I hadn't
Yes.
heard that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And by the way, guys, you are tremendous. Knight takes e4. Great move, because if you take back, you lose the bishop. With
Disco.
knight also, you lose the bishop here. Knight takes, queen takes. But if he takes on e7, I go intermezzo check. Knight takes or queen takes. Let's say queen takes. And I go rook e7. And yes, you can get back your pawn on c6. But at this point, black is the one who's better now, because you lost a very important central pawn.
So it's not all the times that the c6 pawn, if you capture, it's going to be good for white. It will all depend on the situation.
Yes. So this is the position. Now, Amruta, I want to give a very quick overview to people. Can I do it?
Absolutely.
So first game, and you please join me in this. Arjun Erigaisi versus Jorden van Foreest, ending in a draw very shortly, guys. And I think Arjun can be proud of himself here for having navigated Jordan's preparation with white. Then we go to Harikrishna versus Alexei Sarana. We just saw it. We think Harikrishna is slightly better in this position with black and will be pressing a bit. But of course, the position is closer to equality. Fabiano Caruana versus Praggnanandhaa, a big fight awaits us. Only one pair of pawns have been traded. Then we have Gukesh versus Wei Yi, and here bishop g4 has made Gukesh think for a massive 31 minutes. He's already been thinking for 31 minutes. And then we have Vincent Keymer here, who is taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It seems that the position is roundabout even right now. Black's position is very solid, although white has gained space on the queen side here. I'm just giving a roundup to the people. Leon Mendonca versus Vladimir Fedoseev. It looks around also very interesting position, somewhere around equal. But the time situation, Leon is 12 minutes behind. Anish Giri versus Max Warmerdam here. Anish has just snatched the pawn in the center of the board, and Warmerdam has to be very careful here. I believe Anish may be the one for choice in this game. And in the challenger section, we have Divya Deshmukh taking on Irina Bulmaga, who's currently, Irina is in the last position. So if Divya can manage to today win her game, it would be really helpful. We have a result that has come in, by the way, guys. Arjun Erigaisi and Jorden van Foreest have just drawn their games right now. So a big result there for Arjun, a good result there for him. And moving back to the game of Divya Deshmukh versus Irina Bulmaga, it looks around even. Divya seems to be doing pretty well with the black pieces. We will go deeper into these positions later. And then we have Vaishali versus Aydin Suleimanli. And in this position also, it seems like a very interesting structure in the Sicilian. So these are all the updates that we have. Mikhil, which game should we go to?
Oh, very difficult. Have we looked already at the Pragg game?
Yes, we were analyzing the Pragg game. Right now, he's just gone back with his bishop to e7.
Okay. But this wasn't Queen's Gambit declined, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What I understand is that from a theoretical point of view, I discussed this a year ago with Erwin Lamy, that the Queen's Gambit declined is theoretically completely okay for black. And there are multiple ways for black to equalize. And in the old days, actually the system white is playing here with queenside castling and f3, that was the way to get an advantage. And apparently there are multiple ways to equalize with black. And one of the main ways that I discussed with Erwin was in fact the move a7, a5. Now I don't remember exactly at which moment I discussed that with Erwin, but it feels to me like this position must be completely okay for Pragg. And maybe Fabi's strategy with white is just to not hope for an opening advantage, but to win from a very complex position, try to outplay him. Because I think the engine also says it's all 0-0-0, and yeah, it looks very sharp. Both sides can attack the king. Let's see what's gonna happen. Maybe this is a game that will be decided in time trouble. That's a bit how it feels to me.
Yes. This definitely looks very interesting here. And I think Amruta has just...
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, she's going to be back in 2 minutes. That's fine. Very good insights. In fact, I think I remember that such a position earlier used to be given as advantage to white because the c6 pawn would be weak and so on. But nowadays, the engines give black a very good position. So clearly now Pragg is going to go a4, queen a5, b4, try to open up the queen side maybe with an eventual pawn sack with b3. So this is an interesting battle. We can go to the game of Abdusattorov versus Vincent Keymer because I think this game has had a very unusual opening, especially this move knight b4 and Vincent saying, I don't care, you can take my bishop. And this is very modern treatment to this opening.
Yeah, I think this came as a big surprise for Abdusattorov. I've had lunch a couple of times with his second, Rustam Kazimjanov. Rustam, of course, At least I consider him to be the best trainer in the world. I mean, he's worked for Fabi, he's worked for Team Anand for many years, including 3 World Championship titles. And now for many years he's working for Abdusattorov, but he's also working, for example, together with Arjun. Not so much on openings, but mainly on middle game structures. And I've had lunch with him a couple of times during this tournament, so I got some insights
With Rustam.
yeah,
Wow.
on how they prepare and what they look at. And there was a funny thing that 2 days ago, Nodirbek played a very sharp Sicilian, and he played this typical Sicilian stuff like G4, H4, throwing his pawns forward. Black played H6, and there was H take G5, H take G5. And it felt like White was attacking on the king side, and then all of a sudden Nodirbek castled king side. Behind that pawns that were completely gone in front of his king. And I can tell you, during lunch, Rustam almost got a heart attack. And Rustam, with his old Russian chess education, was actually right. The engine agreed with him that White was much worse in that position. But later on, Nodirbek outplayed his opponent. I think it was a game against Sarana.
Crazy game that
Crazy
was.
game, absolutely crazy. So I think today is a bit more relaxed for Rustam, no heart attacks. But I think it's also clear that he probably worked last night and part of the night in preparing Nodirbek for today's game. And that after this opening, after 4 moves, Rustam could probably go to bed or go to the gym. But his preparation was gone. All work for nothing. And I think, by the way, guys, this is something you need to realize. There are some top players here working as a second. It's not an easy job, because quite often you work for 10, 12 hours, a large part of the night. For example, I also talked to Peter Leko at the start of the round here, who is preparing Vincent Keymer. And then the game starts, and after 3 or 4 moves, you see that all your work was for nothing. And I think that that's a very hard thing if you work so hard at such a high level, and you basically conclude that it's for nothing.
Right. But also sometimes some preparation on some day can be useful on some other day.
Yes, but then you still need to remember, because sometimes what happens is that behind the board, you've seen this before, but it's been maybe 4 or 5 months since you last saw this, and there's always the risk that you mix up the lines.
Right. By the way, one player who seems to have mixed up something and is it's very curious. By the way, guys, we are getting back the cameras right now. We'll have them set up very soon. Is Gukesh. Gukesh has 42 minutes left now, but he had 1 hour 20 minutes. So he's been thinking for a massive 40 minutes already.
Now, I don't know about Gukesh, but I think for me personally on an amateur level, and I'm sure many of the viewers resonate with this, what happens is that in the position you start thinking and you start looking for a reputation. And you calculate and you calculate, and then you get to the point that there is no reputation. And then either you make a very stupid move, or just in time you come to your senses and you realize you need to make a normal move. So I think this is what actually might be going on with Gukesh, that he's trying to find the reputation, and in case he doesn't find it, then he may play a normal move.
And a refutation could exist because, firstly, there's a pin here. Secondly, this is a bit soft, this structure. This move bishop g4, you could win the bishop pair with h3. Like, for example, take would be such a big advantage to white. So, there are all these elements where his calculation or his sense of chess would be telling him that, yes, there should be something. But unfortunately, there's nothing.
Yeah. But you and I know that, and the viewers know that
because of the engine.
But yeah, as far as we know, Gukesh is playing without engine, despite the fact he's fantastic. But yeah, no engine, so he needs to work it out. And then it's very difficult psychologically to accept that there is no reputation, that your intuition may have been wrong, and that you need to play something else.
Right. So right now it feels like
It actually, Saga, it reminds me of a discussion I had with Lubomir Lubojevic. Do your viewers know who Lubojevic is?
yes, I mean I know it, but maybe you can tell them who Lubojevic is.
So he's a Serbian chess player, former Yugoslavia. Was a world-class player, especially in the 1980s. I think he made it all the way to number 3 in the world rankings. He won this tournament, for example. I think 1976, but I'm not sure. It could also be 77 or 78. And a very creative player. And he moved to Spain and he's been living there for many years. Very energetic, creative person. And
By the way, just
he played knight b3.
Yes, he
Yeah.
has played his move, which is I think a great move.
Yeah.
It's just a question why he took so much time.
Yes.
I think, as you said, he was trying to refute it. But yeah, knight b3 is a good move by Gukesh, defending the d4 pawn and now maybe threatening to take so that the knight is hanging in the center. Yes, you can tell us.
So Lubojevic was a very strong player, and he used to come to visit this tournament. So a couple of years ago, we played in the Ajax stadium, the football soccer stadium, and I saw him there, and I asked him in terms of, okay, Lubo, what is now one of the biggest things you learned about chess? And he said to me, Michiel, in chess, you need to realize that in between each of the moves, there's a strict logic. And as a chess player, what you need to do is to find out what that logic is. And if you find out that logic, then you will also play the right move. And if you don't play the right move, then you haven't figured out the logic. And it always stuck with me as a piece of wisdom.
Right.
I'm not sure it's completely true, because we all know very creative players like Morozevich and Dubov who do things that don't seem logic at all to me. But at least in my own games, I try to increase my level a little bit by trying to play logically. And that's what I think Gukesh has done here with knight b3. You first look for a refutation, and then if there's no refutation, you go back to the foundations of chess, develop your pieces. He has opened the line for his bishop on c1. He's threatening d takes e5, like Sagar said. This is very common sense chess, very normal, and I'm impressed again that Gukesh basically came back to his senses and played this, to me, good-looking move.
Yes, and now the question is, what does Wei Yi do? Because it's not a simple position. If you take e takes d4, then I can take back with my knight. Looking at this weakened e6 square, my rook suddenly stands in a beautiful position. The bishop is pinning here. So for Wei Yi as well, here it's a difficult decision, and I won't be surprised if he starts to spend like 25-30 minutes here.
Yeah. Can you show the position a little bit after e takes d4, knight takes d4?
Yes.
I just want to share one thing that could be helpful, how to evaluate such a position, which is very simple. You need to look at the activity of your pieces. So what you see here is that the white pieces are a lot more active than the black pieces. Yeah, you can play maybe knight e6, the rook on e1. White's position contains a lot more power. And that's something that, again, you can use in your own games. If you want to know whether your position is better or worse or maybe equal, try to look at which position has most of the activity.
Right. I agree. So that's a great point here. And also, just building up on it, if take here, you have to take with the queen because otherwise this is pinned. So queen takes. So you are spoiling your structure, and black can even save the knight in the center, but the activity of the white pieces is so immense here that white is better.
Exactly.
So this is looking very good for Gukesh, and if Wei Yi goes into this position, he might be in big trouble. And maybe Gukesh took some time to evaluate this, because here his king looks a bit exposed and the pawns are doubled, but he has great active pieces. And for black, I'm not so sure, like queen d7, you may want to connect your rooks, but I'm much faster here. a7 pawn is a bit weak, so maybe you have to bring your other rook into the game. But then I'm threatening c4. Not so easy.
No, and again, you see here the difference between static features and dynamic features. Yeah, in terms of dynamic features, white is much faster. And because black doesn't have a lot of dynamic features in his position, he cannot make use of the static weakness of the pawn on f3. So maybe long term, if it becomes an endgame, it could maybe be a problem. Although even there, I don't think it's a big issue in this moment. And it's all because white is basically in this position 2 tempi ahead. Black needs to play 2 moves to equal all the development of the white pieces.
True. So for now, Gukesh seems to be in a great position. The only worrying factor is his time. He's down to 39 minutes, 50 seconds, and he has to make 30 more moves. But maybe the game might not reach to that point. It looks pretty sharp here, and anything can happen as of now.
No, but I think the game will reach that point.
Yeah, you think so?
We should not underestimate how strong Wei Yi is. And I think Gukesh is incredibly strong this tournament in playing good moves with little time on his clock. So I look forward to a very exciting time trouble phase. But Wei Yi is not the kind of player who's going to make mistakes here and it's suddenly over.
Well, the position is very, very double-edged. So the right move, according to the engines, is king h8. And for a human to sort of play this way is not so simple, because firstly you have to assess d takes e5 because your piece is hanging. So you have to see that knight db4 works here.
Can we take a look why knight d6 would not be good? Because for a human, I think that's the first move to look at.
Yes, knight b6, but then maybe take here attacks the bishop.
But 0.5, it's also playable. Huh?
It's also playable. That's a good suggestion actually. Knight b6 as well. So in a way, Wei Yi has to decide between king h8, where he's losing a pawn for compensation, or play knight d4, or maybe start with ed4, knight d4, queen d4, and such a position where he has to evaluate it correctly that it's worse for him. And I'm not so sure if he would be able to solve this correctly.
No, true. I mean, it's hard. Evaluating for these top players, calculation comes as a second habit. That's the easy part. The difficult part for them is always to assess.
Right.
And maybe also to decide where to stop their calculations. Because they can calculate 5 moves, 10 moves. It takes them a couple of seconds extra. They're so fast.
I agree. So right now, guys, a very key moment. Mikhail, of course, feels that Wei Yi, and I think we all know how strong he is. He will be able to navigate this. I am not sure. Let's see what comes up next. Meanwhile, we can quickly check what is going on with Pragg and Caruana here, because after bishop e7, Fabi also has gone into a huge thing. 22 minutes he has spent already trying to figure out what to do.
I want to see another game, Sagar.
Yeah,
Can
which
we
one?
see Anish.
Anish Giri versus...
I'm a fan of Anish. We saw that he took a pawn. And what's going on now?
So Anish is right now a pawn up. It's an opposite colored bishop position. So Max has some... I mean, he should definitely feel positive about his chances to hold here. But this is going to be torture.
Yeah, but we need to realize that opposite color bishops, if you take all the rooks and the queens off, it tends to be draws. With queens and rooks on, it actually means that it all depends on who can start a king side. Because you cannot oppose the other bishop, because they're opposite bishops. The side that's usually in favor is the side that can start a king side attack. And that's even more important than having the extra pawn. So for Anish, for example, I'm looking at how fast can he play things like queen g3. And then hopefully in the future you play bishop f4, bishop e5. Yeah.
Well, Anish is going for a completely different approach here. He's saying like, I want to trade the queens, and I believe after take, this is much better for white because perhaps f3 and you really limit this bishop on h5.
Then you have to play f6 at some point, maybe.
F6, maybe bishop f4, attacking this pawn, c6, and perhaps these squares become too soft.
Yeah, and the double pawn on the b file is a problem for black.
Right. So Anish actually assessing this position pretty well, going queen e4, and Max maybe can try and go into such an endgame so that the pawn structure is more to his favor.
But this is fantastic moment in itself, huh? Because for me as an amateur player, I would always think with white,
Keep the queens.
Keep the queens. I've won a pawn, and now I need to find a way to attack and make something of it. Anish actually is able to assess that his attack might not be going anywhere. He could even maybe create trouble for himself, I don't know. And he decides that, and he can assess that the endgame with the extra pawn actually does have potential. And again, for me, this is like an artist explaining his piece of art to me while he's painting.
Nice. And I think you are a strong artist to understand what's going on. Like, sometimes one could not even get it, like why queen e4 is so good. But I think you've been able to explain why this move. And sometimes, like what Mikhail did right now, he thought what would he do in this game, and he thought maybe queen g3, bishop f4, and then seeing Anish's move, he then compared his way of thinking with Anish's, and I think this is a good way to improve at chess.
Yes, I've been doing this all my life. You take a game collection with good annotations, and you put a piece of paper over it, and you do guess the move for yourself. And you try to think in words, and you can also calculate lines, but especially in words, you try to strategize what's going on in this position. And then you shift the paper a little bit down, and you look at the move, and you're like, such a difficult game, this. Unbelievable, yeah? I don't get any of this right.
That's amazing. That's a very good way to improve.
Yeah, and especially what a big difference is between my level and a top player. At my level, I try to play with a plan. I try to have an idea for the next 3-4 moves. Well, the top players, they're so good nowadays that they can switch plan from one move to the next move to the next move to the next move.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are very nimble-footed, and I think the engine has played a huge role in this.
Yes, but also their brain capacity is so unbelievable.
True. By the way, Pragg's game, Fabi took on f6 here, and after bishop f6, pushes his pawn to e4, and this position already is really double-edged now, because white wants to go e5, f4, g4, start pushing the pawns here. Meanwhile, black wants to go a4, b4. So not so simple what Pragg will do next. One idea, of course, is to take on e4, but after fe4, you have this strong pawns. Can you win this pawn in the center? Maybe you can. The rook is looking opposite here. So perhaps Pragg may not want to get into this complications. b4 is a possibility, but the knight would jump here. a4, just ignoring it. But then ed5 could become interesting with if cd5, the b5 pawn would hang. There are so many possibilities here.
And even worse, Sagar, you can also combine your ideas. So you could first take on e4 with black, and then play a4.
Yes, and then you have to again assess this position, how this one is, and
it's mind-boggling.
It's not so easy because everywhere it looks like, okay, black must be doing pretty well here after you get b4 stuff in, but then some lines the a4 pawn sack is good for you, sometimes it doesn't work. So yeah, good moment here for Pragg in terms of the objective evaluation. But I think practically, Fabi has posed him with an important question.
Yeah, in a blitz game, I would probably go for a5, a4
here. a5, a4, allowing e5, bishop e7, and then maybe you go queen f5 and b4.
Yeah, your plan.
So queen a5, g4, but I think b4, and the knight is trapped here. Just as an illustrative line, this shows the dangers that are there for white. Okay, so we will come to this game shortly. Wei Yi is, I believe, still thinking. He's not going to make his moves very soon. He's coming down to the same time as Gukesh, 10 minutes still difference. Harikrishna is playing against Alexei Sarana, and we have a position which is somehow feeling a little bit more coordinated for black.
Yeah, in fact, this reminds me of my own game, Saga. I've played several times games with white where my bishop ended up on e1. And I'm looking at my position and I'm like, how can I ever play for advantage with such a stupid bishop? I mean, seriously. And somehow I know there's theory where you put the bishop on e1. There are lines for black in the Nimzo Indian where you put the bishop on e8. But it's only once you start sitting behind the board yourself and you see that bishop and you're like, my attack can never be successful unless that bishop is back on c3, for example. But on e1, I played without that piece. So an engine might still say it's okay. For me, as a human being, I would always prefer black here.
Especially because black can go like something like knight e5 and then activate this bishop on this beautiful diagonal. And it does feel like Hari Krishna has good chances today. And he is definitely doing very well in this tournament because he managed to beat Arjun here. He managed to beat Max in just 23 moves and he drew against Fabi in a very difficult endgame. Now, if he manages to beat Sarana, this would be a great event for him.
Yeah, this was actually one of the highlights for me. After the game between Fabi and Hari, they came over to me and they asked, how was the endgame? And I had analyzed it while they were playing it, the Rook endgame. And if I remember correctly, there were 3 wins that Fabi missed. And 3 times Hari could also have defended better. And in the end, it was a draw. And when I had explained it to them, it was clear that Hari was relieved and Fabi was so disappointed and disgusted with himself. But it was for me, yeah, just very special that they came over.
Yeah, I think you have become the person to go to after the games. Yeah, like
Yeah, just because of the engine, not because of what I know.
but also because you work with them like the engines and you are ready for their questions.
Yes.
Which is very interesting. And we have Leon Mendonca, by the way. How impressed have you been with Leon here, or how has been your feeling? Because he won the Challengers last year, and now this year he's been facing the Masters. His health wasn't the best in this event.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say something that might not be very popular, but I think when you play this tournament as Mendonca, as low rated, what you really want to do is have a learning experience and get a lot of learnings. And in that sense, I think this has been a perfect tournament for Leon. So I think many people are saying he doesn't belong here, he's not strong enough, or he should have worked harder. First of all, I think you can never assess how hard someone is working based on one tournament, let alone if you fall ill. But I think the number of insights he's generated from this tournament, and he's not been trying to hide, he's not been trying to go for short draws. I'm very impressed with how he's approaching it, despite ill health at some point. And I think he got a lot of learning. So I think it may sound strange, but if you ask me, I think it's a really good tournament for Leon.
Very nicely put. Yeah, fantastic there. And I think this is what one tournament can do to you. Yeah. It can give you many, many insights which can eventually help him come closer to 2700. So this is all great learning. Of course, he's facing now Fedoseev, who has played brilliantly in this tournament. He's beaten several players before just losing to Pragg yesterday, day before. Let's see if Leon manages to hold his own right now. It seems he's under some pressure because he is attacking this pawn. However, after you defend it, c4 pawn would hang and the bishop is very strong. The black bishop is not very active. It's yeah, he hasn't played a move yet, Fedoseev, but it looks a little bit shaky for black out of the opening.
So we don't have it at the moment. We have only an engine score, and we don't have an indicator for difficulty for a human being. But for me, if you put that on a scale 1 to 10, this is probably difficulty 8 for a human being. I think it's a very difficult position for black to play.
Yeah.
This feels like this awkward Catalan pressure that white has generated, and I think Fedoseev will be very happy with his position.
Right. So that's well put. We already have a result, by the way, a few minutes ago, that Arjun and Jorden had drawn their games. Meanwhile, Wei Yi has been now thinking for almost 20 minutes, 19 minutes to be precise, and his position also, like Gukesh's long think has maybe also forced Wei Yi to think. It sometimes I see like it's like both players are mirroring the time usage of each other.
That, and also it feels like they're playing the game without the other. One person is sitting behind the board and thinking, and the other person is walking around. And then you make a move, and the other person is getting up and is saying, now it's your turn.
True. You can see
Sagar, on
there.
the poll, we have Gukesh versus Wei Yi prediction. We have 12% saying Wei Yi takes the Olympiad revenge. We have 64% saying Gukesh takes Tata Steel revenge. And 24% says no one takes revenge.
Wow. So we have a very heavy majority of people thinking that Gukesh will triumph today. 64% in the chat think Gukesh will win, which is not surprising because, there are so many Gukesh fans here. But would you say like this, if you had to make a guess, like what do you think would be the result of this game? It's too early, I know, but still, because now it does feel like something's boiling here.
Yeah, I mean, something is boiling. I said before, as an amateur, I would never want to play this position with black. On top of that, I've been a fan for Gukesh for many years. He's playing brilliantly. So yeah, I agree. But there's a loose piece on g4. The one on d5 could be in trouble. You really need the brain power of a Wei Yi to hold this together.
Wow.
Yeah, if you're not an A group participant on a lower level, I think this game might be gone.
Yeah.
But on an A level, Tata Steel master level, this is not gone at all, and I'm sure Wei Yi is going to find a good solution. That's why these guys are so good.
Very interestingly put here, Mikhil. Having you here going through the games has been so much fun. We would love to have you again tomorrow whenever you have time.
Yeah.
But before you go, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to write the book Anand Files? And you mentioned here you have been good, like fan of Arjun, Gukesh. So is there some connection to India? Like, do you feel connected to the Indian players?
So I think it's a historical thing. It started with that the Anand Files was a book that had never been written before, but I wanted to read. And if you want to read something and it's not being written,
then you have to write it.
You have to write it yourself. And I still had a day-to-day job. So it took me, I think, 6 or 7 years to write it.
Wow.
And that's because next to a full-time job, it took a lot of time. And while I was interviewing the players and the seconds, I got to know Surya Ganguly very well. And Surya is a wonderful person. Absolutely fantastic. So that already gave a good bond with India. Then for my work, I had to travel several times to India. I was working for International Shell. And when I was traveling to India, I always made sure that at the end of my business trip, I would stay a couple of days extra so I could do some cultural things. So I would remember the trip. I've never been a person who just wants to do a business trip and then come back from his meetings and go home as soon as possible. No, it's a great opportunity to get to know another culture. And I think with those trips, I started to fall more and more in love with India. It's such a diverse country that I would say for anything that you see or you have there, you also have the opposite. So it's fascinating and absolutely brilliant. And then the book was finished. And then I got a lot of positive feedback from the top players, including Arjun, including Gukesh. And of course, that's what I do it for. I mean, when you read the forward, all the royalties I share to charity. In general, I try to support charities a lot. And I didn't write the book to make money. No, I wrote the book because I honestly wanted to read this myself. And by producing it, I got that info firsthand. And then I wanted to share it with the rest of the community. I had planned actually after the book came out to make a kind of book tour through India, but then COVID hit. So that's why that never happened. But
Maybe Gukesh files, yeah, now.
yes, that was the idea. And I had actually suggested that to him before he played the match.
Oh,
But I think he has forgotten because he went live with you and a 3-hour session. And you guys shared so many insights that I don't think it makes sense to write that book anymore. I can only recommend people to look back on ChessBase India and watch that video and the video with Gajewski, because I think those are two brilliant interviews with lots of insights. If you like the Anand files, I'm sure you will also like those 2 interviews.
beautiful. Well, Mikhail, thank you for doing what you do. I also want to tell the viewers that he was very kind enough to, do something very special on my birthday. He came here and he said he wants to donate to a charity that I like on my birthday. And he made a very generous donation of 500 euros. So thank you, Mikhail, for doing that. You've been very, very kind. And also it was very enjoyable to have you.
It's completely mutual, and hopefully I come back tomorrow.
Thank you. Guys, that was Mikhail Abel, the author of Anand Files, and such a great friend and a wonderful person here. It was so much fun, Amruta, commentating with
I
him. He
know.
had so many stories.
Very nice. And he was so good in speaking and his chess knowledge. He shares. I mean, people also in the chat enjoyed him.
Right. Yeah, a lot
Having
of people
him.
enjoyed, and thank you, guys.
Yeah. Also, Sagar, can you quickly go to Pragg's game?
Yes, Amruta. Let's go to Pragg's game. Amruta, can we do more energy now?
Cool. Awesome.
Both
Awesome.
of us. Ready?
हाँ, क्या करना है? बताओ.
नहीं मतलब
Let's go.
let's go first to Pragg's game. Praggnanandhaa, they're thinking because Fabi has. Oh, Amruta, he found the move a4. We were thinking about a4 and we thought it's not an easy move to find, but he
Okay.
found it. And then instead of pushing the pawn, Fabi stopped b4. And now Fabi can play e5.
Okay, but when you had analyzed the move e5, yeah, over here.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And then bishop
Okay.
e7, and black seemed to be better with queen a5 and b4. But Fabi said, okay, I now stop b4. Tell me, Pragg, what do you want to do next? Do you want to take on e4? Give me this strong center. Do you want to not take? Do you want to play g6, bishop g7? Actually, Fabi has been asking tough questions to Pragg here in this game already.
You know, when you played d takes e4, I was gonna say, come on, the center is completely with white. D takes e4, f takes e4. But actually, hello. तू
Yeah.
एनर्जी बोला तू मूव क्यों नहीं कर रहा है?
हाँ सॉरी नहीं मैं तो सुन रहा था तुमको
नहीं तू क्या कर रहा था?
मैं तुम्हारा वीडियो को थोड़ा तुम्हारे बाल एकदम सुंदर बाल दिखने रहे थे इसके लिए आई वाज जस्ट ट्राइंग टू एडजस्ट इट लाइक दिस
वो भी ऐसे एडजस्ट कर रहे हो ना? हाँ तो बढ़िया है.
बाय द वे पीपल आर इन द
Listen,
चैट
तो d takes e4.
अमृता
सुनो ना, d takes नहीं
एक मिनट फिर वापस आएंगे. दिव्या इज विनिंग इज व्हाट पीपल आर सेइंग. दिव्या देशमुख.
फिर तो चैट का सुनेंगे ना तेरा ना मेरा.
Oh my God,
Let's
look
go.
Look at this. So by the way, Divya today, and she might win her first game of the tournament because no, she did win. She did one game against Edis Gurel, but she's on 1 win, 2 draws, and she has had 1 win, 2 draws, and 7 losses. Amruta, it's a huge number of losses to face.
Yeah,
But
and
I
then
met-
you want to strike back and you are able to, even show that on the board. It's amazing.
I love the move that Divya found.
Divya is
Queen
black, by the way.
B8. Queen B8 here, sorry. To attack the pawn on E5. And Irina pushed the
बोर्ड नहीं
knight.
दिख रहा है, कट हुआ है.
Oops, sorry. Irina pushed the knight, knight E4. Bishop D4. Divya pushes the knight away. Knight goes back. And now it's better, but there's no clean shot to finish, of course. But just queen C7, rook C8, knight D4 in the air, C3 knight hanging, C2.
Position is pleasant because basically the e5 pawn, which is super isolated and a big target for black, so it's tough. Okay, wonderful. By the way, Sagar, we have a new pillar of Indian chess. After a long time, a new pillar of Indian chess, and that's Sid. Okay, I don't know if he's the same Sid, the Australian Sid. He also super chatted again, saying you guys are the most humble celebrities. We are no celebrities. Please consider the request. My wife and I will wait. I'm not able to read. Will do our best to make worth of your time. Thank you. That's what he says.
Very, very kind of you.
Very
I'm
sweet.
sure.
Thank you.
I'm sure that your such intense sort of invitation, I think we'll take it up at some point very soon. So thank you, and I'm sure the opportunity will come. So very grateful for that. And Amruta, today I got a message from someone saying, "Hey, my wife makes the best sort of dessert, and I'm going to bring it." And so on. So, tonight I think I might even get some amazing dessert.
Oh, you're
Yes.
gonna have some dessert.
Yes. And now I'm going to go back to Pragg game because you had some very interesting
Yes, I
things
wanna
to
go
say
there.
about it.
No, the game is so interesting. When the game is so
Oh,
interesting,
Amruta,
you
उसने
can just...
मारा क्या? Pragg played a move. A3.
Oh, B4.
What?
Exactly, I wanted to analyze this. So
B4.
B4, wait a second.
Kubara.
B4, A3, the typical pawn sacrifice when you are attacking. Abhi bolo Sagar, will Caruana take the pawn, open the file? Will he play B3 and have that double B pawn on that B file?
Arey, bye. Crazy. Praggnanandhaa is saying to Fabi, you might have the center, but I'm coming at your king. The way in which उसने जो ये खोला है Amruta position, and Fabi plays B3, I think he keeps the position closed. It's the best move. It's the best move.
मजा आ रहा है. I mean, you cannot imagine Pragg versus Fabi getting, more interesting than this.
Amruta, and also
बोलो जल्दी.
look at Wei Yi. He's like not at all looking at the board, and his time is right now gone below Gukesh. 6 minutes below Gukesh. Look at this, guys. It's insane. Gukesh thought for 40 minutes, came down to 39 minutes from 1 hour 20. And Wei Yi started thinking when he had 1 hour 5 minutes and has thought for 32 minutes. 32 minutes से सोच रहा क्या सोच रहा है यार? What are you thinking?
Wow.
Man, this tournament is heating up like crazy because if Pragg manages to beat Fabi, he will join Gukesh at the top. Of course, Gukesh will then have to score against Wei Yi, draw, whatever we don't know. Nodirbek is just half a point behind Gukesh. And right now, very quickly, we want to see what is happening in Nodirbek and Vincent Keymer.
Vincent going creative. I do think Vincent is definitely going to try and put a lot of pressure on Nodirbek in this game.
Because Vincent has lifted his rook, Amruta. Amruta has lifted his
मुझको भी
rook.
नहीं क्या गाना ही भूल गई मैं सडनली.
वही मुझको भी तू लिफ्ट करा दे, थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे. And exactly the rook lift switching here and trying to attack. People are saying, Sagar, what did Divya say? No, I asked Divya if she's like, how is she holding up in this tournament? It's not been tough for her. And she said, yes, it's not been easy for me, but I'm fighting. And I think that is what we all want to hear from our players, that they are going to keep fighting till the very end. And that is exactly what she's doing. She's fighting and winning today.
Sagar, by the way, we are only one subscriber away from 25,44,444.
Oh, nice.
क्या अपने
हो
ओ
गया, हो
यार
गया, हो गया.
स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो
ले
अरे
सकते हैं
यार
बाद
गया
में.
गया
And Amruta, today's aim, should we keep 25-45? Because if we reach 25-45 today, in the remaining 2 rounds, we can positively aim to reach 25-50.
बढ़िया
है ना?
मजा आएगा हो जाए 2-5 अरे सब लोग देखो वापस दे आर ऑल ट्राइंग टू मेक इट 2-5-4-4-4-4-4
अरे भाई.
चैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग मजा आएगा कर ही लेना but let's stick to Pragg's game Sagar because today I would say that is the game of the day I mean Fabi versus which is the Ambit Gambit did you announce B4 this is the Ambit Gambit Sagar
Oh, that is true, Amruta. That's such a great point. Ambit Gambit, we do it every day to show a very interesting moment in a game. And today, the Ambit Gambit of the day, as Amruta says, is the Pragg game against Wei Yi. Against Caruana. Because you see, this was the position. But here, after A3, we thought, oh, it would be difficult to open the queen side. Pragg was like, no, Sagar, I'm just going all out B4 and A3, gambiting couple of pawns there, B3 played, and this, dear friends, is the Ambit Gambit of the day. A huge shout out to Ambit for supporting our coverage here in the tournament. They've been supporting us for a long time, since the Olympiad, then the World Championship, then this event, and they've been
and also
amazing.
you guys have seen a wonderful simul this shots of Vidit and Nidhi at the simul they had arranged and also where the autograph boards Olympiad players had signed and the funds were raised for help chess so really
Yes.
big thanks
And also they opened up their chess club for the their office as a chess club on Saturday. We now have one tournament every Saturday there, which is amazing. There are people who come there and play. Last Saturday we had a freestyle chess tournament. This Saturday we have a normal blitz tournament. There were 30 spots. They get filled up like, and it's
Right?
amazing.
How? Wapas karo?
And Amruta, in running that club, we have been supported by Circle Chess. Circle Chess helps us because all the entries and everything that happen on Circle Chess platform. There we are using that, and Circle Chess in this event has been running something to give memberships every single day. There have been 10 Kaisa School of Chess memberships, and you can see here every day they select 10 winners from the people who have filled the form. And guys, look at this. We have right now these winners on 31st of these are the winners.
Ansh, Abhinav, Arav, Pavan, Shivam, Siddharth, Bhumin, Vedant, and Bhumik.
Yes, so in case if you guys also want to, because they said now we have kind of gone through all the applications and we have given the people these memberships. So if new people apply for it, then in the last 2 days we will be able to give that to them. So in the description there is a Google form for Circle Chess, and you can actually fill it and get 1 month of premium membership of Kaisa School of Chess based on instructions by GMs, IMs, AI Kaisa software, personal federated mentor for guidance, and peer-to-peer study group. So do check it out and give your feedback if it is useful for you, because I believe it's quite a great initiative. Gukesh is their brand ambassador. Vishnu Prasanna teaches there. RB Ramesh teaches there. G Akash teaches there. It's like this Indian company which is trying to give a lot of value to the Indian sort of viewers, Indian students, and so on.
Yes.
Oh, Wei Yi ne khela, Amruta, Wei Yi ne khela.
After a long time. After how much time did he play,
Oh
guys?
my God, he found the best move. ये कैसे काटे की टक्कर है. Like, Pehle Gukesh thought for 40 minutes and finds the best move, knight b3. Then Wei Yi thinks for 40 minutes and finds king h8, again the best move. But now they both have less time and we are only on move number 10. We have 30 more moves to make.
Seriously? Seriously?
Yeah.
लाइफ इनके लिए ऐसे रुक गई है, ऐसे लाइक स्लो मेडिटेशन ऐसे टाइप की. पर एक सवाल सागर, एक सवाल, वन क्वेश्चन टू यू. किंग h8, okay, one of the most obvious candidate moves for sure, because you had the knight in that pin and you definitely feel the discomfort of it, so you go king h8. Why did it take so much time? Can you please explain that?
No, Amruta, the first thing that you should definitely think about is that after d takes e5, the knight is hanging, so you can't even recapture. So here black has to figure what is the way in which the compensation will be found. Knight b4, knight b6. So he would be calculating all of that, which would have taken time, I believe.
And what should he have played then over here?
Yeah, ndb4 is a nice move, attacking the c2 pawn. And if you play c3, then I take, and in this position there's this nice move, knight e5. Now this is pinned. If you take the knight, I take your bishop.
A lot of hanging things.
Yeah, I think he must have calculated all of this very deeply.
Yeah.
But Gukesh now, with his move h3, within a minute,
Wow.
within couple of minutes, he plays h3 and tells Wei Yi, look, I am now speeding up. I don't know about you, but I am speeding up. And Amruta,
This will definitely put pressure. So that means 30 moves in 27 minutes.
yes,
ये
definitely.
तो very rare. Actually, this is so rare. You have seen maybe 20 minutes and 22 moves, 23 moves, but 30 moves.
True. Lot of moves
Maybe
to make.
this gets the slowest game award until now in Tata Steel.
Yes. Although there is no such award we
Slowest
have,
game.
but
No,
definitely.
it should be slowest game, but a brilliant game. The slowest brilliant game, Sagar.
Right. And by the way, Amruta, in
interested,
this
Sagar,
tournament,
but-
we have reached 21,232 believers who have contributed to helpchess.org. And I must say, guys, we have an article in the link in the description where we keep a tab of all the amounts that have been raised until now, the total amount. And you know what, Amruta, the total amount raised during this event itself has been 3,25,000 rupees from all the people.
Wow.
Guys, a huge thank you to all of you. All your names are there in the thing. Please check it out. So many people have supported us, and we are going to utilize those funds to support young talents and their journey towards the top of chess. Jairaj has sent a super chat saying, hi Sagar, Jairaj from Chennai, great fan of you. Please post a chess game review tomorrow with your special own slang commentary with cap. Guys,
It's Don Shah.
Don Shah unfortunately is unable to do things alone. Don Shah needs someone to help because he has to sort of sit, then there's some style, and then there's moves, so someone has to use the
अरे
camera.
अपुन आएगा ना तेरे साथ.
अरे किधर यार, तुम आता नहीं है, ऐसे
I
ही
have
चेयर
kept a
पे बैठे.
costume, Sagar. I have kept a costume. You
The
can
what
check
costume?
that
What
out.
are you saying, man? Don
Don
Shah
ka.
doesn't need any costume.
Obviously needs it, man. Oh, but we also have more super chats. Dipte says Guki Wei Yi game will be a crazy time scramble. Absolutely.
I agree.
Everyone who's having a morning right now may have some scrambled eggs. Sid has become the pillar of Indian chess. Then we have 999 Gaming who says जिन बंदों ने मुझे ID दी है वो सबको thanks and any more chess. अच्छा, he played, he super chatted, he got some IDs, he played chess. क्या हुआ Sagar? Then we have
अमृता थोड़ा scramble ठीक नहीं लग रहा.
अरे you should save this क्या बोलते हैं, चिल्लू भर के पानी में डूब जाने वाली एक्टिंग ना for different kind of jokes. इसके लिए नहीं, waste हो
guys.
जाएगा.
By the way, guys, Harikrishna looking good against Alexei Sarana. So this game is going well. Meanwhile, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, the important game. I have a feeling, as Amruta also mentioned, that Vincent is putting a lot of pressure. Look at this, knight d3, bishop b5, knight e5. So in a way, was Amruta, Was Nodirbek ready for a draw here? Because see, but
Oh.
Vincent was like, nahi bhai, draw nahi milega aaj.
Guys, when the rook comes in front of the pawn, it's as good as a now for the rook. It's a semi-open file over there.
Right, I agree. This rook is very strong. The bishop is looking here. And who knows, Amruta, if let's say you make a move at 6, then I just go bishop at 6.
Arey, ask a question, Sagar. Ask a question. Whenever one rule for you, at least when the bar completely changes its character, you have to ask the question.
ठीक है दोस्तों, ये
Character
lost हो
deal
गया.
का क्यों है?
Black is winning now. So the question here is, what is the winning move for white? Because Amruta says, I just follow whatever she says. So white to play.
Everybody has seen that you never just follow. But मजा तो आ रहा है, एनर्जी तो है सागर. क्या हो चुका है तुमको? वाइक एंड ज़ी का टूर करके
अरे
अलग
अमृता,
ही.
तुमने देखा क्या टूर? Amruta is the doesn't see any of my videos, guys. This is the most unfortunate thing in my life. Did you see Amruta Nodirbek versus Nodirbek and Vaishali video?
I
Also
saw
did
a
not.
little bit
Also did
of
not.
the most key part
Wow.
of it.
Wow. This is the thing.
I
like-
did the key part of it. I saw the key part of it.
Oh
Abhyuday
my
made a reel
god.
and
Abhyudaya's reels you watch, but you don't see my videos. Oh no.
no, but
This is-
actually I did get messages from people appreciating that video which you had shot, and like such a gesture. It's really incredible because it requires such a
Okay.
such a huge courage to do that. So a lot of
True,
people
true.
in the
No,
chat
I mean,
also said that.
Nodirbek, yeah, respect for him for doing that. And meanwhile, Rook F6, 51 people, Shekhar, Sendilnathan, Shivesh, Somendu, Abhinav, Sharvesh, Heram, Vidyut, Tanish, Banik. Well done, guys. Beautiful. Rook takes F6 is the move. Boom, bam, boom. Takes here, boom. Again, queen enters, king c8. पर अब mate कैसे करे? Queen takes f6 and you are completely winning with this attacking position. The knight will join in from here as well. So
Queen and knight coming together is a nightmare for the kings, definitely.
well done, Amruta. And this is looking good for Vincent, but the engines are saying it's equal. Vincent's time is not so good. He has 23 minutes only to make 21 moves. And meanwhile, Wei Yi again thinking too much. Amruta, Wei Yi को देखो.
His way is not clear, Sagar.
It does feel he's under some pressure, no?
Yes, he is. But let's go to Pragg's game, Sagar, because that is the game of the day for sure. At least
But Pragg ने move
for
ही
now
नहीं
the
किया है अभी
attack.
तक. Amruta, अभी तक
Can we
उसने.
look at it? Can we check? We have not analyzed what he should play or
Okay,
what
so
would
so
be the thoughts of
Pragg has played b3, and now we are thinking what to do.
B3 से किसकी याद आई?
Adiban sir.
Mr. Beast. Okay, guys, what do you suggest for Pragg over here? How should he be thinking? Ooh, I like one move.
I think Amruta,
I
there
definitely
is
like
one
one
move
move.
96 to put pressure on
Yeah.
d4.
I'm looking at bishop a6 because there's also in the chat somebody has suggested,
Should be
but Indian doesn't really enjoy it that much. We also have the move bishop h4 suggested, but I don't get the idea. Queen b6, a2,
Rook
d takes e4.
b8.
These are few
Rook b8,
suggestions. No,
Amruta. Rook
are you
b8.
sure you want to leave the rook from the a file? That would be a little hard for me to think.
Or
but
how about giving another pawn?
I like queen
a2.
b6 though.
a2.
And a2, king a1.
Knight a2 मारा तो दोस्तों पूरा ही रास्ता खुल जाएगा. And queen b6 and black is doing well. So a2, king a1 as Amruta says, and then we can continue the game. So clearly Fabi has managed to keep the position closed. It's not like he will.
Can we go queen b6 once to just know knight a2 aake, like is it blocking over there? And that's why a2 is important.
You can do this, but also Amruta, you can take on d5 attacking this pawn.
Wow. You're ignoring queen b4. Queen b4 का कोई value नहीं है? dc6.
Yes.
Okay, this is insane.
No, it's not insane actually. It's like
No, because bishop e6 if I go, you have
yes.
d5.
King a2 Amruta. And now this pawn I can defend with rook b1 and I'm suddenly so many pawns up.
Rook
Oh, by the way, Amruta,
eba8.
people are like, go to Guki game because a move
Oh,
has been played. Bishop h5 played and Gukesh responds instantly with c3. Doesn't even think for a bit, which is surprise.
management. Amazing.
Yeah, Gukesh is now turning on the heat. By the way, d takes e5 would have been slightly better choice,
उनको
but
ठंडे नहीं
c3.
लगेगी फिर अभी.
But Amruta, now he goes ed.
I love your focus, Sagar. Completely. Love it.
And now, after knight takes d4, queen takes d4, this structure we were talking about could come on the board where
Rook
Gukesh has.
e7 is a big. Oh, sorry, not really. Messing it up. So 21 minutes, 29 moves, I believe, for Wei Yi.
Yes.
But he's.
Amruta, by the way, today Samay came on Kaun Banega Karodpati. Did you see?
Yeah, I got to know that. It's amazing.
Why did you hang but? Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Hang हो गई
I'm
तू.
there. अच्छा.
हाँ.
No, it's amazing यार. समय तो KBC मतलब तो tremendous.
Amruta, Pragg has just made his move. Let's go to Pragg's game. He played the
क्या
move
खेला, क्या
Queen
खेला?
b6. तुम्हारा move खेला उसने.
Because it is tempting, Sagar, and that's what I was saying. The calculation. If let's continue with that now.
It's not a good move
ED,
though, objectively.
ED, Queen b4. The same thing. I had some questions. I know it's long, but because it is forcing, we should see it because this is how you calculate. Yeah.
a2.
No. Bishop e6, d5. The thing which you were no king a2, rook eb8.
By the way,
King
d5
a2.
would be a big mistake. Can people guess why? Black to play. And while people guess,
Yeah.
Amruta, I'm going to bring something to drink for me.
Super.
1 second.
Chocolate milk, I believe. And ooh, guys, what's the move? Bishop d5. Everyone wants to take the pawn. Exactly, I also think so. Because if you take the bishop, then that diagonal is completely a2, a1 queen. Should be over, yeah? But wait a second. Bishop d5, knight d5, a2 check, queen takes a2, rook takes a2, there is knight b4, intermezzo. And if you go rook a1 check, there's king c2. Are we missing something? Who can write a long calculation in the chat? Can somebody try to write a long calculation for something like this? That's our first a2. I think it does make sense. But again, knight takes a2 is attacking your queen. So I'm more towards bishop d5. Itachi says both girls are winning. अरे क्या बात है? Divya is minus 1.94. That's what evaluation bar says. And Vaishali is 0.87, which is better. No, we cannot yet call it winning.
Amruta.
But Sagar,
Amruta.
yes.
People gave a wrong answer.
Exactly. I think we all were, you know what? Bishop d5, a2, bishop c3.
Bishop d5.
Very dressed.
Knight
No,
d5.
big board.
Sorry, bishop d5,
Sagar,
knight d5,
suno
a2,
na.
queen
Suno
a2.
Exactly. Rook a2. Listen, knight b4, the calculation goes on, and guys, I had asked for somebody to calculate ऐसे end तक. Rook b2 or rook a1, then the king escapes, and there is no checkmate.
But there's a bishop.
Well done, Mohammad and Akshay. क्या बात है? Super. But even if you start with a2, the problem is knight takes a2. And then you still can't do the Bishop d5 because you don't have time for that. So knight a2, maybe rook a2, yeah. You just
Boom,
sack
bam,
and then bishop
boom.
d5.
If king takes, there is rook a1, right? Rook
Yeah, rook
a8
a8,
and
rook a1 mate.
queen
And
a2.
now bishop d5.
And Amruta,
Maharana.
now I want people to answer again black to play. Because bishop
Acha.
d5 is possible, but it's not winning completely.
मुझे complete winning चाहिए क्या? Complete. Wow, it's a beautiful move, right? हाँ सागर?
Yes.
Beauty है ना beauty?
Yes. What is up
Super.
with our chat? Look at this, Amruta. Rook
Okay.
A8 by Mahesh,
ये मैंने बहुत ही
Saravanan,
खराब move
Maxless,
calculate किया.
Satyendra, Niklesh, Dhyanabala, Sekar, Salil, Sundareshwar, Vishal.
You know what I calculated? Bishop f5. Stupid
But
me.
Bishop F5 को क्या मार दिया तो? Rook
नहीं
E2.
फिर रुक हाँ.
Oh, nice. Bishop F5. Maybe knight C1 is the answer. But not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But the move was Rook A8. Crazy move.
But
Because after
awesome.
takes, Queen takes B3 and B2 pe mate. There's nothing that you can do. Well done.
Cool.
Deflection, Amruta. Deflection. So Queen B6 has its, venom in the position. And after takes, bishop e6, of course not d5 as we all were looking, but king a2, and white is the one winning here. So Pragg is taking on Fabi in the territory where the US number one, world number two is the strongest. That is calculations. Fabi loves to calculate, he loves to crunch variations, and that is where Pragg is saying, I'm going to take you on and I'm not afraid of you.
This one would be very interesting for me to know Pragg's thoughts later. That what did he calculate for e takes d5 during the game? How was the calculation like? What was missed? Because it's a very complex position. You cannot be 100% precise. And if Fabi finds e takes d5, really amazing.
Megro says everyone loves to be calculate. Sagarbai, you need to be precise. But Fabi is known for his calculations. He's known as a calculating machine in the world of chess. And there are players who play on intuition, but Fabi has more like calculating abilities. Meanwhile, you can see Gukesh being like drinking water, feeling a bit relaxed, and Amruta right now he's taken a huge decision because after knight b4, knight d4, he's gone on and taken this with the queen, telling Wei Yi, you can come in and spoil my structure. I am okay with it.
Wow, he has double bishop over here. There's this pawn structure obviously a little bit spoiled. But the most important thing I think in World Championship, Gukesh I think really learned was the time management and how it can put pressure. So here the engine says slight initiative for white, but with the time difference, if Gukesh is able to maintain his speed, it will very quickly go to clearly better for him.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And Sagar Sarthak says to you, Sagar sir, take a walk for a few minutes. Movement is necessary. You will probably feel better.
Yeah, no, I think guys, today what happened was since morning I did not have my breakfast nor any food. So just
तो order कर लो अभी. Order कर लो.
so just wanted to get a little bit. I drank one chocomel and now just a little bit of and feeling good. Then I'll have dinner tonight. Also pretty good. Oh, Avnish says coming to Wijk Aan Zee tomorrow with goodies for you. Can I meet you before? Avnish, either before or after. I will try to come early to the round tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try my
And
best.
Sagar also Vishal, you remember the Maggie wala?
Ha.
He says, Sagar bhai, I'm also finally managing to visit the venue later today, planning to carry some food. Any farmaish?
अरे बाय तो मतलब आज तो अमृता मेरे को डिनर करने का जरूरत नहीं है.
डिनर है, डेजर्ट है, सब कुछ है क्या.
लेट्स गो विशाल भाई. ऐसा कोई फरमाइश नहीं भाई, कुछ नहीं. Divya, everyone is like Divya. Let's go to Divya, guys. Divya Deshmukh, if you can see her totally focused.
Yeah. Chat का जो speed है ना right now सागर, like insane. They are like bullet chat चल रहा है completely. Oh, we have Kruti saying, Sagar bhai, I saw your Wijk Aan Zee blog. It is beautiful. I'm planning to buy Chespa Meets Gookie. Excited to read it. Being a huge fan of
Hey,
Gukesh.
let's
Arey,
go,
kya baat hai?
let's go. All the people here who have not yet bought this book, clearly there are 9,850 people who haven't bought it because 150 people have bought it. So, guys, we have just launched yesterday, no, yesterday, 28th, on my birthday. Chespa meets Gookie the Golden Boy. It's the fifth book in the Chespa series. The first book was Chespa in the Chess Adventure Park. Second, third, fourth were the Chespa activity books. And now the first in the Inspiration series where we cover the stories of Gookie. First Gookie, then we'll do with other players. You can see it's a beautifully done book. Like, we put a lot of attention to detail, looking at his old pictures, getting them, and now it's available. It's a special rate available until this tournament, which is 499 rupees here, and you can get it. And there are some great stories. One of my favorite moments in this book is this one where Gukesh writes on his cupboard, I want to be the youngest world chess champion. So please do check it out. It's the second link in the description. तो मजा ही आ जाए दोस्तों, आप लोगों को सपोर्ट से we will be able to do more such books. And b4 knight e4, bishop d4, we saw a6 knight c3 was played. Then Divya brought her queen into c7. Knight a4 was played. She took on d4. Queen takes d4. Pushed the pawn. The knight is almost trapped. You can't play to c5 because boom, bam, boom. You lose the queen here. So that's the reason why they went knight b6. And now, Amruta, the knight is almost trapped here क्योंकि जाने को जगह नहीं है. तो just रुक निकाल लो. And this is very bad position. Maybe bishop d8 and you will lose. Oh no, a4 is a possibility, threatening a5. But Divya looking really strong here.
By the way, the chat is saying 27 moves in 12 minutes. For Wei Yi. Are you serious? 11 or 12 minutes
But
Wei Yi has
Amruta,
come down to. Oh my god.
I'm actually, I'll tell you one small secret, which is very bad of me, but I will still say it.
Don't.
No, why not?
I don't want you to be bad.
No, not bad in that way. Like when opponent gets under time pressure, when I was playing actively, I used to get tensed. Like if I had more time, I used to feel like, भाई ये खेल क्यों नहीं रहा है? And then I used to be like, oh my god, what should I do? And so on. But I feel Gukesh is not like that. He's sensing his opportunity here. Oh, and Wei Yi takes. भाई मार दिया उसने, डबल कर दिया pawns. GF.
Any decision, Gukesh, getting into, he knows he's playing with the time. This is absolutely based on less time which Wei Yi has to allow such double pawns. No, this is good. This is very good.
It's a good move only, Amruta. There is nothing time related here.
Nothing time related that
No,
he's
no.
able to
Not
put
at all.
pressure on
No,
changing the structure.
It's the best move in the position.
So does he keep the queens? No, now bishop.
No, now he will take. He will trade the queens.
You have nothing to do with the attack on king side, yeah? Like queen h4, for example, is looking not so good because of f5.
No, because whenever you go here, he will take here and then you will play with such a position. है ना? तो queen trade is must. Now you can't.
Bishop.
Now you can think of rook से मारना है and then giving up rook takes e7.
Knight c4.
Or you would take with the bishop, but then I mean it's not that great because so actually taking with the rook makes a lot of sense, right? Because you are breaking the coordination and you are happy with this position with black because
bishop f4, 1 second.
If you by the way take here, there's check, so bishop f4 and then b2 is hanging, so
So if you look at it objectively, the position is what?
मार
Like,
दिया
is
मार
it
दिया मार दिया.
equal?
Gukesh takes the queen. Oh, क्या ही ऐसे आया ना, डायरेक्ट ऐसे चेहरे पे ही आया मुंह. Oh, by the way, guys are saying we are watching KBC. Guys, जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, do watch KBC. समय यार, very good friend is on KBC with Amitabh Bachchan and he makes him laugh. Where Amitabh Bachchan says, मैं कभी इतने टाइम में KBC में इतना नहीं हंसा हूँ. You know, Amruta? That's what he said to Samay.
Too good, man.
I mean, Samay.
नहीं, समय का कॉमिक टाइमिंग का तो कोई
हाँ,
doubt
it's
नहीं है.
amazing, but still to make that clean comedy there in front of Amitabh Bachchan and to do it is brilliant.
है ना उसमें वो potential.
So queen d8 and now rook a d8 is very likely will take with the rook, and after rook takes d8 most likely this bishop will drop back. So Amruta, we have to assess this position. Bishop b3 and let's say Wei Yi plays bishop d6 against this bishop coming to the very active square bishop e3, and then white's idea is a4 a5 here. And it does feel that Gukesh's king side structure is not such a big relevant feature in the position.
Yeah, like if you now for a moment just bring your objectivity, you realize that black's pawn structure is great. Of
Oh.
course, he's fighting against
Amruta,
double bishop.
ये
What
क्या
happened?
बोल रहे हैं लोग?
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Samay mention me on KBC. कुछ भी. Guys.
नहीं वो हाँ
दो
सुनो
ही
ना
जन बोले.
सागर,
नहीं 3-4 लोग बोले 3-4.
पर क्या मेंशन किया है सर? क्या मेंशन क्या किया है?
Yes बोल. Okay guys, please mention क्या mention किया है, that is great.
ये बोला कब बंगले के बाहर हम लोग खड़े थे वो क्या बोलते हैं चेस बोर्ड लेके और you should watch that vlog where we actually Amitabh Bachchan signed on the board. It was nice.
Oh Amruta, Wei Yi took with the other rook. Very interesting.
Achha, but Sagar, objectively, if you see Wei Yi as such a strong player with great understanding, I mean,
Yeah,
this
उसको
much
हराना
time,
मुश्किल रहेगा.
you
हराना तो मुझे.
can beat him in this position.
I agree.
But it's Gukesh who has, if anybody can, then it's Gukesh.
Like
That's for
right
sure.
now we are if there is someone who is playing at Magnus level in classical chess, at least in this tournament, it is Gukesh. He's playing at 2900 performance, guys. So matlab if Gukesh outplays Wei Yi from such a position where he has the double bishops and he can sort of play bishop e3, a4, a5, it would be a lot of fun, lot of things. So
By the way, chat ने बोला कि Samay said something about your hair.
फेक रहे हैं वो लोग, फेक रहे हैं.
Oh my goodness. He said Sagar is my inspiration. ये भी ठीक है. अच्छा देखेंगे फिर.
बट अबाउट हेयर इतने सारे लोग
हेयर
कैसे बोल
बहुत
सकते
लोग
हैं?
बोल रहे हैं सागर बराबर ही रहेगा. कुछ तो बालों पे जोक मारा रहेगा उसने.
अरे पर वो अमिताभ जी को
उनको
कैसे
मेरे
पता रहेगा ना?
मेरे दोस्त सागर के कुछ तो ऐसा रहेगा.
पता नहीं दोस्तों. Oh, king a2 by Fabi. Guys, not a blunder or anything. It's a good move, blocking the pawn.
This shows how tough the e takes d5 move was on the board to make it on the board.
I agree.
बताओगे सागर? बताओ.
I agree. Taking here was not easy, as Amruta says.
Would you have done that if you were white?
No. I love Fabi's move because in a way he has locked up the ability to open up the a file. He has completely closed.
अब क्या सोचोगे ब्लैक से? क्या सोच रहे हो ब्लैक से?
So now if I want to open up this route, right, towards, so I take, you take back and I take here, and maybe Pragg plays this position now, Amruta.
So do you want to go for this or do you want to go for direct queen b4 and allow e takes d5?
maybe Amruta, I want to take and go because you know what? If I play directly queen takes b4 and allow you to take, it might not be the best.
Because you are also challenging the c6 pawn, and then the knight can get the d5 square. Whereas when you are taking that pawn in the center, your c6 pawn holds that important d5 square. Maybe that's the reason.
True. Yes. And by the way,
Gukesh, everyone wants to go to Gukesh because I think a move has been played. Chalo, jaldi.
sorry, not draw. I think Gukesh has some chances because he's ahead on the clock. Oh, Gukesh took on e7.
Yes,
equal
nice,
equal for Gukesh. Let's just see what all Indians are doing. Harikrishna, by the way, is better, clearly better against Sarana. So that's good. Praggnanandhaa has very good, interesting position against Fabi. Gukesh is actually equal, but ahead on the clock. Wei Yi has to make 23 moves in 11 minutes. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is in second position, has a complex position with Vincent Keymer, who is attacking and has not sacrificed a pawn, but interesting position. And Leon Mendonca, who is playing Fedoseev, is around even, maybe slightly better for Leon. So, yeah, pretty good day. No Indian is in trouble as of now. And we have Amruta Warmerdam versus Anish Giri. And Anish is slightly better here with the extra pawn, putting pressure on Max Warmerdam.
How much? Look, Max had 5 minutes on the clock. Has 5 minutes. How many moves they have to make? Opposite color
15 move,
bishop.
15 moves to make in 5 minutes. The time may not be such a big factor though.
No, it can be, Sagar, because there is some pressure. G7. Somehow white has some more initiative. But the rook on a1. Yeah, very passive.
Oh, look at Max Warmerdam. They're thinking, guys. Very solid time pressure on him. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Meanwhile, our subscriber count going upwards. 2.5 million, 44,582. Our aim is to reach 2545 today. So do subscribe and do like the stream, guys. Every day I hope that there should be 10,000 likes at least on our stream. So please do like, and it would be epic. Meanwhile, Amruta, Praggnanandhaa has made his move, and that is an important moment. He's taken on e4. बस यही करना था
क्योंकि you suggested
क्योंकि ये रास्ता खोल दिया है उसने एक way has opened to the king Wei Yi, but he's taking on Fabi. And Amruta, we have 11,000 people are saying, can you remove the drawn result of Arjun and put of Leon?
Anish. Yeah, and also Anish.
We can't do all of them. But I will definitely remove Arjun's drawn result, although people do get some info. Meanwhile, Amruta, we have had 5 people who have contributed to Help Chess. Darsh Bhatti, Rohan M, Vinayak Patil, Balachandar Sundaram, Pradyumna Yerabatti. Thank you all for your contribution to Help Chess. Very kind of you. Amruta, people are saying, can we have a look at Divya's game? And very quickly bringing in Divya's game here, guys. Divya Deshmukh is better after knight b6. She's not making her move. She's been thinking for a long time here. 20 minutes already. She hasn't played a move. She's thinking. And we also have the game of Faustino. He's playing against Nodirbek Yakuboyev. And Faustino is in big trouble.
I want to also look at Vaishali's game, Sagar, because she was earlier much better, but currently the position has wriggled out. I mean, black has...
Oh my god, Vaishali kitna dangerous chess खेलती है. But
and with even dangerous opponents, yeah, she has no fear.
I can't understand this position at all, Amruta. Can you?
She played g4, her last move. Just put the pawn on g2, क्योंकि वो देखने को मजा आएगा जब pawn ऐसा g4 पे जा रहा है.
I think this is not the kind of analysis we want. We need a grandmaster to analyze this position, Amruta.
अरे सागर क्या कर रहे हो तुम? हर टाइम
need a GM. to help
आज
us.
देखो
अरे
फ्लावरी शर्ट पहन के पीछे मस्त लाइटिंग वाइटिंग। हर्षित भाई, क्या ये तो सुबह लग ही नहीं रही है आपकी, रात ही
अरे
लग रही है।
it's 8:15 a.m. It's very, very early.
अरे 8:15 a.m. Harshit bhai becoming more and more disciplined every single day, waking up on time. क्या बात है हर्षित भाई? But look at this position, crazy one with Vaishali. She's taking on Aydin Suleimanli, and it seems like she has a good position, although very very risky.
It's very complicated because she has these three pawns in e4, f4, and g4, which can be a asset, but at the same time, if the positions open up a lot, White's king can potentially become weak. So she has to be very careful right now.
Agreed. I think Amruta is someone who has played such games many times in her career. She is a Sicilian expert. So Amruta, you feel like white is better here or black?
Honestly, right now I can only say, because we are switching very quickly to a lot of games, I would definitely say Vaishali is super brave to go for something like this. And we need such kind of attitude in women also, especially to be able to beat such opponents. Like you have to do something. It may not be always the best move, but you need that courage. So I just feel happy when I see something like that. I'm not always looking for best chess, but I'm looking for exciting chess. So my perception is
Great.
very different.
Okay, no, that's great point. Meanwhile, Somendu Kumar Ghosh on the chat says, "Hi Harshit bhai, I'm a fellow follower of the streams from Portland. Great to see a
Oh,
local on
wow.
the stream." अरे भाई हर्षित भाई, अभी तो आप रास्ते पे
Local.
जाओगे तो मुझे
Correct.
लगता है people will be like, अरे हर्षित भाई.
Harshit, have you experienced Mumbai local?
I think once long, long time back when I was very young and I was playing a tournament at BKC.
Acha.
I think that time once I had went into the Mumbai metro and it was a crazy experience because I had to get out at one stop, but I just could not because of the amount of people who were pushing.
Got it. So,
अरे बाप
Sagar,
रे.
today at some point you ask him an important question, and if Harshit Bhai doesn't get the right answer, you make him travel in Mumbai local at the
अरे
peak
भाई
time,
भाई.
solving a study,
Oh my my.
and the other may he has
अरे
to
अरे
get down.
क्या
ठीक
बात है.
है?
Done. Meanwhile,
Done.
Amruta, you were right in some ways that Max would face difficulty because of the lack of time he had. Harshit bhai, he has only 4 minutes to make 15 moves. Bishop g6, and now Anish taking over the position with rook e7. He's a pawn up, and he has definite pressure here on Max Warmerdam.
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the reasons why this would be very, very equal is because it's opposite colored. But as we've mentioned a lot of times with opposite colored bishops, actually the side attacking plays very, very well because the opposite color bishop can never defend against your threats. The pawn on g7 can potentially be very weak. The rook on a8. Oh, बिचारे को it had the only d file, the bishop on d4 has stopped that also. So he has nowhere to go.
And slowly I think he will get his other rook, even if it means giving up this pawn. But that could start like f4 f5 and then f7. He goes rook a6, but I think
Oh,
Anish now
Mistake.
has a
you can even go
huge
rook
move.
e8.
Why?
Rook
Rookie, it says
e8 is a
Harshit.
good move. There's g4 with the idea of f4 f5. It's
No,
too much.
this is crushing. G4, H5, G5, and the black king on H8 is kind of in a box. It's like a mating pattern. H5, F4 is also coming. Oh my God. If
Yeah,
H5 now, I think F4 is game over.
because of take, you take, and f5 coming, and if you play f6 too, I go
F6,
f5, and this bishop is trapped. There is no space.
Yeah.
Insane.
Goodness.
And Amruta Manoj Padhiji in the chat says, just place the order for Guki the Golden Boy. Let's go, Manojji. If you guys also want to check it out, it's the second link in the description. Harshit Bhai is just here showing you what is happening with the world champion Gukesh. Harshit Bhai, your thoughts on this very complex endgame bishop and knight on the board?
Yeah, it is super complex because the material is equal. And I don't want to say that it's a dead draw because I remember what happened when I said that the last time in Olympiad. He went on to grind a crazy endgame and win against the same player, Wei Yi. we have a similar endgame where it seems to be very, very innocuously equal, but maybe the bishop can have some chances with the black's king on h8.
And pawns on both sides. The only problem here for black is that for white is that his structure is terrible. Very
Yeah,
bad
he has
structure.
4 pawn islands in this position, h3, f3, and f6 a lot. So his pawn structures are not that good. But let's see, he gets h4, h5, h6, or some sort of this break. I mean, I think he just needs some break with his pawn. Maybe a4, a5, maybe c4, c5. Just kuch to break, and then I think his structure will improve.
I really like h4, h5 actually. So can we do it even now, like right away?
Only, I think only problem with h4, h5 is that whenever you get your pawn on h5, black will be like, okay, I'll just play h6. And it's unclear whether
Yeah.
putting the pawns on black squares is going to benefit white.
But tell me something, black rook is tied down, it cannot move. White rook is very active defending everything which is needed. So white king, which can be a piece in the end game. If you
That's a
bring
very
that,
good idea.
yeah,
Bring the
can there
king in
be
the game.
initiative?
King f1, king e2 is a very, very good idea. You want to bring your king in the game. I think that's a very good idea, Amruta.
Very nicely pointed. But by the way, guys, this opening reminds me of this structure, reminds me of an opening. Just to show you very quickly, it happens in Karo Khan, or it can also happen through some
Right.
other. Do you know this, Harshit Bhai?
Yeah, knight f3, bishop g4, queen b3.
CD, knight
Yeah.
d5, queen b3, here e6. Sorry, first bishop
No, bishop
f3,
f3.
gf,
Yeah.
e6, takes here,
This
Knight
one,
d4,
yeah.
bishop b5.
Yeah.
knight takes
Knight
Knight
d4, bishop
d4.
b5. And
Knight
important is for
b5.
knight b5, queen c6 check is important.
Yes, absolutely. So you can't
Then
block,
endgame.
rook is hanging. So
So
here
king is
takes, and then some queen d7 move, bishop g5, f6, queen d, first knight d5, then queen d5, queen d5, a d5, bishop e3, and we reach such a position where
Exactly, yeah.
you know these pawns are doubled, but white is having the queenside majority, and it's supposed to be slightly better for white such endgames. But here, maybe if you guys can explain this, I'll just be back in a second.
Yeah. So we have a very similar position as Sagar was mentioning, but still some small chance for white if he can somehow activate his bishop on f4 to attack one of black's pawns. Agar bishop somehow c5 pe aa gaya, and I mean, if after trading the c pawns and the a pawn is weak, I think that would give white big chances, na Amruta?
Yeah, it's only if, you can manage all of this within 40 moves.
Yeah.
Because right now there is pressure on Wei Yi, time pressure. Yeah, he landed in making 30 moves in 27 minutes. That it started from there.
Wow.
So right now he's having 10 minutes, and I don't know. Wait, let me tell you how many moves he has to make. They are on move number 21. So 19 moves to be
19 moves.
made in 10 minutes. What would you say about how easy or difficult would you assess it for that dream?
So I think that Wei should already adapt to that kind of a time control right now. Just think if he's playing a rapid game, because he has no time. I mean, if it takes even a minute for a move, he's going to run out of time.
Yes, and I think Gukesh is playing on that factor very highly, because otherwise, if just imagining equal time, then this position, you will keep pressing, but it's really tough in that
Yeah.
sense.
No, I remember Gukesh, even against his game in Leon, he knows when his opponent is in time pressure and he plays quickly. He puts them under the time pressure, and it's very difficult for their opponents to defend against the kind of pressure he puts. Now he's just making sure what to play. Should I go for c4, c5 or king f1, king e2?
Yeah, and also look at him, no? He looks so comfortable. He looks confident. His performance, as Sagar mentioned, is 2900 plus, which
Oh
is
my
like
God.
Magnus. So he's in that form. And imagine
Amruta.
if this position is given to Magnus Carlsen, okay? Then Magnus is going to grind it. He's not going to make it easy for the opponent. Yes, tell me, Sagar.
By the way, guys, I just want to say hi to David here. Sorry, John here. John, who has just given me this amazing picture.
Wow.
And John, you are a great photographer. And I think on Twitter you have posted. So the
Yeah.
second name is Breznina. How is it?
Brezina.
Breznina.
Brezina, yes.
So you can check it out, and this is in Harshit Bhai. This was at World Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
Oh, in New
I
York.
think he took
Wow.
second place. Yeah.
Wow,
Second
so
place
cool.
for all the people not playing there. But I just sat in front of the chessboard, and John was kind enough to take a picture. And thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. That's what I was thinking,
We have a lot
Sagar,
of
that you
fans in
lied to
Colorado.
me. You
A lot
went
of
somewhere,
fans from
played
Sonata.
chess, and I'm not
A lot
aware
our
of
kids
it.
are playing this weekend, and they just wanted to say hi to you. So,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes,
very
I
good.
would wishing all your students the best
Yeah.
for their event this weekend. But also, I will be coming later and meeting you. Thank
Yeah,
you for
yeah.
joining us.
Yep, it's the Parker Chess Club. All the kids there. So I just wanted to say that and say hi to them all because I know a lot of them will be watching. So
Wonderful.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you, John.
well, thank you. And I didn't
Sorry
name-
for I got a moment of
Sagar,
blankness.
but tell him,
Yes,
tell
and
him
Amruta, I
that.
wanted to say hi to her too. That was nice.
She's saying
Yes.
something to you.
Oh,
Oh, hi, John. I
Hi.
just want to say that I know that, whenever a photo is in the print form,
Yeah.
it has such a different value. So thank you for this. It's a great memory.
well, you're welcome. And I know it was nice. I seen you last in Budapest is when you were taking
Yes,
photos there.
yes.
So yes, I posted some nice pictures of you too. So, and I just,
Oh, thank you. I'll check it out.
and I think it was just your anniversary. I think so. Congrats,
Coming up.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. Thank you. Very sweet of you to remember.
well,
Okay.
this is a nice treat to come in here and say hi to everyone. So, because
Yes.
like I said, I've got a lot of young students and kids back home that'll be thrilled to see this. So, very
Brilliant.
nice.
So lovely.
Thank you, John,
So
for
lovely.
Yeah.
coming. And
All right.
thanks. Great seeing you in Wijk Aan Zee.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys have a good day. We'll see
Yes.
you. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
That was John, all the way from US, who has flown
Wow.
in here, and so nice to see him. Also got me a very nice picture. As he rightly pointed out, I don't sit at the chessboard very often, so
वही तो मैंने बोला कि तुम क्या बिना बताए कोई तो भाग के गए क्या टूर्नामेंट खेलने लोग भाग के शादी करते हैं तुम भाग के टूर्नामेंट खेलने गए हर्षित इज लाइक ये क्या हुआ भाग के शादी भी कर सकता हूँ मैं अच्छा गुड ऑप्शन
Arey, Harshit bhai, definitely understanding some things have to be taken with a pinch of salt on this broadcast. Otherwise,
Maybe a whole bucket of salt.
oh, by the way, people saying so this game we did discuss a bit, but another game which is just making people go crazy is Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana, because we saw here King A2, pawn takes pawn, and Pragg got a bit greedy taking this pawn. He should have taken the B4 pawn, which was maybe the safer choice, but Pragg was like, let me go and snatch D4, knight takes, queen takes, and now Fabi playing this amazing move B5. Just understanding what was needed in the position, because now if C takes B5, then bishop takes B5 attacking the queen and the rook doesn't work. So Pragg played bishop D7.
just a moment if you keep that bishop on c8 and look at this like black is attacking yeah fully attacking but all of his pieces are on the first rank
Yeah.
except for the queen which is very unusual and finding a move like b5 I think we must appreciate Fabi yeah I mean
I
this
agree.
is such a tough move but super classy defensive idea
Yeah,
Fabi.
I mean, he has two pawns in front of his king, so he doesn't need both of them to defend the king. He pushes b5, and also after like cb5, the d5 square is going to become available for this knight on c3 potentially. And Fabiano spots this very, very nice opportunity to go
Deflection,
b5, and Pragg is under pressure again.
Pragg goes bishop d7. But guys, I have a huge update for you. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has taken over in the game against Vincent Keymer. We were looking at it until this point. We thought that Vincent would be putting pressure on Nodirbek because of his rook here, the bishop coming in, putting pressure, but it was not to be. As it turned out, after this, bishop c6, b4, Nodirbek got his knight into the center, takes, Rook g3, it's still around equal, but it's looking more and more comfortable for black. Queen f5, c3, f6 played, and now when this final move h4 was played here by Vincent, the balance has just shifted. Black to play. What is the move that gives black a great position?
Is it time to open it up?
Absolutely, e5. And after take, maybe not first take, but a very
But
important intermezzo.
yeah, first rook b d8.
Rook c d8, yes, putting here, and after queen e3,
And you can even take on c5 first and go rook d3.
absolutely take, and now rook
Wow.
d3, or even better now, guys, this is a
Oh,
crazy move, Amruta
oh
Mokal.
my God.
Black to play and trap this bishop here. Very, very crazy move.
Guys, if 100 of you find this, that's going to be
नहीं
incredible.
नहीं भाई, इतना 100 ये वाले पोजीशन में थोड़ा टफ हो गया.
अरे तूने एक एरो दिखा दिया, 1 सेकंड के लिए दिख गया सागर, 1 सेकंड, बट फिर भी लोगों को मिलेगा ही. बढ़िया.
तूने कहा, मैंने सुन लिया.
Oh my
Yes, a
God.
lot
Oh
of
my
people
God.
found it.
What?
Insane.
भाई कितने लोग?
Too many,
250
bhai.
लोग,
I think
250.
100. Oh
40
my
दिया
God.
तो वो लोग ले ही लेते. वो बोल रहे हैं, क्या सागर भाई, 100 ऐसे ही. 150 people have said g5, although many of them might be a little confused how this move works, because after hg there is not fe.
E.
I thought fe traps
I
the
also
bishop,
thought FE.
but
No.
there is g6.
What? Wow, what a defense.
Harshit bhai, tough
ये
move.
move पूछना था
Same.
सागर, ये move.
You know what is the winning move? fg, क्योंकि ये
Bishop
मर रहा है
G5?
और फिर
हाँ, but
And
Bishop
bishop d5,
G5?
then rook d3.
But Bishop F6,
bishop f6,
check
rook
rook
f6, and if queen c1, then f2 is
This is a bit too much.
अच्छा, so
For the
something I'll
chat.
tell you, G5, whoever found, how many of them calculated till here is the question. And guys, be honest and write in the chat, did you calculate it or no? Zero.
No
Sagar
chance.
is saying
It's like in
zero.
MCQ that you choose an answer, but you have no idea why that answer is correct. You just tick option C.
Oh
some
my
people
God.
who are saying yes, guys,
Yes,
please
no.
pursue a career in chess. It might be what you do the best if you did find it. Leon Mendonca has just right now played a good move according to people. I'm actually impressed with the way Leon is playing here, Harshit by Amruta, because he's playing Fedoseev, who has had a great tournament, and rook takes a3 here, and he's managed to keep it like maybe even slightly better for himself, even though he's a pawn down, because his rooks are super active.
Yeah, knight e4 is jumping in. And once the knight comes to c5, I think that's just going to completely be dominating the bishop on a6, because the rook on a1 will also be tied to the pawn. I think that this is looking very good for Leon, actually.
Yeah, Leon showing here that, guys, if good health was on his side throughout the event, he would have performed much better from the start. But for now, whatever little games, 3 games are left, he's giving it his all, which is very nice to see.
Yeah.
Can
Let's
we?
go to Gukesh's game quickly, Sagar, because it's been no
Yes.
time. Can we go few moves back? Rook
Oh,
E7.
rook e8.
So rook e7. By the way, we were Harshit by very much thinking Gukesh will keep the bishop pair here with bishop b3 and play, but he decided
Yeah.
rook e7, knight c4, bishop f4, giving up b2, rook b1, check, take, rook c7, b6, king f1, and now Wei Yi cut Gukesh's king off with rook e8, and this now Gukesh is thinking from last 5 minutes what to do.
Yeah, because bishop d2 looks very, very good for white right now. Bishop d2, you're trying to put pressure on the a pawn, and it's hard to know how he defends it. But I think the point is that a5,
Yeah.
rook b7, and there is this amazing resource, knight to b2.
Arey, badhiya. Take.
The whole point being that if you take, then there is a crazy fork on c4, knight to c4, and you cannot defend the rook and the bishop.
रुक आ ही नहीं पा रहा है किधर भी.
And I had one question just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Instead of knight c4, no, two moves back, rook b7. अरे नहीं ठीक है रहने दे अभी नहीं.
किधर इधर. हाँ
No,
sorry.
after rook. Yeah, in that
नहीं
variation.
नहीं इतना वर्थ इट नहीं है, इतना सब मेहनत के बाद वर्थ इट नहीं है. The variation में rook b7 को if rook e6, then I wanted 100 people to answer within few
No,
seconds.
Amruta,
but-
that is not a good idea.
Correct.
So, Amruta manufacturing some puzzles here, back rank mate, but no. But guys, I really want to ask you: is this really looking good for Gukesh with taking time into consideration? 18 more moves to make in 7 minutes for Wei Yi, or you think that Wei Yi will be able to handle this?
I think everyone in the chat is going to write Gukesh dub now because they all think that Gukesh is going to win.
What is dub?
Dub is like W, like win.
Acha, dub is W, huh? Oh, Gen Z, bhai. Oh, Bishop D2
Bishop
on
D2
the
played.
board, played. And Wei Yi now
Wow.
goes what? H5.
H5. Back rank
What?
बचा है. But what if rook a7? अभी क्या हो रहा है?
He gave up a pawn?
Yeah, he gave up
Hanji.
a pawn, but no, after rook takes a7, Wei Yi has
Rook
calculated rook d8. Because if
Bishop
you move
E1?
the bishop,
B3.
E1?
No, king E2.
king e2
Passive,
ko, there
rook
is
D3.
knight f2. That's his point.
Hmm.
No, but then bishop e3. Okay, let's just analyze. Rook takes, rook d8.
You
King
can't
E2.
go. You King E2 knight
Okay,
f2.
no. But it's okay. Double pawn I'm losing, but I have
And give
like
h3 as well. Yeah, that's a bit risky, no? Knight f4 check.
And now actually black is the one who's going to press here.
Yeah,
So
he took it.
crazy.
he took the pawn. Guki has taken the
took the
pawn.
pawn.
Guys, मजा तो आ रहा है दोस्तों ये गेम में.
So and if rook d8, bishop e1, and you don't
If
have
you
played
rook
it,
d3
he
because
played.
king
Over.
d2.
Rook d8 खेला.
Bishop E1?
Passive है ना, वो नहीं जाएगा I think.
Knight
को bishop e3.
b2. Maybe bishop e1. Amruta, your move might happen
No,
here.
it's passive. I think what about bishop e3 actually rook
Knight,
game? How is
knight
that?
takes e3, fe3, rook d3.
Yeah.
You can win the b6 pawn or no?
Yeah,
think
but
that-
then
yeah,
this would be drawish.
Okay.
So maybe
Yeah.
here bishop e1, guys.
Bishop E1.
It's passive, but
Hmm.
your pawn up and knight
True.
is not so great.
Yeah, you ask black, show me the compensation. You
show me.
basically are forcing black to
Knight
show me
b2.
the.
Yeah, knight b2.
Trying to sit here.
King e2 खेलोगे? Rook d. No, not rook d3. King knight c4. Simple.
Now rook c. I mean, it's not easy to understand where black's compensation
Rook
lies.
c7, knight e5. d3. I think it's on f3 and rook d3 right now. So what will you do here?
I mean, I can even go f4 in general, but there you might have rook e8 check.
Yeah, it's
Okay, so Gukesh is thinking, huh? After rook d8.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he's not
How many
making his
moves?
move. I think we have still 16 more moves to make. Rook d8 on the board. And guys, I want to quickly shift our attention to the Praggnanandhaa game because right now Pragg's position still looking very, very interesting. After we saw Queen d4,
Five.
b5, bishop d7, bishop came here attacking the queen. The queen moved away to a7. He took pawn, bishop takes, rook f1. Oh my goodness, pressure here. He defended with rook e7, knight to d5, and now Pragg finds the only move. Kyuki, if he would have taken
Bishop
bishop
d5,
d5, ed5, and white is having a huge advantage here. But he finds bishop d5. Sorry, rook
Rook
b7.
b7.
Rook b7.
Yeah. By the way, to quickly mention that amazing video that has come out, and if you guys have not watched it, where Nodirbek Yakuboev meets Vaishali and Pragg, such a wholesome video, and also go not only Yakuboev but also the way in which Vaishali and Pragg, both the siblings, show so much maturity at a very young age. It was incredible to see, and very, very nice of you, Sagar, to post that video.
Yeah, no, I was honored that Yakuboev asked me to join him in this, and then also Vaishali agreed that it can be posted. So it was a very, very nice overall, feeling from everyone that they didn't want to create any further controversies on this, because everyone had good at heart, like there was
Yeah,
nothing,
exactly. Yeah.
nothing bad that was intended.
Mm-hmm.
So very cool. And then here, Pragg.
What if can you go e5 over here with
But Amruta, e5, you have no threat, right?
in the future? Yeah, maybe
Because
knight
my
f6
knight
is
is
something you
there.
have to be careful.
I think Fabi wants the pawn on e4 keys. Like whenever you take on d5, I want to take back with the e pawn so that I get a passed pawn. So maybe he just wants to keep the pawn there.
Then you lift the rook. Rook f5, rook f4. I want to go to
Rook.
h file maybe.
But
White
Amruta,
needs to create an attack, no?
this knight is doing a good job. Yeah,
For
it's
now.
not easy for white to play here. What move? But one thing
I
is
think
for
rook
sure.
f3 is logical.
Rook f3 looks good. This pawn on a3 is such a traitor, yeah, for black. Black wants like, bhai nikal wahan se, I don't need you. I want to attack this king, but this pawn doesn't let you attack.
Yeah.
But
And the
this
white king on a2 is actually very safe, by the way, guys. It might seem like the pawn on a3 is like really putting pressure on the white's king, but actually the pawn on a3 is a shield that white is using in his favor.
True, true. And by the way, guys, a lot of people want to just check Divya's game. She's winning against.
Wow.
This is Vaishali's game, by the way. Vaishali is looking. I mean, the position is equal, but I do feel like
no, with
Vaishali's
34
position.
seconds, 1 second. She
Yeah.
has to make like too many moves. 10
No, I think
moves, 12
Vaishali
moves,
is
how
in
many?
trouble somehow,
Yeah, she's
because
in trouble.
this
This
is
is
weak,
difficult.
and she has to play accurately for like
King f2?
14 moves. No, it's black to play actually. Last move was
14.
b3.
Could she go king f2 instead of b3?
Yeah, it was also a possible move
And
actually.
also,
Yeah, because queen
this is
h4, you just
complex.
trade the queens.
Yeah, and then it's equal. So she could have done this, but she went b3. Somehow she's fighting here. Let's see where that goes.
Sir.
But looking at Divya's game very quickly.
Sarana has blundered, by the way, Sagar. Sarana has blundered against Hari.
Okay. Divya now takes ba4, and she's clearly better with this. Bishop is here, and now, as you
Oh,
said,
wow.
Amruta. Yeah, Harshit bhai, this is totally better for Divya. c2 weak. This file.
Look at this line. Knight takes a4, bishop c6. You go knight c5, and now does black have any
Take.
funny idea? No, does he have funny idea of rook takes b4?
Whew. Nice one, Harshit bhai.
Because if queen takes b4, then there's bishop takes c5.
Yeah, maybe knight a6, forking, and then queen b7, knight b4.
Knight and bishop c5. Yeah.
Could be this all this happening here. So Divya looking good, but what a big result this will be for Harikrishna if he manages to beat Alexei Sarana. He's totally better
What
here.
was the blunder? What was the blunder?
So Hari was actually dominating from quite some moves
Oh,
and was
so
better,
it's not
but now
one
take.
move blunder, of course.
Take
Oh, bishop a4.
Oh.
tactical.
That was a nice surprise. And black wins an exchange, and white had some composition, this a3 b4 pawns, but I think white's last move, which was pawn to b5, right? Or
Yeah, pawn to b5, queen c8,
uh,
offering trade, and Hari is very keen to get queens off the board, and now I think he should be better after take.
yeah, takes and rook a4 is, I think, a very powerful way to demonstrate the power of the exchange, and the rook is going to be much better against the knight on f3.
Right. Meanwhile, going back to Gukesh versus Wei Yi in this position, guys, after rook a7, rook d8, Gukesh played bishop e1. He did play it. Knight b2, rook b7, knight c4. Wei Yi playing super quick now and getting his knight to e5, attacking f3. it is pretty clear to me that black is doing well. Also, the bar is very much saying so. But also, it does feel like if you give up one pawn as white and are able to just get your bishop going,
No.
it
Yeah.
can get
The
risky.
practical chances are definitely quite a lot. Absolutely.
Wei is
Uh,
playing very accurately with his little time that he
yeah.
has on the clock. If king e2, what's black's source of counterplay?
Before we get into the analysis, can we quickly have a look at Anish's game? Because if you remember, he had opposite colored bishop and he was pressing. Max had very less time, so
Mhm.
the position is completely changing now.
Totally winning
Oh,
for Anish.
he's completely winning. The rook on a6 is trapped.
Oh, he did find a F4 idea, basically. Wow, Anish is winning.
Anish is, yeah, he should be winning this game.
He found g4. He did find then f4. And now, okay, he's better.
Yeah, just rook d8 or something should be
Oh, by the way, guys, people are saying Vaishali better. What?
what?
Oh,
Much better.
1.16, the bar shows crazy.
I think
Queens are
I think
exchanged.
Aiden got a bit
And
tensed. B3, Queen
We played-
G4, Knight E2, and E5. A mistake because takes
Huge mistake because
takes.
takes and f5 is coming.
Oh,
Simply.
Aiden Suleimanli did not see this coming. He was like, trade kar dete hai. Vaishali has less time. But Vaishali now, F5, 2 pawns rushing down the board for her.
Yeah, and also the knight on e2 might come in the game potentially. Knight g3, knight e4, or knight g3, knight h5 look like very powerful ideas.
Yeah, looking great here for Vaishali, guys. Also, she found the right way to trade on d4. So, very, very cool. Meanwhile, just very quickly going to Nodirbek versus Vincent because they are playing super quick. It seems like Nodirbek found many
What
of
has
the
happened?
h4, e5, de, rook c d8,
Oh
queen
my
e3.
God.
Nahi, bhai, Nodirbek, bhai.
Again,
If you play g5, I will come and touch your feet.
He's going, I mean, he's going to.
No,
oh
no, no.
my god.
He is
No, but
going
G5
to.
is you can
Too
fight
good.
on the board,
There
no?
is rook d3 also, Harshit bhai. Rook
He's
d3,
too good.
queen c1, fe, bishop e3. And you can also calculate this. But if Nodirbek goes g5, takes, here, rook d3. Guys, get ready to. And it's not over, Harsh.
Standing ovation.
E6.
No, but Sagar
E6.
G5 तो कोई भी सोचेगा to attack the bishop or no. Obviously, it will be a candidate move for every strong player.
Could be.
In fact, every weak player also. He will reject it. That's different.
No, I think that he will go. I mean, if he's thinking, I think he will go for it because rook d3 is so natural and he's not making it. So he knows there is another candidate move.
That's a good point. Yes, I also think he's definitely thinking about it.
Guys, g5, Nodirbek is coming guns blazing in this position. g5 would be insane. Every single game of Abdusattorov, you have to be like, you just need to know that it's some master class is coming.
Yeah, today is another day where both the girls are going to win, it seems. Yeah, like we had one
Oh.
such day. So today to expect a 5-point score from Indian squad seems likely because
It's possible.
even Leon,
But-
for that matter, seems to be doing pretty well against Fedoseev. Like we saw it, and now I don't think Leon will lose this.
Yeah, maybe
Very
this one will be a draw. Divya is winning, so 1.5. Arjun drew 2.
Yeah.
Harikrishna is winning 3. Vaishali is better
Vaishali is
and
better, but with time pressure until 40 moves are over, we have to not consider exactly what can
Not
Maybe-
easy, yeah, to reach 5 still. Like
maybe
Pragg
some
has
dance
to.
can come.
Pragg. Everyone wants to go to Pragg's game now. Can
Yeah.
we look at that quickly?
Pragg versus Fabi. We see here rook f5. Oh, भाई आप लोगों का thought सही था that rook lift होना चाहिए. Amruta, rook
Nahi,
f5.
na, how do you not attack?
Airlift.
I mean, yeah.
Rook back.
Now rook f1. Okay, first queen d3.
Knight
No, but the rook-
96. Oh, and Pragg
What?
starting to actually भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है, मेरे को तो
बिशप
लगता है
A4 नहीं है ना बाद में आइडियाज, अभी तो नहीं है obviously.
It's interesting. It's a very cool thing to
Later.
spot actually, Bishop A4. I think right now our pieces are not
Hmm.
coordinated enough to do something crazy like that, but it is an idea for future. What should Pragg do now?
What about
guys
knight C5?
guys
Is there a
guys
problem?
Nodirbek didn't go G5, Rook D3 he played.
मतलब
Oh,
ही सोचा पर रिजेक्ट किया.
Hmm.
He would have thought.
but Pragg seems 7 minutes and versus 8 minutes, the position is getting super tense
And
now.
Harshit bhai,
What to
just
do?
play bishop e8, defend this, and then knight c5 ideas, putting pressure here and here.
Because
Very good move.
because if you go knight C5, the question I had asked, what for knight C5? The problem was knight F6 check. You get it? That's why it wasn't working.
You mean before this, yeah?
Yes.
Knight
Very
F6
important
check.
point.
Amruta
What?
showing better variations than
Time?
engines. But
Sorry. More dependent.
No, I was like,
Showing such a
like
blunder.
this. I was like, Queen D4 or
but
something. I have no idea.
very deep, Harshit bhai.
Queen
Check,
G3.
king h8, queen g h4, and huge attack.
क्या ही
Amruta's
भटका था वो.
Amruta's
मटका.
mind faster than a computer.
देखा तो कुछ
वो
नहीं.
वो मैं बचपन में पढ़ता था. Guys, how many of you have read Chacha Chaudhary? In that there used to be an asterisk whenever Chacha Chaudhary would say a good move or something, not move, but good idea, and then below the asterisk would say Chacha Chaudhary's mind faster than computer.
तभी का कंप्यूटर. अभी चाचा चौधरी आएगा तो मजा ही आएगा.
अभी Chacha Chaudhary can't be faster than computer.
Rook E8. Rook E8 played by Wei right now in this game. King E2 was played, and now I think can Gukesh just push A4 and like say that I don't think that you have a threat even though you've put the rook in
But
front of
दिए
my
मर रहा है
king.
ना भाई.
And this endgame is a draw. True.
So if Gukesh wants to still continue to fight for the full point,
Bishop D2.
yeah, maybe bishop d2, but then there is knight c4 check, bishop e3, knight e3, fe3, and the problem here again is that black has a move that gives
Rook
him
8.
counterplay. Exactly, rook 8. So I don't see
Yeah.
Gukesh being able to win this. I think this is a draw now.
Mm-hmm.
And Wei Yi will do it like maybe even if you go here, there's knight f3 of course, so can't even move. I think it's coming maybe f4.
Yeah, F4, but then knight G6, knight F4.
Ah, check here. And this pawn. So that also doesn't work. So maybe Gukesh's chances are gone.
Yeah, his chances are going down. I mean, Wei is so solid
Yeah.
throughout the event. He is
Yeah.
+1. He's making sure to neutralize Gukesh's pressure with the black pieces. He's 2750, guys. For those of you who didn't take a look at his rating, super strong. World top 10 or top 15 for sure. So a huge talent from China that we've not heard a lot of, but that doesn't make him any weaker.
No, okay, absolutely. Like, oh, by the way, we have a result incoming.
Yeah.
Max Warmerdam has lost to Anish Giri. Anish
Wow.
finishing the game with a flourish here with Rook G2, King F1. King goes back, Rook E1. He took here F6. Oh, epic
Oh, and
move.
Bishop D5. Epic, epic
Because
finish.
if you take here, it's a mate. He just opened this up. So
Mhm.
he went Bishop D5, F7.
F7. And if he takes the rook on G2, G2 bhai is hanging.
G2 by gaye, and so if King F8, there is Bishop C5 check, and it's all over.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Acha. Oh, by the way, Nodirbek now. Look at this. What is he doing? So he's just played Rook D3. Queen went back. He took. Oh, Bishop E5. He didn't go back. Bishop E3. He
Yeah,
played
so
here.
a bit Queen F2, King H2.
Because if you play Queen E5, guys, Rook takes D3. This is pinned. So that's the reason why he goes Queen F2, King H2.
And now we probably have to take the rook on G3 because G7 is hanging. Or we can go rook F7 as well.
Yeah, maybe guys, I can just ask if Anish Giri is around. Maybe we can invite him.
Can
Yeah.
you
and
keep the Pragg's board right now?
Pragg or Gukesh, which one?
Pragg, because it's an interesting
The
game.
Prague game
Gukesh
is very
draw
interesting.
right now.
Right, okay. You're right. Took
Oof,
5 F2.
6 minutes versus 5 minutes, guys. This is
10
so
moves to
tense.
make, 10.
I think Amruta, by the time we reach move 40, something drastic is going to happen.
I also think it's impossible with the king on a2. You have this seventh rank so weak, and this king has all the pawns and shelter, yet it is also so weak.
Queen,
You know,
right? What did he do?
rook f2, I think he played.
And black
So
also
bishop e8
struck the
happened.
same move. Queen b8. Wow. Trying to put his queen on e5. Such a classy idea. Guys, the queen performs. Oh, Gukesh's game was
Gukesh
a
Wei Yi
draw.
draw.
Gukesh has drawn his game against Wei. Wei defending very, very well with the black pieces. Gukesh still in the lead, but I think Abdusattorov can catch him if he wins this game. What an exciting last 2 rounds it will be, because Amruta last round, it is Gukesh versus Ajju Bhai.
Oh, crazy. अरे वो तो क्या ही मजा आएगा फिर.
So it's like we are awaiting the one of the most looked upon battle in the last round. क्या ही मजा आएगा. Gukesh versus Arjun. The
Pragg is
handshake.
looking at the result, what happened. He was looking back, but
Yeah.
6 minutes for Pragg and 5 minutes for Caruana. 30 moves have been made, 10 moves to be made. Ooh.
Yeah, this is super tense. And of course, Pragg looking at the results, because he's also one of the, players who's catching up towards the leaders with a win right now. He's only going to be half a point short of the leader. So if Praggnanandhaa somehow manages to create counterplay, if with his queen on e5, I would definitely prefer black.
Yeah, no, practically it does feel like white needs to do something, some threats, because black is slow and steady improving his position.
Yeah.
And of course, white can never think of taking the pawn on a3. It would be. Am I right? Or am I too confident about it, Harshit? King a3
Sorry?
would be gone, no? Dead lost.
Which one? King
King
a3?
takes a3.
Yeah, king a3, I think, would run into queen e5, and then suddenly the b2 squared is covered by the queen, and then rook a8 is also coming, and then Sagar Bhai has also come, so it's like a whole party.
Arey dosto, Anish unfortunately left because he is not feeling well still. So he went away. And by the way, guys, a huge news for all of you on Instagram. There is a post. Okay, we can come to that after the time control.
Yeah.
Let's just be here.
Oh
Exactly.
my God, ऐसा उत्साह दिया, there is a huge post, and then suddenly you're like,
हाँ लेकिन it was something which you remember कल बात किया था, but बाद में करते हैं.
हाँ ठीक है अभी गेम पे फोकस करते हैं. सागर,
हाँ.
क्वीन b8 को किंग a3 we are just looking at.
and Pragg has played this move queen
अच्छा खेल
b8,
लिया.
trying to put his queen to e5, and now Fabi has 3.5 minutes, guys. The clock is really being very, very low for Fabi. 3 minutes for 10 moves right now.
People are saying Vaishali has made a mistake. Aiden is now better. Yes, guys.
So it was a tough position to continuously play under time pressure no matter what.
Yeah. Wow. 3 minutes for Fabi now. He has to find a move,
Oh,
because
by the way,
queen is
guys, huge news. Huge. I need to change for a bit.
Leon is
Leon
winning?
is totally winning against Fedoseev.
What?
What
happened?
Rook b2, rook b8, takes, bishop e2. Bad move. Here he had to play rook d1. But after bishop e2, knight jumped in. Bishop f3, he chopped off.
Oh my God. He missed knight d3 or what?
Can't. How can he miss knight d3? What?
That is insane.
No,
He's
maybe he
completely-
calculated knight c1. No, he believed in his c pawn and the bishop. Like I thought he calculated takes.
No,
Where
but
are you going to go?
Because rook b8, bd7 and c6 is fine for...
Exactly.
But there
But you
is...
can just go king f8, king e7, no? Rook h2.
Summon.
क्या?
And bishop d10, king f8. The king can defend the c
No,
pawn. It's
bhai,
completely.
rook h2 is a mistake. There's only one move. Bishop b7 wins.
Bishop. Oh, okay. You can go to b7. Rook b8 simply.
Insane move, bhai.
But
This
be
is...
at bishop d7, no?
Yes, rook b8, bishop d7, draw. Somehow.
Oh, so wait, let's find. Let's try
Yeah,
to
let's
find
do that.
what's the move. Because if we can find or not, us pe dependent hai. Whether
Because
he will...
Leon, whether he should take or not is the question, and he has
By
5
the way,
minutes to figure it out.
is knight c5? How is the evaluation after
Oh, by
knight
the
takes
way,
c5?
guys, did you get to know Gukesh drew?
Yes,
हाँ
Gukesh
हो गया
too.
हो गया
Yes.
You-
Rook h2, by the way, what is the evaluation after rook h2?
Equal,
Because I think
equal.
black rook h2 is equal.
No, here, rook b1. Very important move.
So how to win? Let's see. Knight c1,
So, guys,
king
knight
c1.
c1 is
पीछे जाओ,
correct.
पीछे जाओ.
King c1 is correct. And
हाँ
now
इधर
only
ढूंढे.
move.
Wow.
Leon, can he find this, guys? This is first he has to take on c1, king c1, and then find this.
Very tough.
Actually, it's not. It's not. It's just a little different move.
Or rook a2 and then the king will come, yeah?
No, bhai, rook a2. Also, there is a problem with
Bishop
bishop
d7.
b5
You winning.
and actually wins.
Oh, the king covers the c6, d7 square.
Yes, so king f8, c6, king
King
e7,
e7 and now king
c7.
cannot go to d7.
d7 wasn't good. Got it.
And rook e2
वो
would
क्या
there
खेलना है फिर पोजीशन पे रखो सागर or should we find
By the
it?
way, guys, we have a guest joining us and who's played a great game today. Divya. Hello, Divya.
Hi,
Divya, congratulations for your victory.
thank you.
And Divya, before we just look at your game very briefly, we were just looking at this moment in Leon's game. He is about to, if he can find this move, how easy or tough you think? Knight c1, king c1, and then only one move wins for black here.
Okay. So my brain is not working already, as you can see based on the tournament. I have no idea.
You can actually hear Harshit and Amruta inside those earphones. So
We are trying to find but we have not been able to find it. Seems really tough.
Can you?
I
Let's
tried to move
see.
and I lost with black.
yes, you can say.
He lost. He lost it. Hmm. Can you just?
Rook e2?
Yeah.
Also thinking of that. But
What-
bishop
what is the
d7, rook e3,
e2? No, that doesn't work.
No, but why
bishop
would
d7.
White go bishop b7? I mean, if you go bishop b7, can't you just play rook e3, rook e5, rook c5, e5?
Why? Full. Very. Divya is in the zone right now. Finds the
Yeah, rook e3,
only
king d2 and rook
move
e5.
with
No,
check.
if
So
king
king d2. Oops, sorry.
Rook
King d2, rook e5, c6, rook c5, and wins.
Nice.
King d3?
And then if
E5.
king d3, very important move, e5 to stop king d4. You're right.
Nice.
So Leon has to find this entire sequence if
I
he
think
can.
he found it, no?
No, he hasn't found it. But
Oh,
Divya,
yes,
today
good.
great game by you. You played the French, right?
Finally.
And you managed to. Oh, he takes.
No, he gives
No,
the
he
check.
doesn't take. He's
He gives the
repeating.
check, he's repeating.
Wait, he drew?
He repeated to get like at least 1 minute.
Ah, okay. Then maybe now we'll play.
Hmm.
I think honestly, after rook e2, he must have found all this, but maybe he's checking some e4 or something.
Oh, he took.
Oh, he takes. Okay, that would be such a bad miss by Fedoseev because it was completely equal, and I guess he missed this rook e2 idea. Yeah.
So this will be winning for Leon. We'll keep an eye, but you
What is this?
and this one today is becoming a great day. Which was the critical moment, Divya, for your game? Just according to you, the most important.
Okay,
Because
for me, I think it was after she played knight b6.
yes,
I
because
was already, I knew that I was much better at this point. I was almost probably winning, but I needed to find the winning combination.
Sorry,
This
very
move.
sorry. Divya,
Yeah.
can you tell Sagar for a moment we have to go to Pragg's game?
Sorry, what?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you can't hear.
Yeah.
They are telling that go to Prague's game.
I
For a
was
moment.
telling for a moment, is there a sack or something like that?
What?
By the way, Hari, you can also join here. I will be standing. Divya, if you could come.
Well, only one person can hear, no?
Yes.
Do you want the privilege of hearing?
I don't know. Who is talking? No, he already won. No, I think he already
Oh.
won, right? Or
I don't know.
No, you can't reveal.
I can't reveal.
No.
Okay.
But you won.
Yes.
Hari won.
And
Divya
from-
won. Oh my God, what a
Okay,
day.
but my game is also there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
so-
yes. But we can have a look at it in a bit.
I think. I don't know.
What's it?
I'm not sure actually.
Rick.
Was it
No,
a... Oh, it was a
Leon
blunder.
won actually. Is it
Leon won. Leon is completely
Maybe,
winning. He
Maybe
found.
Pragg is still playing.
Rook
No,
B1.
it's a mistake. No, I missed. It was Leon actually.
Ah,
not
okay.
Pragg.
But Pragg also seems to be winning.
Yes.
Is it
Knight
bishop
is
A4?
so pretty here.
What? But it's not winning, no? Knight A1,
Rook B7 and
You
King
take
A1.
Queen
yeah.
B7 and King A1, Rook C4. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, but this King on A2 is okay.
But what's black's
Can't
threat?
even capture Bishop C B3.
I guess knight D4.
Yeah, probably.
Queen F2 he has to go.
So if Bishop B3, there is
Bishop takes B3, Rook takes B3.
And rook takes C2.
I feel like I
you
shouldn't
go.
be hearing all this. You should be the one hearing it since you're analyzing.
Okay, it's
Wait,
winning.
bishop B3, that's queen takes B3 or what?
No, he has to defend this Rook on C2, so something like this.
No, there's no queen b3, no?
Huh?
And
No,
rook
I was
C8,
talking
knight
to him.
F7.
Yeah, Queen F2 or
There is, no?
somehow. But okay, I think perhaps.
Oh, actually, there is. Yeah.
Bishop B3, bishop takes
Pragg seems
queen.
to be really winning. Caruana is down to 30 seconds here.
Yes.
He plays, I think, your move,
Huh.
Queen F2.
No. He played
BD3.
Bishop D3,
Oh my God, this is
Knight
over.
C5 on pinch.
Okay,
Why
but
is
it's
it
not
like-
that easy, yeah? He has to find rook b2. I mean,
Which Rook B2?
knight c5, rook c5, rook b2.
But Rook B2, King A1?
Rook
Okay,
B1
yeah.
and Queen B2.
Queen B2.
Oh, wow, beautiful. Okay.
That's nice.
Okay. But also here, Rook C5 should be winning, no? Same idea.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I get the live vote here?
This is the life.
This is live.
Nothing
Is it
happened.
the only?
Pragg has like 1.5 minute on the clock.
Oh,
Rook c5, who would play like this?
no, Knight C5.
Yeah, he would.
He
would
just
go-
needs to see. What it-
Also, probably needs to calculate some knight e7.
Yeah.
Does that one?
Which move?
Knight e7
When?
after knight c5?
Okay, king moves.
Mhm.
H8.
Ah, you
Should
take
I
bishop
go?
c2.
Oh, he
We
finally
played it.
played.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
That's nice.
If knight is on king h8, yeah, knight c8.
No, this is nice, trick.
Actually, Fabi was better at some point.
Was he?
Yeah, he was better, and
Oh, I didn't. You mean somewhere?
yeah,
Where?
somewhere after bishop d4 here.
Here?
Bishop d4,
Ah.
knight d4, queen d4, and b5, and it felt like here the giving like at least slightly better, but
No, this is very difficult to play.
Practically.
Yeah, practically it's hard with this king on a2. I see I am on the camera over there and also here. It's a bit weird.
no, we don't have your.
Sorry?
It's
It's
That's
here.
what we
Okay, okay.
But Hari, today you managed to beat the super solid Sarana
Yes.
because he's in
I'm
great
also
form.
still playing. That's me, right?
Yes,
Oh.
there's a 15-minute delay, so
Yes.
Doppelganger.
Yeah, I mean it's started with yesterday, I guess, for him. And
he lost one game.
Yes, he lost to Nodirbek, and then today he tried to stay solid, I guess. Okay, we'll stay with this. I think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just 17 seconds.
If knight.
What did he take on b7?
Queen b7. Just bishop c2.
Yeah, knight c8, bishop takes c2.
Maybe you can try this bishop a6 thing, but
Bishop a6.
Even if I take queen e7, I mean, what is this?
He played it.
Okay, even if I take queen e7, it's lost, but okay, queen b3.
Oh, queen b3 takes bishop. Takes.
Oh, Divya won.
oh, that dings, yeah, when somebody wins.
The ding happened, huh?
Yeah.
It's because you won.
Thing?
There is this bar.
You see, Pragg, queen e7.
Pragmatic Pragg.
Pragg
Yeah,
won.
okay, why not? Yeah.
He resigned,
Just
yeah.
take c2
And then
and then
c2.
finish. Okay.
Nice.
Peace out.
Oh, he resigned.
Yeah, actually, I think I probably saw Pragg won the game. I'm not so sure now. No, because it's some white today. Actually, many results, right?
Wait, one more result. I
Yes,
think.
my game.
Oh, you can.
Hari won.
And also, I think Leon won.
Ooh.
That
Leon
Leon
is still playing because
Yeah, but
Fedoseev,
okay,
he's
he
winning.
won.
He's
He
winning.
won.
He won. Okay.
He won.
So Divya, because you had to leave, if you could just show us like a few, no, not there, the side, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here because her knight is trapped, but she played a4.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. Here I was calculating so much for no reason. Like, look at my time. I had like 40 minutes, and then I
Oh
like,
my god,
yeah.
30 minutes thing.
I thought for 30 minutes. I didn't even consider knight b6 as a move when I initially played b5. But then I couldn't really find how to take advantage of it. Like, I was thinking rook b8, a4. At some point, I was calculating a5, a b5, a b4. My hands are too small for this. Okay. But here I knew that I would be better, but I didn't really want to have a rough finish. And then I was calculating something like bishop b4, queen b4 here. And I'm not sure here because after it goes to endgame, and it will because my pawns are so weak. I didn't like this position. And then I was calculating rook e8, a4. It was some mess in my head because I was calculating this. And
Wow,
maybe it's
queen.
winning. There was, queen c3. And I think I checked both rook f1 and rook c3. And I was trying to make something like bishop b4, bishop c5 work. But again, it was not working. And then,
Wow. Calculated a lot.
yeah, 30 minutes.
But there was this move rook f4, you know, Divya?
F4.
Like
I saw that
a4,
also.
a4,
I
rook
probably,
f4.
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
somehow that was the, I think, very strong.
I saw rook
Knight C3,
F4.
Yeah, very
Yes.
good.
And for some reason, I didn't.
Any move, Knight C3.
King H1?
Mhm.
No, King H1,
Knight
Knight
G3.
Knight
Okay,
G3,
yeah.
yeah.
Knight
You
G3.
can't stop.
Really?
Crazy move, yeah.
Wait, what if bishop D3?
I think Knight C5. Sorry, Knight
Maybe just rook F8.
Sagar only can help.
Rook F8 just, yeah.
Rook
And then-
F8?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, I should not have spent so much time then. It was really easy.
Okay, rook f4 is slightly
Rook
weird.
F4 is a little bit tough.
Bit
Wait,
You
it
played
act-
rook B8.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
I played
multi-
rook B8, yeah.
multi-screen.
Okay, but at this point I was already much better. I think she just started messing up when she went knight b5.
Queen b8 was a great move.
Yeah, I think she underestimated it. Saw that the pawn is probably going, but she'll find something. I was counting on this to happen. I was not sure about this. I was checking this in the game. Knight g4, queen d4. Here I was a bit unsure what to do, because also white has bishop f4 and something, knight d4, I guess. I think I decided to... I don't even remember what I decided to do. Yeah. But thankfully, she went bishop d4 before I could finish my calculations. So after this, it was fine.
Yeah, this became very nice for you.
Yeah. Also, it was a pity she just blundered bishop d8. I was...
Very- You wanted bishop c6, rook b4, or
No, I can't go rook b4. There's knight a6, no?
then queen c8?
He's talking.
Queen c8 and... Yeah, he's talking. Queen c8, and I thought she would move the queen, and I wasn't really fond of it. Maybe I have like bishop b7 something, and that should be winning too. I thought if she went here, I will just go into the endgame and win.
Yeah, this is very good.
Yeah. Okay, there's nothing much happened in my game. It's just she blundered.
But Divya, congrats
Easy
for
win.
winning. And like, it must have felt good to score a win, because there were many, many games that didn't go your way.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. Things happen.
Sure. No, it's a great thing, and great fighting spirit, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Another thing happened.
Oh,
I think it's Leon.
Yeah, he
Maybe.
won. 15 minutes delay, yeah?
yes.
Okay, I have it.
Hari, congratulations.
Thank you.
Huge win for you. And actually, this tournament is shaping up amazingly. Like, yesterday draw with Fabi in a tough end game, and now
I think that kind of spoiled his mood and made my mood good. It happens, yeah. I mean, okay, I didn't expect actually to survive yesterday, but yeah, it was I was lucky a little bit.
no, and also some great defense there in the end game.
Yeah, yeah.
And today, just to tell us, like, at some point it felt like very even. It was a symmetrical position like this, but it did feel like you were slightly more better coordinated.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I got all the useful moves with h6, a6. My pieces are developed, so and White didn't really get his setup like to have bishop on b2 and knight on d2. That would be ideal for White to have, and in such positions, even one move could mean a lot. And okay, I was quite happy to get such a position from the black pieces out of the opening. So it's a pretty easy play from black side.
Right. And where do you think he went wrong? Because it showed around equal, but your knight on c4 was very powerful, and
I guess this is one of those things like it's half feeling that why did I end up in such a position from the white side? Plus, optically looks not so nice. So that these two factors actually determine quite a lot in the spending time or making moves here. I think this is one of the problem for white.
So what you are saying
Objectively,
is engine is saying equal, but Sarana is feeling like I'm in a tough position.
yes, because firstly, okay, with white pieces after like 20 moves to reach such a position, and then also he doesn't see a clear way to, liquidate. He would like to eliminate all the pawns by playing a4, ab5, and so on.
Right.
But that's not so easy here, and I think that's the problem. Oh, I played not bad actually.
Actually, you played great, in fact,
Okay.
because you
I was
could
not
also
sure.
take with the bishop.
Yeah,
but-
bishop d5 was quite interesting. Bishop d5, e5, e4, knight d4, queen g5, queen e5, g3. Okay, rook e8, I didn't see. Just goes and then queen g5 and so on, right? Yeah, this is also quite nice. This is very nice.
But you took
but I
this.
thought,
I think you took the more practical
yes,
decision
he should go knight d2. Actually,
instead of taking.
yeah, no, knight d2. I didn't even consider bishop c4. He would go actually, takes and e4. And okay, nice position for me. Some queen e5 and slowly, yeah. And when he took bishop c4, I was quite happy with my position. I don't know if he missed bishop a4.
Maybe he just went into this, no? Or he missed.
I think he missed bishop
Oh.
a4. Okay, actually,
Yeah.
rook c4, queen c4 is also nice compensation for Pragg. It's that was another option which I could play.
Right.
But bishop a4 and then yeah. I think
Was this easy to convert?
Yeah, I think so because the knight on f3 is pretty hopeless. If the knight is somewhere on e3 or e4, things are very dangerous. Somehow at the end I had to calculate a little bit here.
Little bit.
I mean, rook a4 was probably slightly more accurate, and he suddenly started making it quite interesting. I guess rook e8 is only move, and here I have after knight takes e5, rook e4, knight c6, and now I give a check, takes,
Bishop
king
d6.
h2, bishop d6, g3, and then
b1.
yeah, rook b1 is the cleanest. Yeah, knight b4 you can have, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean nothing moves, just king comes and I can take the pawn. This was one line I had to see, I guess, and yeah, it's the only move actually. And after d6 I have to take. There's no other way. And I could play like a slightly lazy way, yeah. I mean, something like this. It's probably also winning, but it will mean like a lot of time, yeah. So therefore, I decided to just play f6. I calculated here all the lines. Rook a6, then I have rook c1, king h2, rook b1, rook a6.
Nice.
Something this or
His knight is just not playing.
yeah. And in endgame one piece, like knight can't jump, it's a serious disadvantage. And I think after this, he went rook d7. Also here, rook d4 is the only winning move here. Because once I don't play this, then he gets knight e4, knight d6, and it's just a draw. And okay, this is just lost.
Wow, amazing. Great game, Hari. And also this tournament, I think you are also climbing up in the rating ladder. And
We will see two more games.
Two more games.
Yeah.
And also great play. And just feeling good overall.
Yeah, so, I was not very happy with some of the games. Quite okay. Against Anish, it was pretty boring draw. I mean, he had chances actually. But yeah, so far good. Quite interesting games I had against. Even though I lost, some of the games were quite interesting. So yeah. So let's see how it goes next two games.
Fantastic. We will be waiting for your games and rooting for you. Good luck for
Thank
the
you.
last two rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Harshit bhai, today
Yeah.
seems like an amazing day for the players. Harikrishna showing some brilliant chess against Sarana.
Yeah,
Divya
so we had
winning her game.
Pragg, we had 4 wins, right? Pragg, Divya, Harikrishna, Leon. That was a huge win, by the way, by Leon
Gukesh
with the black.
draw.
Gukesh draw.
And
Um,
Vaishali, is she drawing?
Arjun draw.
Arjun, oh, 5 हो
Arjun
गया.
draw.
5 हो गया
5
भाई.
points.
Let's go Harshit bhai. आज कौन सा डांस?
Oh my God, this is insane.
Oh, and at the right time we have Harshit bhai. This time I'm going to give you the to talk. We have Leon here who has scored a very important win.
How will you be able to hear?
I will try to hear. You can be there in between. But Harshit is here.
Okay.
From here.
Okay. Yeah. I think now it's too much.
Leon is perfectionist
Leon figuring
here.
it out. Yes.
Now.
Hi, Leon.
Wait, is this Ulta or what? Yeah, like this.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, Leon. Nice. Yeah. win
Leon, how does
after,
it feel? Okay, you are asking a question.
you
Yeah,
asked
first.
me a question.
First question is your first win.
Yeah, your first win. Like, how does it feel? I mean, it was a tense game.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, I remember watching an interview last year by Parham, and he was having like I guess a similarly bad tournament as me, and he was very depressed in the interview. He's like, "Man, I just want to win one game." Yeah? And at the time, I didn't think much about it, but now I understood how he feels.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yes,
feels
Sagar bhai.
great. Yeah. Okay, he's telling you to ask something. I guess.
Okay. No, I mean, Leon, your first half of the tournament was not good health, right? And you were not playing at your full potential. But I think the last 3 games you made 2 draws and now this win.
Yeah, I think till about round 5 I was terribly sick. Then round 6 I started playing better and I was feeling health-wise also a lot better. Yeah, so I guess from round 6 onwards I was playing closer to how like the best I can play. Yeah.
We can join somewhere here. You were pawn down at one point. This one.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you have enough compensation here?
No, that I knew this pawn was going to fall. Like there's no way I can defend the pawn, but the main thing was to not allow him to keep the knight, yeah, and attack my a5 and c6 pawns because those are the more important pawns. And yeah, with some tactics, with this tactic, basically I managed to do that. And okay, otherwise, if I don't lose the c6 pawn, basically I'm totally fine, and I'm getting knight e4, knight into c5, so it's just a no risk position for me basically. Yeah.
And you thought that you have chances to win, or you thought it's just like going to be a draw? Like,
I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking much about that. I was just like making sure I have knight e4, knight into c5 in a clean way, and I don't allow any tricks. Yeah. And then after like bishop c4, rook b2, rook b1, rook b8, I started realizing, okay, now it's kind of becoming unpleasant. But then I noticed that he has this defensive idea of rook d1 and bishop b5. And I realized actually that this works for him. Like, let's say after rook b2, instead of bishop e2, if he plays rook d1, knight e4, bishop b5, I was like,
wow.
okay, this is crazy, but it actually works. cb5, I just lose. And yeah, I have to go for a draw actually because something like this and rook c2 is just a draw, I guess. Yeah, that was, yeah, I
that
just,
was a nice.
yeah, I was very surprised myself. It actually works for him, yeah. And then I started considering rook d1, rook c2 to try and play for a win. And I was seeing some lines with rook d4 or something like that. Then I realized again bishop b5. Yeah, rook c2 stops nothing actually.
What?
Yeah.
If CB is AB or
CB, yeah, and just b6, and okay, it's working out
this
for
is
him.
crazy.
Yeah, like knight d5, let's say b7, rook b3, c6, and take on d5 next. Just lost.
Like, yeah.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it that this actually works, but yeah, it works.
He didn't see it.
No, he didn't see it. When he started taking a lot of time, like around here, he had 11 minutes. Then he took like spent rook into b2. He spent like 5 minutes. That's already a sign he has no idea how to defend actually. Yeah, but rook b2 is still a good move. And here he spent basically all his time on bishop e2, which is just bad already. Yeah, I mean you just have to see the bishop b5 idea, I guess. Otherwise, it's just maybe lost already, close to lost.
And something like f3 just doesn't work, right? Because you will
Yeah, I guess knight
just take the
d7. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that was my only idea, to get rid of the c5 pawn. And okay, if I get to play for a win, well and good, I guess.
Yeah.
And here we
Right.
were like, Divya was here, Hari was here, and you were here, and you were thinking, and you repeated, and we were like, has Leon spotted the win or not? You had seen it.
No, but it's not the only way to win actually, because
Really?
if I don't calculate this, I can just take on h2.
It's
Oh,
not
this is
winning.
not winning. Yeah.
Rook b1.
Yeah, I saw this line. Rook b5, knight a4, rook b8. Yeah. Otherwise, it works. But I was thinking, even if I don't do this, I can take on c5 and have like a edge and play this ending, because his pawn structure is total shit basically. Yeah. And here I can even take. This is also technically winning. Wow. This is also
You just go
technically.
e5. King g7, king f6, e5, yeah.
I just push everything on the king side, and he's totally tied down. Also king d6, e5, yeah. Just push something and it'll work out. That's all I understand.
Something.
But yeah, I was mainly calculating whether knight c1 works, so I should just go for a technically winning ending. Then I made sure like knight c1 was working and I'm not lying in tricks, and then I played it basically. Because okay, you can, these studies always start like this, no? Where you get king c1 and rook is dominated, and next thing pawn is queening. This is the bad side effect of studies. You won't even go for the win when it's on. Usually,
But if your opponent goes for it confidently, it's sometimes hard to like be confident that this is losing for him, right? Or
yeah. But he was not confident this time, and so I sensed that okay, this might work.
that's
Brilliant. Leon, one question everyone had here was, how is your second name pronounced?
Mendonca. So it's Mendonca, but technically there is like an accent on the C. So it's Mendonca.
Mendonca, guys, that is what I had been telling you all. And now that Leon himself has said it, Leon, very important game, just to get your thoughts, which is still going on, is Nodirbek versus Keymer. You think Nodirbek has any chances here? He is a pawn up.
Not much chances, because the problem is g7 is also weak. So if you try to bring your king out, this g7 might become an issue. Like white can also play bishop d4, sacrifice the a4 pawn, and go for g7 and h6. Yeah. Otherwise, if it was not for this, he would have great chances if g7 was not a weakness. I think I remember Vidit had won some rook and bishop versus rook and bishop like this in the Olympiad against who was it?
I think
I-
German guy.
Ivich? No.
Ivich.
Was it Ivich?
Ivich.
Maybe Ivich, yeah. And okay.
But e3 in the last position, and if you take the g2 pawn, is there some chances?
Yeah, but
and
then you'll have to deal with rook g3, I guess, from white, and bishop d4. I don't think he'll play e3, but in any case, I feel like it's very close to a draw because, okay, of course, Abdusattorov will try. Maybe he'll try playing g6, exchange those pawns, and then bring the king. But objectively, it's still a draw. Yeah? But yeah, I would say winning probability is about
10%.
20, yeah, something like that.
But Harshit bhai, huge miss by Nodirbek here, because he was really better at this point. It was like Queen h5 was winning for him, and he missed this moment.
But I guess even if you don't exchange queens, basically it's he exchanged queens. Okay.
Yeah, why did he? It's very surprising.
Yeah, he had time as well. Yeah, exchanging queens was not the best idea because white's king is weaker, I guess. Yeah.
So missing this moment, and actually that means that he will stay half a point behind Gukesh, and Pragg would catch up because Pragg beat Caruana today.
I see. Okay.
But Leon, finally, just overall, how has been your experience of Wijk Aan Zee this year, playing in the Masters, qualifying from the Challengers? Has it been something like someone came here? It was Mikhail Abel, the author of Anand Files, and he said that this tournament is extremely valuable for Leon because every game is a lot of learning. Would you look at it this way, or how do you see it?
No, definitely. I mean, I've learned so much in all these games until now, and still there are 2 more rounds left. I've learned definitely a lot, and of course, playing against the world's best is a great opportunity. Yeah? And okay, winning the challenges last year was nice, and I needed some luck as well, but I managed to. But I came here mainly to try and just give it my best and learn as much as possible. Yeah. Unfortunately, my first 5 rounds were ruined because of bad health, I guess. But yeah, still there is a lot to learn even from those games. So I'm taking everything as a learning experience to try and do better in the future, I guess.
And yesterday the paddle was fun.
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
Yeah.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was quite fun. I played for the first time, and yeah, it was an interesting sport actually.
Amazing. Amazing. Well, Harshit bhai, any questions for Leon?
No, I'll just wish him good luck for the next two games, like to finish well, and hope to see him again here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys, that is Leon here. Thank you so much for coming and scoring your first win. We are very
Thank you.
happy and keep going, Leon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Leon with his first win, Harshit bhai, what a nice game he showed. This variation with Bishop B5,
Yeah.
Rook D1. He saw everything.
Incredible. It just goes to show how much and how accurately the players there are calculating. It was so nice to have Leon. As he mentioned, he was struggling with bad health, but he came back. He came back strong and managed to beat Fedoseev, who we thought is potentially going to be one of the leaders of
Yes,
this
so
event.
Fedoseev's facing two losses back to back and
Yeah.
now out of the race, which means that we have now Gukesh. By the way, chat has been spamming this since a long time. He's now world number 3, Gukesh, because Fabi lost to Pragg. So Fabi has gone below Gukesh in rating list, it seems.
Wow.
Yeah, can you
So he's world
confirm,
number 3.
Harshit bhai, if you can check 2700
Yes.
chess, is that true?
Yes, Gukesh is world number 3 right now, just by 0.8 rating, I think. But
Wow.
yes, it
And
is
he's
true.
at
He is
what?
world number 3.
2793 something.
93.2.
And Fabi?
Fabi is 2792.4.
Ooh,
Very close.
yeah. And where has Pragg reached? I think he must have also moved up a bit because of this win.
Pragg has had an excellent run in this event. I'll just tell you what his rating is right now.
He's at number 8 in the world.
Pragg is 2759.2. So just about to reach the 2760
So he gained
land.
18 points already because he started with 2741.
He gained 18 points. It is insane in
Wow.
one event.
Wow. Pragg showing beast mode here. I don't know if he's still here around, Harshit, but I'll just go and check whether Pragg is
Yes.
here. I would love to get him. But
Yeah.
here Nodirbek's thinking about his move.
Yeah, guys, what a day this has turned out to be for the Indian team. Yeah, like Arjun drew, which was fine with the black pieces, but Divya won. She was not having the best event, but she's coming back strong in the last few rounds. She won with the black pieces. Gukesh drew, but then Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces was like kind of under pressure, but beating Fabi, that was huge. If we can somehow get Pragg in the studio, that would be incredible. Leon also, it was great of him to join us after he beat Fedoseev. Harikrishna also won a fantastic game against Sarana. I mean, today is to aaj pura India team OP, guys. I mean, what a great day this has been for the Indian team. I don't think we've had any Indian player losing so far, which is incredible in such a strong event. Um, Arjun is the only one kind of still not perhaps having the best health shape, and he's still trying to uh, be strong and play every round and try to just finish this event in a good fashion. And the last Indian playing is Vaishali right now. We'll take a look at that game. But guys, this game, Abdusattorov, yaar, this player is so scary. Like the way he calculates all the intricacies of the position is very scary. He's still putting some pressure against Swenson. The engine says good chances to draw, but I think it's going to be a long push. I think he's going to make sure that he tries to squeeze all the water out of the position. Baki guys, have you been watching any uh did you guys all watch the KBC that just came out of Samay? What an incredible episode that was to see Samay on that stage uh, with Amitabh and Tanmay. It was so nice. मजा आ गया. Thinking. Yeah, and also actually Leon mentioned in the interview that in the first 5 rounds he was really not having a good health. He was very sick, but he feels better now, and his play is also getting better. So that's a very good sign. I think in the last 2 rounds, Leon is going to try to use this momentum that he's just gotten. Divya as well. I hope that she can use the momentum that she just got winning the game right now with the back pieces. Because if you do well in the last 3 rounds, then you feel that you kind of had a decent event, and then you can keep that kind of good memories from the event and do well in the next event. So doing well in the last few rounds of an event is super important. Yes, Sagar bhai.
Harshit bhai, Pragg left today because I think
Okay.
he is now very focused. He has chances to actually win the tournament, right? It's getting so
He has
intense.
very good chances. This is super tense. क्या finish होने वाला? It's like, everyone is neck to neck, and it's unclear who's going to clinch the first place.
In fact, this is what someone outside told me, that this is the most exciting tournament at Tata Steel they have seen in recent years, because there is so much of fighting chess, there is so much of like uncompromising stuff going on here, that it's incredible how they are playing.
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And I must show you guys the standings, because then you will even realize the significance of this game, which is huge, which is that Gukesh now, after his game is over, is at 8 points. Pragg has reached 7.5. Abdusattorov is at 7. So if he manages to win, he will join Gukesh. But if he draws, he will join Pragg. And Anish, by the way, unbelievably has moved up to 4th position. Because he was looking like he's not winning a game, not winning, but suddenly he scored 2 wins in the last 3 rounds. And in his bad health, he started to play brilliant chess.
Yeah, but the results are still not updated.
Only one game missing. Why? Only Abdusattorov, Keymer. Rest all are there. So even if Abdusattorov wins, he's above. And Vincent is not going to win. But I like that Leon has moved up. In fact, Arjun and Warmerdam are at the last position, and Harikrishna also at 5.5, now at 50% score for him.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible. I was just saying, what a day this has been for the Indian team. No one has lost so far, and if Vaishali doesn't lose, then I think this is perhaps the best result that we've had so far.
Yeah. What is Vaishali's position like, Harshit bhai?
I think Vaishali is struggling right now, actually.
So Vaishali here with white is a piece down. She's playing for some tricks with her 2 pawns, but it doesn't seem very likely. I mean, you can somehow get back the piece, right? Because your threat is g7, f7.
Yeah. And now, I mean, the thing is, black can always sacrifice the piece back on f6.
Which is the only
if
move,
required.
Harshit bhai.
Oh,
Yes, only move, take, and
maybe
d4.
just
But
push
it's
the d pawn.
straightforward win. No, now this is too strong.
The connected pawns are too strong, I think.
Yeah.
So if Vaishali manages to lose this, then she'll be the only Indian player who doesn't do well today. But still, I mean, what a day for the Indian. We got 5.5 points.
Yeah, 5 points abhi tak. Let's just count properly, because Harshit bhai, if you don't count properly, it means you would dance for nothing. So let's just see.
We.
Yes, we. Gukesh, 1 point. Sorry, half. Pragg, 1.5. Hari, 2.5. Arjun, half, 3. Divya, 4. Leon, 5. Yes, we reached
Leon
5.
5. 5.
We
5
reached
हो गए
5,
सागर भाई out of
irrespective of
7.
Divya's result. And it's the first round where we have crossed 5 points,
Yeah,
which
never we
shows
have.
like a great day for Indian players.
And if Vaishali manages to hold, we'll have 5.5. It looks tough, but 5 तो पक्का हो गए out of 7.
People are like कि we should also count Anish, so 6 हो गए. Today Anish also scored a win, which is brilliant, guys. So Vaishali, of course, will not win this. She will lose most likely, but still, I think huge result. If we can just have your inputs on how Praggnanandhaa managed to win, where was Caruana's big mistake? Because we saw till this point that Rook came to B7, Rook F5, and we were very much looking at this game very closely till here, and it didn't feel like Pragg would win here because Fabi looked very solid. We were talking about this pawn blocked by the king and so on. How did he
This
win?
this queen b8 move for me is the key move of the game. This after rook f2, this move queen b8 to try and like take an eye on the e5 square as well if required, and also to put pressure on the b2 square with the rooks setting up a battery. I think this was a super nice move. And after this, all the knight c5 ideas also came in the picture, and uh, yeah, it was just and of course Fabi made a mistake with queen e3, but very accurate game by Pragg
But
after he
Queen
got
E3,
the
I have not yet understood, Harshit bhai. Queen E3 is a blunder, but B3 pawn is hanging and the engine is showing Queen E2 as the right move.
yeah
Take
because knight b3 you have this rook b3 rook takes c8
check
or knight e7 rook, yeah,
Rook C8 directly. By
yeah,
Rook C8
and
there is
rook
Rook
b2 just
B2.
king a1, and this endgame is winning for you. Okay, knight e7 e2.
Yes. So take here. So the move is knight b3, bishop b3. Sorry, here queen e2
Just
was the best move.
yeah, queen e2 was best, and queen e3 was not good because it doesn't control the b2 square. And we saw how there were mating ideas on the b2 square in the variations after rook c2, and the b2 square was not covered, so this was gone.
And guys, black to play and win now. What is
Yeah.
the move? This was actually Fabi is known for his calculating ability, but he just messed it up, yeah, big time.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of felt that Fabi is the one who's putting pressure, but all of a sudden, it was Pragg who kind of managed to eke out a victory.
Rook A2 check. Brilliant job,
Guys,
guys. Check and
and
mate.
queen b2 checkmate.
So rook B1, bishop A4, bishop D3, C5, check.
Queen e7, and the finish was also very nice. Bishop c8, just take the rook on c2, and black is completely winning. What a win, yeah! The magnitude of this win needs to be like centered about, because to win with the black pieces against Fabi is huge.
Yes, and actually Pragg is showing every year in Wijk Aan Zee that he is able to beat some 2800 player. Yeah, last year it was Ding. I think 2 times he beat him, and this year now it's Fabi. I mean 2023 Ding was about 2800. Yeah, this is amazing.
Crazy. Sagar bhai, what's the move for today now that we got 5 points guaranteed?
Bhai, you have to tell, no, like you are the dance expert. Some new, you showed me Sui. I had no clue what Sui was. So, what is the new thing in the?
Um, maybe we can ask the chat if they have any recommendations.
Yes, guys. What are your recommendations for a dance move for me and Harshit bhai? There is some new music that has come out, which is like, some.
Oh, this.
I don't know exactly, but हाँ शायद से हर्षित भाई you might be. Squid Game का कोई मुंह है भाई?
Squid Game ka, I mean, I just know this one dance, but we need to be together for that, so it's hard to do it.
अच्छा भाई इधर बहुत डेंजर सब लिख रहे हैं तो आप ही देख लो नहीं तो मैं कुछ पढ़ लूंगा.
What about the choreograph? Just we can do something we already did, no?
श्योर भाई.
Uh,
दामी को पासीता क्या है? दामी को पासीता.
I'm not sure. पता नहीं. मैं जो पता है वही पढ़ता हूँ.
Guys, some insight into Keymer Abdu, please, says Jai Pandit. Jai, we were discussing about this game with Leon, and he said that this last move by Keymer was very cool because with this move, he kind of fixes these two pawns. And even if Abdusattorov gives up the e pawn like take, rook g2, check, king h3, it's very difficult for him to now win this because I defend and you can't move your pawns. And yeah, white is very solid here. And in every endgame, this g7 pawn will become a target. So it's looking tough for Abdusattorov to win here.
Yeah. I mean, also, I think that with opposite color in the end game, I think that definitely gives Vincent a good chance to hold. But it still, like, he's still going to push as much as he can and make sure that Vincent finds all the right moves to hold this game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. And meanwhile, I think
We can
Harshit
do
bhai.
Gangnam Style.
Oh, Gangnam Style. Oh, that's
You know it.
many years ago, I think. Very famous
Yes.
song. It is of my era, it seems.
Yes, we can do that. Do you know how to do that?
I don't know the step by. You will have to teach me. But I think I will learn it. I'm very good at dance and all, you know.
I have seen you dancing in in the Bermuda party, Sagar, but you are very dangerous.
Okay, by the way, guys, here is a big news for you. We have a giveaway announced by Tata Steel, and that one is the giveaway for this chessboard here.
Wow.
And it is on Instagram. I just now accepted the collab request of Tata Steel. There are 28 signatures here on this, 14 masters and 14 challengers, and you need to just go in there and check. I will put the link in the chat. Maybe some mod can help me with this. If you put there, then basically Harshit bhai, you could also take part in this if you.
So
if
I
you
would,
don't
I
know.
mean, to get that board is, I mean, that would,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sure every chess fan would love to have that board.
it's basically you have to just follow Tata Steel Chess on Insta, and you have to write in comments what makes Tata Steel Chess special for you as a viewer. What is it? And so if people write this, it will be amazing. Anirudh says, do you think yesterday match with Harikrishna might have taken a toll on Fabi, resulting in him getting mentally fatigued? Because it seems highly unlikely that Caruana errs in calculation. Harshit bhai, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I definitely think that it has some sort of an impact on this game. as human beings, we obviously can, like, we can come very close to forgetting something, but it's very hard to completely forget what just happened yesterday, where he was completely better and winning against Harikrishna, but he unfortunately did not manage to convert it. And I'm sure that, I mean, unfortunately, because, obviously he played a good game and he couldn't manage. But today, playing with the white pieces, we would have never thought that Praggnanandhaa could win because, Fabi is one of the best players, like world number 2. But it just goes to show that psychology during a chess game is super important, and momentum especially. Like if some player is feeling down in a tournament, it's very difficult to come back the next day without forgetting the past.
Yeah, it's getting tough even for the best in the business here. So not at all easy. But Max says best 2 books for someone who knows rules, played many games, but knows no chess theory. I would say one small thing. If you want to learn openings, we made a video course with Anish Giri, which is about a grandmaster super GM's take on chess openings. It's a very basic view on all openings that are there under the sun. So maybe you can get that for openings. It's a good one from Anish Giri's perspective, that way. And the other one for endgames, I would suggest highly Silman's endgame course. I think it would really help you. And for tactics, I would suggest you Chess Tactics from Scratch. It's a very nice book. But now a new book has arrived recently. It is called 100 Tactical Patterns You Must Know. Just like 100 Endgames You Must Know. It is a new in chess book. So you can check that out. It is one of the best sellers out there.
And we have Amruta joining us.
Hello,
for the
Amruta.
dance move.
Hello guys. Today everything is over soon.
But the dance is still remaining, so you
Yes.
joined at the right time.
अरे क्या बात है, आई हूँ ना मैं डांस शो के लिए और पाव भाजी खा रही हूँ तो मजा आएगा.
अरे
पाव भाजी.
oh.
पाव भाजी.
आई मीन भाकरी भाजी.
बाय बाय. एक बार दिखा तो दो हमको.
Okay, let me show you.
Oh my
ये है
God.
भाकरी and ये है
थोड़ा ये
सब्जी.
साइड, थोड़ा ये साइड.
King same.
Oh, बढ़िया. Harshit bhai and me like bachelors right now, not
तांदळाची भाकरी.
getting any food. No, Harshit bhai may be getting because staying with
Oh,
sister.
my sister is in Korea now, so I have no.
What? Whoa.
Yeah.
Sister was like Harshit से दूर जाने. घर पे आया निकलो.
I'm all alone. My sister went there for
By the
some
time
work.
she comes from Korea, you will be out to Germany.
Yeah.
And also because today morning I had food at 7:30 breakfast किया और फिर directly अभी खा रही हूँ.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's
Sagar, Vaishali's game is going on, yeah?
yeah. But now, right now, actually, Aiden has to just sacrifice Bishop f6, and he would
Only
win. Otherwise, Vaishali has good chance here. By the way,
Yeah.
just so that you know, King g8 looks tempting, but after f7, King f8, there is a winning. There is a only move for White to stay in the game. White to play, guys. What's the move?
Very nice question, Sagar bhai.
Thank you, bhai. Shailendra says, bought the Guki book, my third book from ChessBase India. That's so cool. Many people have bought the Guki book even today. I think, thank you all,
Yeah.
those who have got it. It is something that is a very close to heart project of ours, where we describe Gukesh's journey from being a very little kid to becoming the world champion in a kid's graphical format, cartoon format. So it's the second link in the description and you can check it out. And all those who said rook takes d5, brilliant job, guys, because if you take, there is rook c8 check.
Yeah. No, very nice. Find rook d5 and that's it. So he has to find bishop f6 and maybe, Sagar bhai, we can start our choreography
Yes.
for Gangnam style.
Okay, bhai, you can please lead the way. How does it work?
Amruta, are you going to join us?
No, I'm going to watch the show.
I am eating tum log.
It would look very weird, Amruta, if you are eating pav bhaji and we are dancing.
No. I'll put my video up. Wait.
No problem. You can keep it on.
Whatever that you decide, you can switch off my video. I'm just eating. But guys, all the best to you. You are rocking. I tell you this because all your dance steps are getting famous. So badhiya karna.
So this is the dance, Sagar. So you
Sagar.
do like with two hands like Gangnam style.
Oh,
Ready?
Harshit is a choreographer also, yaar. Badhiya.
So I mean, guys, we were waiting for all the Indian players to score at least 5 points out of 7. And then if they scored 5 points, we were going to do a dance move. And if they scored 6 points, then maybe we would do something else. But for 5 points, I think dance move, I think we agreed on Sagar bhai.
Right.
Ready?
Yes. Okay.
बड़ा स्क्रीन कर लो सागर फुल स्क्रीन में डांस कर
Yes, I prepared it.
मैं रुक जा मेरे को मैं वीडियो बंद करती हूँ मेरा
नहीं ठीक है.
तो
हाँ
तुम
चलेगा
दिखोगे
थोड़ी
ना
देर.
फिर
नहीं फिर.
हाँ तुम दिखोगे फिर
Okay, ready, Sagar bhai?
Yes.
अरे हर्षित you have to put a vertical camera no
Vertical camera. So, how do I need to
हर्षित
put
भाई
my...
का चेहरा करना.
Yeah. Ready, Sagar bhai?
Gangnam Style.
Gangnam style.
Gangnam Style क्या बात है मजा
पर
आ
मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा डर ये लगता है कि उधर प्रेस रूम में सब देखते रहते हैं ये स्ट्रीम.
चलता है
Ooh.
Wow.
देख क्रिकेट में देयर आर चीयर लीडर्स आल्सो चेस में तुम लोग ही कमेंट्री करो तुम लोग ही चीयर लीडर बनो
हाँ दोस्तों जब तक कोई चीयर करने नहीं आएगा तब तक वी विल ओनली चीयर फॉर आवर प्लेयर्स. बट हर्षित भाई गुड वन. बहुत बढ़िया डांस किया आपने.
अरे आपने भी सागर भाई, you're a quick learner when it comes to dance moves.
Everyone in the chat saying horrible OP, but guys थोड़ा
सागर एंड हर्षित भाई ओपी
हाँ नहीं
Cheerleader
in
OP.
Wijk Aan House we will do more often guys because in person the chemistry is different. When we are away
अरे वाइजन हाउस में अपना एनिवर्सरी है तू उसके साथ क्या केमिस्ट्री कौन सी बात कर रहे है
अरे अमृता like our chemistry is immortal already. Immortal.
ठीक है
हाँ.
But I will be haunted for this dance for the next 10 years.
By the way,
but
guys,
Harshit bhai, you can prepare
huge news coming in. Thaidai 1 is losing today.
Oh, wow.
He's the leader in challengers, and the game was around equal. And because Erwin was also equal, it felt like it would end in a draw, like the game. But
That's
as it turns
good.
out, wait, you can eat. I can just meet you.
No problem. Just let me know.
हाँ.
Wow.
Knight f5
It's-
and
it's
because
going to be-
so for Thaidai 1 this was such an important game but this move turned into a huge mistake because king g6 and black is still fighting here. I mean it's around equal but take suddenly he thought that this endgame would be okay for him but as it turns out it's just lost now.
Yeah, rook a1 and the pawn, the rook a8 and the white's king is too centralized in this rook endgame for black to draw.
But Harshit bhai, it feels like c6 should win, right? With king c5, king b6. But after
It's not, I
a2, king c5, this is a draw.
Because rook a3, rook c3 or?
Yeah, rook a3 in many ways. But you have to start here with rook a2, only move.
Yeah, make sure that the pawn doesn't reach the 7th rank and now just king c4, king b4 is game over. Pick up the a3 pawn.
So yeah, right now the only ways to win for Frederick Swana is rook a1 and a2 or rook c2 and a2. He has to do this.
And I think
By,
he's going to find it.
He's
by the way,
at,
we have a super chat from Kaushik who says Guki world number 3 in live rating 2025 started with a bang. Hopefully world number 1 by the end of 2025. Wow,
yeah.
that's the first time Guki has entered in top 3, world top 3 live rating. And it's a great news in a way.
I agree.
Yeah, to be top world number 1 is going to it's I think it's way too much to anticipate right now. Obviously, anything can happen, but I do think that as of now, it is a little bit of a difficult task.
Yeah.
And we reached this end game. I was actually like, we talked about this with Leon, and he was right because White always is going to have these Rook G3 ideas to go into the bishop, the opposite colored bishop endgame, and I think that one should be a draw.
Yeah, this is actually coming true. Yeah, what Leon said.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah, crazy.
huge day, huge day. So, Harshit,
Vaishali, can you check Vaishali?
yeah, he took bishop f6 actually. So Vaishali is not going to be able to. Actually, she had great chance today. But yeah, Aiden
Yeah.
will win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Actually,
deep on is.
both tournaments are going to be thrown wide open today.
Mm-hmm.
Because now with Pragg and Nodirbek half a point behind Gukesh. By the way, tomorrow it's Arjun Nodirbek. And Pragg is going to play against. Is he playing tomorrow? Pragg is going to play against. He has now Sarana and Keymer left. So Pragg is
Okay.
playing tomorrow Sarana, and Sarana has lost today with Hari. So little bit in
And
a tough. Actually, Hari is making Pragg's task easier. Yeah, by first drawing
yeah,
Fabi, getting that, and then here.
and Sarana and Pragg will play with the white pieces, I think. So it's going to, I mean, he has a great chance to win and catch up to the leaders, actually.
Yeah.
So Pragg has a huge day tomorrow, and that's why I think he went early. Just needs to take some rest. Last 2 rounds, I think all the players, I think now are going to be super focused and will try to save their energy as much as they can.
Yeah, and Nodirbek plays Arjun tomorrow. I think Arjun has the most interesting pairing of last 2 rounds. Nodirbek and Gukesh.
Oh, so Arjun can be a party spoiler for both the leaders.
Correct. Arjun can do what he has been. He's lost, some people said, 33 low points in this tournament. So that is maybe one of the highest ever point loss at that level. But if 2 wins against Nodirbek and Gukesh, he will go back home smiling.
For sure. I mean, all ends well if you finish well in these kind of events. And also he'll keep some momentum for the next event. So he has to finish well, because if he doesn't finish well, then it will also be a bit difficult for him to play in the next tournament that he plays in, having this kind of a tough last few rounds.
True, true. So if you had to analyze a little bit more objectively, Harshit bhai, who do you think has the best chance? Gukesh, of course, half a point ahead. I think we will assume that Nodirbek draws here. Say, very likely, right? Although we can't be 100% sure, but 99.73%. Like Ding Gukesh. So then Gukesh has Jorden and Arjun. Nodirbek has Arjun and Hari. Pragg has Sarana and Keymer.
No, yeah, Praggnanandhaa. Yes, correct.
So who do you think?
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter whom you are playing at this point. The last 2 rounds, players are going to go all in, because like there is a huge difference between the first and second place. So everyone is going to try their best to try and win the event, because at the end of the day, Sagar, by whatever you say, we just remember who came first.
Agreed. And also in this, there's outside one huge wall where they have pictures of all the champions. And so
Yeah,
in that
it will
in
be
that
etched
space,
the history.
you have Wei Yi last year. Before that, you have Anish Giri. Before that, Magnus Carlsen. So it's all like Jorden, Van Forest. It's only the champions who are there.
Correct. Yeah.
So in a way, Tata Steel is a lot like candidates, yeah, in some ways. Like at some point, everyone wants to fight for first.
Yeah, no, you're very right. And now, actually, after Bishop d4, Rook g3 is a very, very formidable threat. And I don't see how Black can prevent the exchange of rooks right now, because Rook f2 is a move, but runs into Rook e7, I believe. And
What
once
about
the rooks
Rook G5?
Rook g5, I think Rook e5 is going to be a nice way to force the exchange, or even King h4 is possible to try and go Rook g5.
Actually, Harshit bhai, if Rook E5, there is this check, very irritating check.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And then here,
King
take,
h2, this is
take.
actually probably lost. Bishop g4. This is lost.
Not so sure if this is losing, but yeah, maybe it's losing, no, this position.
No, this should be, yeah.
So in a
So,
way,
King h4 is only move.
King H4, yeah.
And then Rook g3 is coming. Bishop d7, Rook g3. Just in time.
Just in time. And then this is a sure shot draw, guys, because
Yeah,
once the
this
king
is...
defends it, the bishop is limiting these two pawns. Yeah. Will there be tie breaks in Tata Steel, Sagar bhai? Yes.
There will be.
There
I
will
mean,
be.
we saw tiebreaks of Jorden versus Anish, and then we also saw tiebreaks of Wei Yi versus Gukesh, I think, last year.
Agreed. There'll be intense tie breaks, guys. So, for sure, if let's say Pragg, Nodirbek, and Gukesh finish top 3, then then it will be, I think, a round robin they will play. Or maybe the first one gets to the finals and second and third fight, and whoever wins faces the first.
इस टाई ब्रेक में जाएगा तो टाई पहन के आना वो दिन.
हाँ चलेगा. Jai Pandit says, doesn't this tournament usually have one round at a different location? Yes, they actually skipped it this year because of budgetary constraints.
Do we have Faustino's game? Is he still playing, or?
We had Faustino's game, but today he lost.
Oh, okay.
He played Yakuboyev and I think Faustino got into a tough position out of the opening somehow.
Yeah, taking with the B pawn on C3 was perhaps not the best decision to... Yeah, you should take with the bishop, I guess, and after E4, try to put your knight on E5. Just try to seek for active counterplay.
Right.
And then after knight E5, actually, just to illustrate that F4 is very often a very strong idea to try and strengthen the knight on E5. And if you take with the E pawn, then the queen on C2 opens up and your rook on F1 also can capture back on F3. So I think this would have been also Faustino's style, actually, to play these active positions. So BC3, I think, was a strategic mistake for the guys who are watching.
And then after this, Nodirbek is, of course, world-class player. And whatever little he was like under pressure yesterday after, his apology to Vaishali, he must have been feeling good. In terms
you just take the weight out of your shoulders, like you have this small, like always thing on the back of your mind. But once that video was done, I think that he felt 100% again. And when he's at 100%, he's obviously a world-class player, Olympiad world winning medal team.
Also, he won the Qatar Masters ahead of Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. They played a tie break and he beat him there.
Yeah, no, he's very scary player.
So very strong.
And
And
also very important, Nightbot says, breaking news. We have just been informed of the tie-break rules. The player which has subscribed to ChessBase India will be the winner.
oh,
ये Nightbot कैसे इतना होशियार हो रहा है?
by the way, rook a2 found by Swana Frederick. So that means he is winning now with Thai-Dai 1. So this
Yeah.
makes the tournament in challenges. I was like pretty sure Thai-Dai 1 would do it this time.
But Erwin is going to be joint leader now.
Yeah, this is how their standings were before the round. So Thai-Dai 1 loses, then Arvind would draw today.
And
And
Suleiman will win.
Suleimanli will win. Three-way tie. And what happened to Bok? Benjamin Bok?
I think he drew, but
So Benjamin,
sure.
1 second, just to be sure. Benjamin Bok, yeah, drew. So he would be half a point behind. Frederick Swana would also move to 7. भाई ये तो टूर्नामेंट एकदम ही क्रेजी हो जाएगा.
Yeah, it will be a joint four-way tie.
Yeah, three-way tie and then 2 players at 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then, so everyone will fight for that spot in the Masters.
Yeah. Bishop d4 and Abdusattorov is thinking, but I don't think there is a way to avoid the exchange of rooks. So I think that we are heading towards the draw in this game, and Vaishali's game seems to be going in Suleimanli's favor.
Right.
But the Pav Bhaji is definitely going in Amruta's favor.
Arey, Amruta, how are you feeling?
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Entry
He's
delay.
very energetic now.
I'm
after-
good actually, very good. Tomorrow weekend आ रहा है.
वीकेंड आ रहा है,
हर्षित
वाह.
के लिए यूएस में वीकेंड का लाइक भाई लोग ऐसे बोलते हैं कि वीकेंड है वीकेंड पे ये करने का, वीकेंड पे ग्रोसरी लेने का, सब कुछ वीकेंड के लिए
घर
होता
साफ
है,
करने का.
घर साफ करने का. तो ऐसा ये वीकेंड का सीन क्या है हर्षित भाई, आपके साथ क्या है?
सेम ही है मेरा भी.
आप जाके ग्रोसरी लेके आते हो?
I mean, Twisha left, so now I have to make some food and everything by myself. So it will be interesting actually.
So what will you make like generally for yourself?
So last few days I really am loving to make this avocado toast. So I'm getting good at it as well.
Oh,
Oh, healthy. See
Yeah,
those
I'll share a
Sagar.
picture with you. It was so good.
Amruta, where were we eating avocado toast? Very tasty.
Soapy Cove.
No.
I remember. At least at
I think
Soapy Cove
I was
side.
eating at Langham Hotel. Yeah, you were not there.
And
Langham.
And I ate at Soapy Cove's place where you were not there, Sagar.
Yes.
हाँ, तो
People are
दोनों ने
saying
खाया एक
अमीर
time
लोग. अरे दोस्तों.
हाँ यार, avocado is so expensive. एक avocado इधर 140 रुपए में मिलता है, कैसे लेगा
What?
कोई?
No, that's too. No.
Really. It's
140
cheaper in
तो
Netherlands.
US में तो $2 होगा ना अमृता.
No, US में you can get like one for $1 or something.
It is cheaper in India because it is not Indian, like Indian ना. तुमने कितनी बार सुना है घर पे, अरे चल यार चाय के साथ avocado toast खाते हैं. ये तो
It's much better than eating outside in the US, like preparing something at home. So it'll be nice.
Exactly.
Rook G3 is. I thought is a king. Rook H1 is a threat, like King G4, Bishop D7, but just King F4, and then still the H5 pawn is hanging. So it should be a draw.
Ankit is saying that avocado in Karnataka is the only butter fruit, so it is not that expensive. बढ़िया है, कर्नाटका शिफ्ट हो.
बटर फ्रूट क्या रहता है?
वो पता नहीं मुझे.
Erwin Lamy is winning?
What? I thought he finished.
No, he's playing. Not winning, guys. This should not be winning. Oh, but he's
But he's a
better.
pawn up. No, he's a pawn up and he's a endgame maestro.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he had a chance here with rook
Oh, would he
e7.
go rook e7? And the point is that he has rook h1 and queen h3 mate idea. If rook d6, then there is rook h1.
Arey bye.
And then queen h3 and finito la comedy.
He missed this. He missed the tactic. He's the endgame maestro, but tactically he missed that point. And now this I think Lu Miaoyi is slightly in trouble.
Yeah. And if Erwin wins, he's going to be the sole leader. So
Yes.
it's a big for him.
And you know, Arvind has played 25 times in Wijk Aan Zee but never won.
And imagine if he wins, he will qualify to the Masters section.
Yes.
Oh my God, that will be huge for him playing in his
Huge.
sport in the strongest event, arguably strongest, like one of the strongest open events that happens. So it was going to be amazing.
True. By the way, Pragg has beaten Caruana at Norway Chess also. Now beaten him here. So I think Caruana is someone that Pragg has somehow managed to have a good score against.
Yeah, and some, like you know what often happens, like if you do well against some certain player,
Yeah.
like for example, I have some players who are much higher rated than me, but I don't know, just because of the playing styles or something, I often do well against them. And for maybe something like this, that the style of Praggnanandhaa is very well matched against Fabi, could be one of the reasons.
Right.
But interesting part is in this tournament, if you see the names of the players, like most of them are now replacing, like all of them are becoming youngsters. So Caruana, except for Caruana, I think, who has played this so many more times than others, and even Anish, because he's also from Netherlands, so he's young, obviously. But other players, all other players, I think they are pretty like latest kind of last few
Yeah.
years only. So this tournament earlier would be Vishy, Gary, and all those people are now replaced.
Gary maybe not. Gary
But
was
I think-
true. Vishy maybe.
I think
Vishy,
that
Carlson,
in the-
Aronian.
Challengers also, I remember that there were some insanely strong players playing. Like I'm pretty sure that Korobov, Saleh, like 2,700 players were playing.
Yeah.
Uh,
This year's
So-
challengers has dropped a bit in strength.
Rook G5 played.
I
I'll
somehow get
mute
this.
myself for 1 minute.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
1 minute.
Sure, Harshit bhai. I get this feeling that Nodirbek might have some chances. Yeah, here it's not trivial. He loves to grind, and if Nodirbek wins this, he will join Gukesh at the top. So it's a huge game.
Opposite colored bishop, what are the realistic chances? But Vincent, managed to make a comeback from that such a difficult position. And I think once you feel that, oh, you've lost it, and then you have again got it back, then you generally don't lose it again.
True.
हर्षित, निकुंज कह रहा है कि हर्षित looking like आयुष्मान खुराना.
Harshit bhai is talking on the phone, Amruta abhi.
अरे हाँ, correct.
Kaushik says, where is the chance? Let's think. King F8 maybe? Yeah, he plays it.
He'll stay on 7th rank. Rook C7. King E8, King D8 जाओगे तो.
Hello.
हाँ, आयुष्मान खुराना बोलो.
Ayushman Khurrana, what?
निकुंज करके चैट में बोल रहा है कि you look like आयुष्मान खुराना.
Wow. Big compliment.
Akshay says, did these guys discuss Samay on KBC? Which guys? Yeah, we.
Pune.
Acha, we guys.
Actually,
yes.
I got to know Samay won 12,50,000.
हाँ यार. इतना था उसका knowledge?
I think Tanmay was also with him, so maybe they both
अच्छा.
together navigated. Uh,
Sagar, Amruta, if you went there
yeah.
as a team, how would you place your chances to win 1 crore?
Hero बाबा, zero.
Hero!
General
Because
knowledge.
not just general
ऐसा
knowledge,
वाला
even
नहीं.
if I think something, Amruta will think something else, we both will argue. We'll be like, ये
The
बोले
chances
वो.
of having
Right.
fight is 100%. Yeah?
That's true. No, that kind of also the questions, those kind of questions have a different kind of general knowledge. Like there are many types of knowledge, like the framing of knowledge. But that kind of general knowledge, I don't think Sagar के पास भी है. है ना Sagar?
Amruta reminds me of that one famous call on KBC, or it was, I think, yeah, KBC me, or maybe it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The guy asks for phone a friend, calls the girlfriend, and gives. She asks her, "What is the answer according to you?" She says, "I'm not sure. It can be only between these two," she says. And then that guy was like, "Okay, I will use 50-50, so that if one of those goes away, then at least I will know, okay, this is the answer." And whatever two she said, they both got eliminated. Only the remaining two were the answer.
Oh my God.
Same.
So funny.
There was also one person who called his dad on phone a friend and said that I don't need your help. I know the answer and I'm going to win
Yes.
the big amount, like
Yes, that's
100,000.
also very nice.
So nice.
Akshay Natu says Tanmay called Samay blunder master on national TV today. अरे क्या बात है, blunder master.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Also Samay
Yeah.
autographed a tissue paper for Big B. Very unique episode. क्या बात है.
क्या बात है, seriously.
Yeah.
भाई जॉन कारपेंटर, अच्छा वो बंदे का नाम जॉन कारपेंटर था. हाँ, if there was chess KBC, maybe we would do well.
You would have very good chances, I think. I would definitely say that you have much higher chances than me, for example.
Yeah, I might do well, but I think the winner would be someone like Emil Sutowski or Surya Ganguly.
Magnus.
These people. Maybe Magnus. Yeah.
सागर, but suppose anniversary पे relationship का KBC है, तो फिर अपने बीच में किसको चांस?
तुमको और किसको? तुमको हर एक आंसर पता है भाई.
सागर भाई, like, I didn't even
अच्छे
know
से
I
वाइजन हाउस में क्वेश्चन प्रिपेयर करके जाना.
Harshit bhai actually
पैसा कौन देगा?
coming on 5th Feb. There.
Yes. 5th February.
5th
On
Feb.
your anniversary.
Yes, that's our anniversary. On 5th Feb, I am with Harshit bhai and Abhyudaya. And Amruta
Wow.
will miss you a lot.
Are you happier, Sagar bhai?
No, I'm a bit upset. But
पहली बार वो ऐसा बोल रहा है कि upset, मतलब ऐसे नहीं, I'm a bit upset, नहीं तो हम हर टाइम हंसते हंसते रहता है, पर कुछ अलग ही रहता है.
Oh, he did
Harshit
play
was
bishop
upset in the
e4. By the way, people were asking why not bishop f3 to win this pawn. There's rook c5, guys.
Very important, actually. Besides that move, you would lose the f3 pawn, but rook c5 is very important.
So bishop e4. I think Nodirbek wants to go bishop f5 and rook g4. You can see Vincent Keymer now under a bit of pressure. 18 minutes on the clock. Guys, while we think it's a trivial endgame, maybe it's not. Maybe there is still a lot of excitement here.
Yeah, and just quickly to check Vaishali's game as well. Is she still not doing well, or?
I think she is playing. So after d4, rook c f7 was played, and king g8.
Oh, you know the threat, such a crazy threat by Vaishali. So tricky. If d3, guys, there's rook f. Oh no, what's the threat actually?
g7.
Yeah, king g8 and rook f8.
If king h7, rook f8.
Yeah.
If king g7,
and then you have this perpetual check. And if you go to h4, which seems very, very tempting, then you're going to get mated after rook d8 and rook h8.
Yes, don't play rook h8 mate because rook takes h8.
That will.
अमृता तुमने रुक h8 देखा ना शायद से,
हाँ तो
क्योंकि तुम्हारी जो हंसी थी उससे लगा था मेट इन वन का फीलिंग.
ओ शिट
थंडर मास्टर का टाइटल शिफ्ट हो रहा है.
गॉड तो क्या है फिर
तो पहले रुक को मारना पड़ेगा. तो but if here not king h7 king g8 still the same and it's
Okay. Yeah. So this game, it seems like Aiden is probably going to. She played rook f4.
yeah.
But I think d3. She wants some sort of g7, I guess. Try and get rook f8. So how does Black make sure to win now?
Yeah, tough move, yeah, now. Suddenly.
Rook f3.
Yes, only move. Check.
Take the pawn on g7, and this is winning. Okay, rook f3 is the move. I see.
If you take here, this is hanging.
Yeah, a bit difficult, but yeah, I think it's very, very findable.
Hemang says today शतरंज का king music will be released. It's all about chess. Please अच्छा लगे तो shout out कर देना. अरे बढ़िया भाई. Congrats
Oh,
for
wow.
making a song on chess. Samay on KBC, my parents laughed so much for the first time family friendly jokes. अरे वाह. Shriram Vaishali is losing. This is her situation. She's lost.
2545 subscribers, Sagar bhai.
अरे we made it. क्या बात है. 2545 was our.
अरे गोल था ना तुम्हारा
हाँ.
Yeah.
2550 was the aim during this tournament. So we are now 5,000 subscribers away from hitting it and 2 days away. So I think there is a chance.
I think you will hit 2553.
53 थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा भाई.
अरे देखो तो last day when it will be Gukesh versus Arjun. Oh my God.
क्या बात है.
वो गेम इंटरेस्टिंग होगा.
So actually, I'm just someone who wants to like skip time and go to that game. Yeah, like I'm so excited about that game.
Also, but tomorrow's Nodirbek Arjun is also very exciting actually.
Oh, that's also going to be very fun.
Because when the tournament started, I asked Nodirbek, who is it that you are interested to play here? And he said, I have played Pragg and Gukesh many times. I'm more interested to face Caruana and Arjun.
Yeah.
But also he will try to, because everybody knows they make the targets, so they want to beat him now at this moment.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Everyone knows he's not in good shape. So like both Abdusattorov and Gukesh will actually try to put pressure on him, so that they have a chance to win the first place.
But if
Yes.
Arjun thinks that today 11th round over, normally there are many 11 round tournaments, and tomorrow new tournament starts.
Yeah.
Fresh tournament.
No, but from tomorrow, Arjun also knows that his game is going to be watched by everyone because he's playing the two leaders.
Yeah. I think also the fact that it's going to be a new month might change
अरे
the format.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Arey.
By
Just
New Year resolutions, किसके सब थे? What happened? Just checking in.
मैंने तो नहीं किया था भाई कोई. हाँ, I had done one.
Resolution नहीं था, wish.
New Year wish was go travel by business class. हो ही गया भाई.
Wow.
Finished. I can safely say 2025 was success.
हर्षित भाई, आपका क्या था?
I think I'll say it once I accomplish them.
अच्छा.
हर्षित भाई बहुत
But
secretive आदमी है.
हर्षित भाई, आप अगर केबीसी में जाओगे तो आपको कितना कहाँ तक पहुंचोगे?
It's very tough. The thing is like, I mean, in general, well updated with the trends in today's world. But the thing is कि इतना कुछ होता है ना, and also like so many different topics that
Hmm.
I will not say like unless I study a lot for it, I don't think that I'll win more than like 3,25,000 or 6 lakhs, because at the end of the day you just have to be on like practical. Yeah, like I don't study about the general knowledge every day, and the people who are there, they're spending so much time doing it. So
Hmm.
I think those who are studying for UPSC exams might be the
do
best
very well.
candidates
Yeah,
for KBC
exactly. Yeah,
because they are having knowledge of every subject out there.
exactly. Yeah,
No, also those who watch a lot of news, like
Yeah.
yeah.
those who love watching. Yeah.
That's one thing is for sure. Whoever watches ChessBase India all the time will get that one question right, which kind is recently is always coming about chess.
Which is
कोई तो चेस का क्वेश्चन आ जाता है.
Hmm.
Someone said, can we come to House to watch? I think most likely last year they didn't have any provision for guests, but this year we will go there and check. And if there is, then we would love to inform you that you can come. But if there's not, we'll let you know. George Kurian says Vincent should play bishop b6. Not really.
So I think that Vincent is asking because the a5 pawn is hanging, but Vincent.
Sorry, आपका आवाज चला गया हर्षित भाई.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But Vincent, if you think about it, if black captured the a5 pawn, the g7 pawn was also hanging. So right now, it's not forced for white to kind of move that bishop.
We have a result coming in. Vaishali lost to Aiden.
Yeah. She had a good position, but Aiden, who's very, very strong and like almost 200 points higher than Vaishali, won with the black pieces. So slightly tough result for Vaishali, but she's still doing quite well in this event. So
Yeah.
And Thailand is completely lost.
And Frederick Swan is just, he knows he's winning.
Yeah, he knows his winning. King c5, king b6, and in king rook pawn endgames, even though everyone thinks that it's a draw, it's super important how active your king and rooks are in the endgame. Sometimes even more than how much material there is on the board. Because even if white did not have the h pawn, for example, right now, the advancement of white's king on c5, like king b6 and c7, it's just finito. Rook takes a3 and you pick up that pawn, and if rook a8,
king b7. It's just that if the rook was here, you could start checking, and then he could never get out of the checks. No, it's far away.
True.
Such a huge difference to block the pawn here, so the rook has less space to give checks, and this now wins.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sagar, so I think you should take rest now.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
Because all the
the games are over, and I think that just to sum up, I think that like after Vaishali lost, just to sum up, I think Nodirbek's game is going to end in a draw. Swane Frederick is going to win against Thailand, and the last game of Erwin Lamy,
we don't know.
He's slightly better.
He will press, but we don't know if he'll win or draw.
Exactly. So, but what a day it has been, Sagar. By 5 points out of 7 for the Indian players, Amruta, it was incredible. Like how we saw Divya and Leon bouncing back. Sagar, by maza aa gaya aaj.
बहुत सही. Also Gangnam Style we did. And Omkar Chakradev asked Chess KBC for chat, who is the only world champion Judith Polgar didn't beat in classical chess when she was active?
Very good question.
Very nice. I know the answer.
Anand?
No, Anand
she
she beat in Wijk Aan Zee. Here.
She's beaten
Karpo.
No, Karpo also she beat.
Wow.
Yes, this guy got it right actually. Well done. Isn't the answer? Sing silly point. And
Yeah, I'm
Dhananjay
not sure.
Singh. Kramnik.
Kramnik, wow.
Yes.
Hmm.
She could never beat Kramnik actually.
Really?
She also beat, if I'm not wrong, she also beat Smyslov.
I mean, she beat Gary for sure, right?
Yeah. Gary
Yeah.
she beat.
There was.
It was a rapid game though, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, Sagar bhai, then we'll last two games tomorrow that we are remaining.
Bhai,
And
please make a video on your channel on how to make avocado toast. Bhai, क्यों नहीं? Make it your
Maybe.
channel, no? Like Chess plus Life.
Chess plus life, yeah.
Yes. It's a good, guys,
Okay.
आप बताओ, would you like to see on Harshit channel how to make avocado toast? क्योंकि भाई मेरे को भी नहीं आता है ना, if you can. Yes. Love to see. 100%. It's simple. अरे it's simple का क्या बात है? Yes. Kramnik. Yes.
Kramnik start the procedure of making the toast.
Yes. You. Yes, भाई कोई no बोल ही नहीं रहा है.
Okay. Maybe the video of avocado toast will come out then.
Let's go. भाई हर्षित भाई हो जाए. मैं भी आज देखूंगा रात को avocado toast कैसे. अमृता
क्या?
चलेगा ना avocado toast? फिर अपन भी बनाएंगे हर्षित भाई से सीख के.
Oh, of course, obviously. हर्षित भाई
आज
से
ही
तो
बनाओ,
सीखना ही है
okay,
ना,
okay.
सब कुछ सीखना है, डांस सीखना है, avocado toast सीखना है, चेस तो इधर सीख रहे हैं, और तुम
मुझे
बताना
भी
और क्या
कुछ
सीख
सीखना
सकते
है तुम
हो.
लोगों से, but
एक जन बोल रहा है 1 toast bread, 2 put avocado on it. अरे ऐसे इतना
अरे
इजी
ऐसे
नहीं
नहीं
होता.
रहता है, बहुत कुछ स्टेप्स
हाँ,
रहते हैं,
बहुत.
डिटेलिंग, एवरीथिंग लाइज इन डिटेलिंग
भाई
एंड
एक वो वाला
बॉडी
उसमें
लैंग्वेज.
आता है avocado में. There are these dry fruits, some not dry fruits but
last
seeds,
May you should put
some seeds,
I've
watermelon
never
seeds
tried.
or something.
Oh wow.
Yes,
I actually put some magic masala in there to get that the final masaledar taste to it. Okay, guys. Without tempting all of us too much, Sagar bhai, we'll last two rounds. Super excited to see what's going to happen.
Yes.
And
हर्षित, कितने अर्जुन मुकेश के दिन में कितने बजे उठोगे?
I will come. I will wake up whenever it starts. I'll come.
Oh, 5 a.m. भाई.
Yeah, I'll come.
बाप रे.
Too much.
चलो
Chef
देखते
Jack
हैं ये उठ
Peralta.
पाएगा कि नहीं. Oh God.
ठीक है भाई.
Nice.
Okay. See you guys,
See you.
and
Yes.
see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Amruta. One guy is eating
Hey.
avocado toast, other guy is eating pav bhaji. क्या बात है?
तुम आज खाओ अच्छे
तो आज
से.
वो मेरा जो दोस्त है यहाँ पे जो
तुमने सिर्फ इसी पे विश्वास रखा है सागर, ओनली ऑन द चैट पे. अगर सोच कि somebody was gonna come but somebody hasn't come or he doesn't meet you,
Yeah.
तो you don't have any food, तो go and order food.
Yes, if 18 minutes left, so I'll go out and check if there is anyone come.
But you will, or what you can do is, do you want to continue? I think today you could keep the full screen also, or do you continue it every day till the end?
Yeah,
What
I
do you
mean,
do?
this is a very critical game. Imagine if Nodirbek wins here and we are not covering, that's too much.
Yeah. No. So you go there and I'm here anyway.
Yeah. Very critical one. Maybe Dhruv
Yeah,
Gangurde is saying, can we have a recap of all the Indian games? Maybe you can
नहीं, अभी
talk
तुम
about
पहले
it.
जाके आओ.
You can talk about
You
it, I
go.
can come.
भाई वो इतना थक गया है और तुम उसको रिकैप करने को. Okay, but I am assuming most of you were there and you saw the updates, but still, let me tell you. Today it was Gukesh. Let's start with Gukesh's game, what it was. Yeah, Gukesh versus Wei Yi, and a very, very important matchup. We all remember the Olympiad. We all remember last year Tata Steel also. and the game ended in a draw. But Gukesh, there were moments when Gukesh thought for 40 minutes, then Wei thought for 40 minutes, and then they had huge time difference, and Wei had to make 30 moves in 27 minutes. So it felt like it's going towards time pressure. It felt at some point Gukesh has some initiative, but Wei was finding good moves, and he did not let Gukesh to push further. So the game ended in a draw, that one. Then we have another important game, Caruana versus Pragg. It all started with a war, long castle versus short castle. Caruana went for long castle, and it was a very, very interesting game. Lot of calculations, very complicated, not possible to play every single move, to be accurate. So that game, at some point, Pragg, it was kind of Fabi had initiative, then Pragg had, initiative, that kind of a thing. And finally, Pragg managed to slow and steady. Yeah, I mean, there was one, I think I was not there for some time, so I may not be able to tell you exactly whether it was a blunder, whether it was a mistake, or whether Pragg actually converted it. But let me quickly have a look at it. It was a blunder. It was a big mistake. I mean, of course, there was a lot of pressure on Caruana, but there was a move Queen E3, which was definitely bad, and it was under time pressure. Fabi had 1 minute 30 seconds, and then Pragg beat Caruana, a very, very important result. The world, to beat world number 2, such a solid player with the black pieces is never easy. So Pragg OP ho jaye ek bar. Then we have this another important game which is going on right in front of us, Nodirbek versus Vincent, which we are watching and discussing. Then Fedoseev versus Leon was a draw, like complete draw, but towards the end, I think Fedoseev miscalculated, and it was an epic calculation. Just tried to, it was not possible to find, but at least on a very quick note, we were not able to find. And then Divya had joined the stream, and then she found, so it was nice. So Leon beat Fedoseev. And then we had Anish versus Max. It was going in opposite color bishop, but Anish did have some initiative, and Max also had some time pressure. So his pieces were not well coordinated. Finally, Anish beat Max. So that was about Anish, who's not keeping very well with his health, but he won. Then we had another big one, Sarana versus Hari, where I think there was a moment where, but Hari was always dominating, and then later some 2-3 not the best moves by Sarana, and then Hari managed to win. So that was a very, very good result by Hari. And Van Foreest versus Arjun ended in a draw very quickly. So yeah, that was the recap of Masters. In Challengers, Vaishali played a very interesting game, and it was complicated. She was much better, but it kind of went through some ups and downs. There was a moment when she was clearly better, but then she had to make like many moves, 14 moves in 1 minute. So it wasn't very easy to maintain that in a complicated situation. But definitely a great fight. And Vaishali lost to Aiden. Divya today scored her, I believe that is her first victory, or I think, yeah, with Irina, but correct me if I'm wrong. So that's all I know. I did not see any other challenger games, so I am not much aware, but okay, so this game, if I am thinking that if black is able to, which looks unrealistic now, but if he's able to get the g6 break some point, and if the h pawn will be a passer, because queen side pe to kuch nahi ho sakta, that bishop is like just completely high security alert hai, wahan pe to kuch hone nahi wala hai. तो यहाँ पे g6 आने के बाद if h pawn can it be converted to something giving threats, but then how do you take a break like g6? It's not easy. That moment to get it, it's not easy. So I think As you see right now, it's impossible. The king has to go to f8, e8, and then the rook keeps shifting on the 7th rank. And if I'm assuming if black gets his king to f8 or g8, whatever, then he goes g6. But then his king cannot be on g8 because there will be rook g7 check. What's the way? And anyway, if king is on f8, then also you cannot go g6 because there is bishop g7 check. Maybe still that's possible because king e8, bishop h6, you have rook h5, so that's not working. Anyway, what if I just simply take it g6 to g6? Even if he gets g6, do you think there is... Neil is asking, can Gukesh reach 2800? I mean, you mean in this tournament? Oh, right now, what is his live rating? Let me tell you. So right now, Carlson 2832.5, Naka 2802, Gukesh is 2793.2, world number 3. And Caruana is now at 2792.4. So just 1.2. Gukesh's rating is more by 1.2, and Gukesh has gained 16 points from this tournament. Insane. Caruana has lost 10.6 points from this event. Abdusattorov has gained 11 points. Pragg has gained 18 points. So Pragg is now world number 8. He's at 2759.2. Very interesting. And Arjun is world number 6 for now. But be sure he will. So for Gukesh, world number 3 in live rating for the first time. Brilliant. But also, clearly in the last 2 rounds, I think, of course, he has scope to cross 2800 because +3, let me check. +4, yeah, Arjun's rating is very high, so yes, but that would be tough. If he wants to cross 2800, I believe he will need to win both the games. Ooh, what? He got the pawn over there. Oh, but rook g7 check. No, rook g7, rook g7. No. What was that? How did I miss it while looking at the ratings? He lost. Ah, rook b7 pawn was given. Okay. So Nodirbek is now trying to, he's saying that you have one passer, I have 2 connected passers, and also your king is stuck on that rook file. So let me try to progress because there is no point in anyway going for a draw. So Vincent goes, attacks the bishop, and he would love to push his pawn, c pawn. Right now you can see a5 is not protected, but there is no time to take it. Also, until there is the rook, I mean, it wasn't protected number of times, but the rook is on 7th rank and keeping an eye on the g7 guy. For black, if he wants to create a passer, if he starts wanting to push the h pawn, rook g4 he will have at some point. He'll put the pawn on h5. He's getting the king out to h6. But whenever the king comes to the 6th rank, he has to make sure that his bishop stays on that diagonal where it protects the a6 pawn, the rook pawn, so that rook e6 check, rook a6, he will have to be alert for that. Not sure, but I do think now with this transition as of now, without these two pawns, it's definitely going to be it's definitely going to get difficult for Vincent, practical, because he's down to 6 minutes. Let's not forget the time. Nodirbek has 10 minutes. And, did you see one thing, guys? A typical thing which the top players do. He could have done this before. Nodirbek could have done this a lot before, winning the h pawn, giving the b7 pawn. But he did not do that. He waited, he played around, he made him calculate. And now when you're kind of as much possible, you've tried to, keep that tension over there. Your opponent had to spend energy. Of course, you were also spending energy. And finally, he's coming low on time. Imagine when that h pawn, let's say it starts rolling, it reaches h3 or something, then by that time Vincent will have 1 minute or something. And at that point to make accurate moves is not easy. So this is one of the very important learnings, that you should be able to hold the pressure, and with that little extra material or that initiative, even the practical initiative, how much ever bar says it's equal, just try putting as much pressure on your opponent. Take his energy down, and then at least that gives you the best chance to bring him in a situation of making and finding difficult moves. Why don't just exchange the rooks is Ami. Normally, bishop and opposite colored bishop endgames are easier draws. When there is a rook, there are chances, depending on the scenario, there are chances. But if you're a material up and you don't even have a passed pawn, so that's why he's keeping the rooks on the board. Thank you, Prisha. Yeah, the bishop is on c4, protecting the a6 pawn and also stopping your c3 pawn to be promoted. But now rook c7, you attack the bishop again. It's going to go slow. He's going to come down to 1 minute. Vincent has to make sure that he plays fast. He shouldn't think a lot where it is not necessary. Starlight says, please help us produce some grandmasters from Nepal. I'm sure, first of all, Anish, Giri would also be a big inspiration over there. In fact, whenever there used to be tournaments in Delhi, there used to be a lot of players from Nepal who used to play. Sure, one of the things is very important is to have more tournaments, have the culture of chess to build up. Because it's like you get one player and then other people around you are inspired. So finding that talent is important. Move 53 for a white. How about bishop f6 instead of rook b7? Okay, I can't really make the moves on the board. This is Sagar has to come back for that, but I think it's okay. He can get some food, and right now I think this is gonna get interesting soon. Maybe in another few minutes, this will just suddenly whoosh change. I'm not sure if it is possible to defend is easily. What do you guys think? Do you think White will be able to hold a draw given his time pressure and everything towards the end of it? What do you think? How many of you think White will be able to draw? Rook c7. What else? Oh, he goes rook e7, but he's invested quite some time for that, actually. 50-50. Easy draw. अरे easy तो definitely नहीं है. Draw. Okay, to answer your question, if you would have played bishop f6 on 53rd move, and if you're able to visualize, then there was a problem that the rook will simply go back to g6 and attack your bishop. Then when you go back, the h5 bishop will be saved because you didn't have time to pick up the h5 bishop.
Hello, Amruta.
You would have picked up the f6 bishop. Hi, did you eat something?
Yeah, I brought some salad actually.
तू खा ले आराम से खा.
ये देख.
मैं हूँ इधर. अरे बढ़िया दिख रहा है.
Goat
Healthy
cheese
दिख रहा है.
salad.
Finally.
And you
I'm
know
so
what?
happy to not see that burger. Really.
You know, Vishal has come.
ओ विशाल आया बंदा. अरे उसको हाय तो करवाना.
And
वो
and
क्या
he's
है?
not young. He is around 40-year-old. So, and he's come here and he said, सागर भाई आपने ऑर्डर कर दिया. I have brought food for you.
अरे तो वो भी खा लो और ये फिर
हाँ,
कल
ये थोड़ा ही
खाओ.
खाऊंगा मैं, ये वाला.
वही खा लो. क्या बात है?
हाँ, सोने पे सुहागा हो गया.
Vishal, the guys, he was on day one, we were talking and then we were talking about khane ke related, and Vishal said, I can come now, I can bring in Maggie now. And then Sagar was like, okay, Vishal, firstly, whether you exist or not. And then later, it was very nice that he actually came.
I also met Prajwal.
Hmm.
Prajwal, remember? Who named his son with Nihal.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. We met in Levito.
Yes, he's here.
Nice. Sagar, the position has transitioned because Vincent has won the b7 pawn. I mean, Nodirbek has won the h5 pawn and given up the b7 pawn. So,
भाई
I
नॉदिरबेक
think
छोड़ेगा
great
नहीं.
chances. Yeah, look, already you can see it's changing all that black needs for now. Is h5, king h6, h5, king g6, rook. कोई तो check आएगा. You push the king back.
No, h5, rook g4,
Bishop
king h6. No, somehow step by step.
king g6. फिर bishop f1 check आएगा एक point पे. You have to go to king h2. फिर h4 आएगा. पर फिर आगे इतना ये नहीं. king g6 नहीं जा रहा है क्योंकि g7 is always hanging. So after king h6, g6. But then slow and steady है. But practically it's gonna
Nodirbek
getting
is
tough.
looking like as if he's going to win. उसका जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज है ना, वही बहुत किलर है.
हाँ.
And people are saying Erwin Lamy is winning. So Swana
Oh.
Frederick won. And Erwin Lamy, oh my god. Look at this endgame. He's winning.
क्या ही रेस है ये तो क्या होता है रीले ना.
But this race is totally winning for black because एक तो king is in the A, plus this rook is stopping the pawns. So black is totally winning.
सूरज इज सेइंग सागर भाई प्लीज ईट ना. मतलब काम छोड़ दो अभी थोड़ी देर.
Yeah, I'm eating.
Ash is asking question. Is it easier to play for a draw from the start than a win? Scenario. Last game Gukesh needs half a point to win and not need to push a win, but need half point for championship.
No, how will he need half a point, guys? Now Nodirbek might even convert this. It's not so simple. ये देखो,
No, this is definitely
what is the
tough.
cost
You have
of
used
salad which you are eating? I think I get it because here the organizers have given me one coupon every day that I can eat one dish, so I don't have to pay. But I believe this would cost somewhere like 10 euros maybe.
Shailendra says I visited ChessBase India office in 2023 March on my solo trip. I had come hoping to meet Sagar. However, there was just one person there, and I bought merch, 2 books, and a ChessBase India t-shirt.
Wow.
So nice.
Today he said he bought his third book. That is the Chespa book with Guki.
Cha. Oh, it's the same one. Keymer says chess joke number 10. If Star Sports started streaming chess, then Wijk Aan
KU ये
Zee.
10 नहीं है, ये आपने पहले भी बाहर है.
तो वो 10th ही रहेगा, वो बार बार 10 को ही कॉपी पेस्ट करता रहे. मस्त है. सैलेड कैसा है पूछ रहे हैं सब लोग. सागर
अच्छा है.
अच्छा है.
उसमें उन्होंने कुछ तो डाला था जिससे टेस्ट अलग आ रहा था, बट थोड़े पार्ट ऑफ सैलेड में ही है वो टेस्ट,
अच्छा,
वो स्वीटिश टेस्ट.
तुमको हमेशा बोलने का रहता है वीगन दो.
Actually, I was going to order again French fries only. Then I met Lennart on the way. And Lennart had
Salad.
ordered salad.
Yeah, he would eat a bit more healthy. Jonathan says, I'm from America and I was wondering how the prices work for us in your website.
Same prices for everything that we sell to across the world, but there are only things that ChessBase India makes that we sell across the world. So like ChessBase products are not sold across the world because ChessBase softwares and so on, and also the books. But there are books that we make like Chesspa books, chess sets, chess course by Praful Zaveri, all of that we do
Shipping would
across
be
the world.
different, of
Yeah,
course.
shipping cost will be added.
Jaskaran is saying Sagar sir will be there for the 3rd Sunday of February at the Phoenix. I'm traveling from abroad to Mumbai. Wanted to check the chess session. No, Sagar is going to be in Netherlands.
No, Amruta, I will be there.
3rd February के
3rd February, 3rd Sunday बोला ना.
or 3rd Sunday of February. Oh, 3rd Sunday of February.
Yeah, because there we are doing some event on there. I think visually impaired chess, some tournament.
That is a 16th February. No, you're not there. You're traveling. You're in the flight.
Maybe.
You will reach on 17th.
But 23rd को there is some last year Amruta याद है?
That too, you are not there because somebody asked you, are you coming to Wijk? Kaustubh is asking. Pragg. Yes, you're going to Pragg.
Why is Nihal Sarin not playing, Amruta? Can you explain? One question.
Yeah, they will generally look at the top rating wise. They will go one by one and
No,
generally.
not here. In general, why is he not playing much?
Oh, that I wouldn't know. Some players will have their own phases.
Actually, guys, he's playing quite a lot. He played at GCL, Global Chess League, where he
That
was the
was long
player of the
ago.
tournament. Then he played
Then he won the Oka tournament, no? In
in
between.
Uzbekistan. Then, of course, he wanted to come to World Rapid and Blitz, I believe, but I think there were visa issues.
Mm.
Guys, I can tell you, for chess players in India, visa issues are insane. मतलब अगर imagine करो they are playing, so their passport is busy when they are playing outside. When they come back, there are very few days left. So then they have to apply for a visa. And every time there's so much pressure, visa will come on time or not, visa will come on time or not. It's too much.
I was saying that this proves that Sagar is good because he's eating grass and salads. Good one. That was a good one, Pranav.
Yes, we will be covering Norway chess also.
Hey, Vincent, yes, low on time. Just 1 minute, 8 seconds. But the pawns, G and H pawns, they have not been able to progress at all. Or they have not been wanting to progress right now. So bishop f1 check. Or is it really a practical issue that you cannot push the H pawn so easily? If I want to understand.
Yeah, I mean king h4.
Bishop e2.
But
What is the problem if I go? I want to go h5. He goes
h5, no?
king h4.
Now, also Amruta, remember, I can just give my pieces, and if I get this one pawn, then my king can just run over to the corner here.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I have to sack for my rook and bishop for these two pawns, and then just run with my king here.
If the rooks get exchanged.
Yeah, then it's a draw.
But that's going to be unrealistic because that's not happening at all. Dr. Harsha says, Sagar bhai, you made me follow chess. I'm following from Championship of Gukesh. A bit refreshing from cricket. Ooh, very nice. So good.
And also, Amruta, just checking. Hey, Erwin won. Man, Erwin takes the sole lead.
My goodness.
Erwin is the sole leader now.
No, really. This is.
No, wait. Is he
incredible.
sole leader or? Oh my goodness. Yes, he's the sole leader, guys. Erwin Lamy. Oh, wow. Erwin Lamy is our favorite guy. He's the leader, and he is now having to play Nodirbek, Kazibek, and last round is Vaishali.
Allah. Solid. Maza aayega.
So just so that you guys know the standings of challengers, all games are done. So Amruta, can I show the standings? These are the standings in challengers.
Yes, Arvind Lamy on 8, as you can see. We also have second and third are Thai, Daiwan, and Aydin. And we have Vaishali over there with 5 points, Divya on 3 points. So the tournament is very, very tough. You can imagine like Faustino, the super talent, is on 2.5 and he's playing really, I mean, his games have been really well, nice games. So it's a very difficult tournament. Sagar, it's always very difficult, especially when you are in the bottom half, yeah?
Agreed. Today Divya managed to bounce back. That was nice.
Okay, h5 pawn push हो गया है. Finally a pawn move after, oh my god, so many moves. I mean, this move number is what? We are on move number 64th move. अभी देखो, अभी Nodirbek knows that Vincent is down to 25 seconds. So now when the pawn is pushing every move, then there's a lot to calculate. It's not going to be easy.
True.
This one
True.
is
Time
this
pressure.
waiting thing, na Sagar. This waiting thing, the elite players do.
Yeah.
ये वाला, I mean, as an intermediate player or as an advanced player also in that sense, I think it was not really taught anyway.
Yeah, it's something which.
And yeah, it comes through observation or for maybe elite players when they reach that level, but it's such an important quality. Samay wins 12.5 lakh in KBC. If you want to get federated, you can check out aicf.in and you can register there, play federated tournaments, play some opponents who have federating, score against them, and then you will get your rating.
Yes. Check. Bishop f3.
So Satvik, really, what's your order number? Is it possible to mention over here?
क्या हुआ उनको?
It's order 3 ChessBase activity book set on 11 January. Please get to get.
Come on. Yeah, please send us.
क्या सागर, तुम्हें क्या लगता है, like if you had 1 minute such a position, you're playing against a stronger player, how would you be feeling about the position? Like, would you feel confident of holding this, or would you always know that you will be under pressure?
Yeah, I think a huge pressure, Amruta. It's not even small pressure because you have just 1 minute left in the position, and your opponent is this kind of guy who plays with such huge confidence, Nodirbek. And I mean, the bar, it can be very misleading in such positions because it just shows like, oh, everything's fine, there's nothing happening. But suddenly the path to equality becomes only one line, and then you have like 30 seconds left, and then you make a mistake. It's always, this is how these players convert. This is how Gukesh converted, let's say, against, say, Wei Yi or, such games. And I think Nodirbek is surely looking at opportunities to make small progress. What is the way in which you can make small progress? Because right now, his main problem is his pawn is also covering light square. His bishop is also covering light square. So dark square is uncovered. Someone has to cover the dark squares. So let's say, for example, rook g4, then the bishop should give a check, so the king has to come back, then h4. Then what happens is bishop is covering light squares, pawn is covering dark squares. And this is the tricky bit here for Nodirbek. And clearly with equal time on the clock, I mean, or more time on the clock, this is a draw. But with this much time, it's not so clear. Now king h4.
So you would be under pressure if you said about with a high rated opponent. What about if you're playing this position and I am black?
I mean, of course, if it's not a strong opponent, then you feel more confident. But if you are playing, then I would be not very confident because you're a strong opponent.
We'll play with this position actually later. Shailendra says, I first learned to play chess in 1986 at the age of 8 in Banaras from my mama. Have loved the game ever since. Can't play that well, but pretty decent historian. So cool. नाइस सेव सागर, सब लोग बोल रहे हैं सागर भाई नाइस सेव, पर तो हराना ही पड़ेगा सबके सामने तुमको, अब पता चलेगा सबको सेव है या क्या है, या शिव पूरी है या भेल है।
शिव भाई क्या याद करवा रही हो अमृता?
भेल, what I can gift you on your anniversary, our anniversary is that I can eat bhel and I can do a video call with you.
I thought you will say what I can gift you is wherever you are, I will make sure you can eat bhel. But तुमने तो वीडियो कॉलिंग।
नहीं भाई, मुझे पता है वो वाइजन हाउस ऐसी जगह पे है कि I cannot arrange for bail, but I am
Shubhankar
definitely going
says,
to.
Amruta, what are Arjun's chances of qualifying for candidates? Which Indian players have the best shot at qualifying? So, because this year we will have Grand Swiss, which is a standalone event where 2 players qualify, World Cup, which is a standalone event where 3 players qualify, and then FIDE Circuit, where 2 players will qualify. So, overall, this year has a huge opportunity for Indians. I feel Pragg is going for that FIDE Circuit spot this year. Why? Because he's playing here. Then he's also playing in Prague. Then I got to know that there is some event happening in Armenia. It seems he's playing there. He's like Pragg is playing a lot of tournaments this time because what is FIDE circuit? Your best 7 performances are counted. So the more you play, the more you give yourself the chance to win the FIDE circuit. Like how Arjun did last year or Fabi did. So that way, I think Pragg is really ambitious this year. Arjun, yeah, he has a tricky path. Of course, he will play Norway chess and all the top tournaments this year. He has a lot of invitations. He'll even play Grand Chess Tour, I think. The list is not yet out, but he would be there.
Arjun makes a comeback. Arjun just makes a comeback. And
Yeah.
we have seen everyone's phases, ups and downs. I mean, you see no one who keeps playing the best all the time. Like all the time तो कोई नहीं खेलता है.
Oh, IPW Law. Thank you for becoming
अरे,
pillar of Indian chess. बहुत
काफी
टाइम
दिन
से,
बाद.
बहुत टाइम.
हाँ.
केयूर पांड्या से मैं ले आऊंगा भेल वाइजन हाउस, आप आओ तो जर्मनी. अरे केयूर भाई, ये भी जोक ही है मेरे हिसाब से आपका.
आज सिर्फ जोक नंबर नहीं डाला. बट या सागर पॉन h5 तक आ चुका है. अभी आपका प्लान क्या है?
अभी एक्चुअली
आप
काफी
सोने
फंस
वाले
गए.
हो? Did you meet anyone else outside? Like, are there people outside? Hmm?
There are,
Did everyone
yeah,
go?
no, there were no people actually. This Prajwal was there. Oh, what? IPW Law gifted 20 memberships. Crazy.
बाप रे. IPW law is law के related. Either कोई केस जीता है.
Ajay, Amruta Satvik has sent the order number 62946.
1 second.
Amruta draw हो रहा है लग रहा है.
Oui.
Oh, G6. Nice. Nodirbek बोल रहा है no draw.
Nodirbek will obviously not, because he will to. It's like you go round and round and round and round, until you can go round and round and round and round. किंग को अभी 7th रैंक इज एब्सोल्यूट सागर, तो वो किंग बाहर आ ही नहीं सकता है. लाइक unless the bishop goes to f7, then you still don't have the g7 square. Wow, it's gonna be a huge effort, and Vincent has been managing, man, like incredible, really.
नहीं मतलब मैनेज तो करना पड़ेगा, बट अभी देखो ना, लाइक किंग इज कट, and this king is stopping here. The bishop is here. I don't see how Nodirbek can make progress. I mean, if he wins here, I would be super surprised. Guys, here is one example that when you are trying to win in such positions, you should have your pawns on the opposite color of your bishop, because if your bishop is there, it is covering the squares, light squares. Your pawn should be covering dark squares. अभी threat देखो. Threat is rook g7 check and rook g6. Serious threat, I think. उसने बचा दिया पॉन को. नोदिरबेक बोल रहा है भाई विन तो दूंगा, ऐसे ही तो ड्रॉ नहीं करने दूंगा. हाँ, Satvik, we got, I checked actually at the back end. Pradyuman. Actually, you are right, but it's already showing shipped. So maybe it went to your place and no one was there or something like that. But yeah, anyway, we will check. Amruta. Oh, rook trade. Draw.
फिर तो खत्म. Draw. They shook
Yeah.
hands and it's done.
Awesome.
And Vincent, absolutely amazing, staying right there. We were kind of predicting that Nodirbek is towards the end gonna completely change the rhythm of this position in time pressure. And in spite of how much ever he was intimidating on the board, but it did not happen.
Good fight.
Vincent,
Good fight.
really, yeah, very solid.
And Amruta, now the thing is, the final standings after round become very exciting for everyone, because as we said, this tournament is shaping into a three-way fight for the victory.
Nodirbek, Pragg, and Gukesh.
Yes, and earlier it felt like it will be only between Nodirbek and Gukesh, because Pragg was full 1 point behind and he was facing Caruana today with black. But because he won, look at this, guys. Gukesh sole leader, 8 points. Pragg and Nodirbek both now on second spot, joint. Fedoseev, Anish and Wei Yi at number 3rd spot, but they have no chance actually.
But Fedoseev had a very important round which he lost with Leon today. Actually, otherwise.
Yeah, if Fedoseev would have won, he would have had also was in the running.
But winning was not possible. I mean,
True,
okay.
true. I mean, I'm just saying.
Anish on 6, doing pretty well.
Yeah, and also Amruta, Gukesh now tomorrow is facing so Gukesh is facing Jorden and then last round Arjun. Pragg is facing Sarana and Vincent, and Nodirbek is facing Arjun and Hari. तो बढ़िया एकदम.
Nodirbek is playing with both the Indians. And Hari has always been the one who is, helping the champions.
तो मजा आएगा दोस्तों. So stay tuned and join us tomorrow. It'll be a lot of fun.
Thank you, Pritish Dake, for gifting 1 membership.
Yeah. And also, I would like to just tell you guys about all the links that are there in the description, because we have had several links in our chat, and each one of them has some relevance. So you can check them out and support this stream which we are doing. And if you are enjoying it, it would be great if you can, support us. And also, Amruta, we reached 2139 believers on Help Chess, which is amazing, because we had expected 2100 would be a good number. 2139. So guys,
everything sounds like rating, like slowly progressing. 2139, going towards 2200. Subscribers are 2545, moving towards 2600.
Yes. So the first link is our sale which got over yesterday. So it's just the shop now. So not the sale. Second is Chespa meets Gookie the Golden Boy. You can actually get that book for yourself. It's a very nice book on Gukesh's journey towards uh, becoming the world champion from a very young talented kid. Then we have young talents you can support through helpchess.org. Then you can solve tactics on Chess Ranga. This is very cool feature which we have introduced. Then you have ChessBase 18 and Mega 2025, which is our best selling product. Then you have get top tier training on Circle Chess, which is very interesting because they give 10 memberships every day, 1 month memberships. Then you have all the details of those who have contributed through Help Chess in an article. And there is one which is to apply to become Teach Chess India volunteer, which I would just like to talk about finally because that is something that I have not spoken about enough in these streams. So Teach Chess India is an initiative that we began last year. Actually, it was in 2023. It started with Gukesh actually coming to Mumbai, and at that point I had an opportunity to teach at one home. It started with a few kids, and now you can see in that home lot of kids are playing chess. We do it voluntarily. There is no finances involved here. So all the places which are not up to the mark or you cannot afford things is where we go and teach. And we are a group of volunteers, so like everyone is a volunteer including me. This is my friend Priyanka, then this is another friend Nitin. We all teach. This is Bosco boys, like everywhere. And you see these are two members of the ChessBase India community who are volunteers, Abhijit and Prakhar. They came to teach. So if you also would be keen to teach and contribute in this, you can just fill the form, and if someday in that area we would teach chess, we'll contact you. Majorly we are doing things in Mumbai right now. We'll start with Bhopal next, where Nikhilesh is there, but we'll also start based on where the forms are being filled from. So that would be very nice, guys. So this was a small thing that I wanted to speak about. Okay, so Amruta, I will now
Very nice.
just
Sagar.
go
That
and
is an amazing project, and I believe a lot of more people over here are getting to know about it, will be volunteering for it, and yes, guys, chess is going to grow.
so I will now take your leave, Amruta, and thank you so much for being here till the very end. It's already late in 1 a.m. in India. Take some rest.
Okay, guys, take care, Sagar. Take care. Get some good sleep tomorrow. Last 2 rounds, very important. तो मजा आया आज बहुत ज्यादा.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.